Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder. And I think he might just find it.
Shook off the first Playday jitters for all teams save one yesterday, so settle in and get comfy. We've got so much stage still ahead. The reigning major champs are taking the day off, leaving the spotlight wide open for a red-hot Luminosity, a relaunching SpaceStation, a recalibrated M80, and Twitter beef between a GOAT and his former team spilling into the server. All that and more on day 2 of Stage 2 of the North American League. Welcome back, everybody, to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside DreamHack Montreal 2018 co-champions Gabriel Laxi Miralez and Davide Fox Bucci. Gentlemen, some of these games I would have waited gladly until day 9 for. We get them now. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the most anticipated one today is the DarkZero versus Sonics, Nate versus Canadian, Kobe Lack, Surf. I mean, it's gonna be a barn burner.
Yeah, every game so far has been really good, especially from yesterday. All of them just phenomenal. Every team really looked like to come into their own so far this stage.
Yeah, everyone's looking forward to DZ Sonics. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We have a couple of other games we have to get to before that one, but this is what the schedule looks like. That is game 3, so you'll have to sit through a lot more action before we get there, but it's all worth it, I promise. We open up with Wildcard and M80 as our very first matchup. Then at the very end of the day, 2 teams that both won on console. It's 7-3, 7-5 in Luminosity, SpaceStation. It's all good belters all around today.
I mean,
yeah. I think we were both going to say that the DZ-SQ game is obviously the game of the day. For me, I'm really excited to see Luminosity SSG. I want to give Luminosity a little bit more credit. I mean, they've consistently been doing well so far in the last 2-3 months, so this will really be a testing ground for them. Obviously, they played Los yesterday. I mean, what can you say about Los? But when it comes to SSG, SSG is also a very formidable team, so both of these teams matching up against each other is going to be exciting.
And for me, I want to see the wild card at the beginning show. The M80 versus Wildcard. Wildcard specifically, geez, that's a big word for me, apparently. Specifically Wildcard, because, I mean, they have a lot to prove here, and they did bring on Spiff, they did bring on Bay, and yesterday they looked really good. Granted, it was on Clubhouse, it's basic fundamentals there, but still, they are looking like a much more stronger team and improved in many different areas, and I'm excited to see what this matchup will look like against M80.
Stop the count. Luminosity is the top team in the North American League. That's it. They're #1 seed in playoffs. They're going to Montreal. That's it. Stop the presses. Congratulations, Luminosity. You did it. Good job.
If this is how this all ended, I mean,
if the stage ended today right here, DarkZero still make playoffs despite not having played a single game.
I mean, at the end of the day, my bottom bracket is still 100% correct. So, I mean, at least I'm winning on that front. Yeah. Everyone is still going to, find themselves in a playoff bracket.
Yeah, our power rankings, I mean, are a little bit everywhere. I think Sonic's being my second is the only one that's like the closest one. Obviously, the bottom's going to be a lot closer, but even if you get top 2 points and you get that advantage into playoffs, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to make the major. A lot of teams get there, oh gee, and then end up falling short, unfortunately.
We have a game between two teams that I think they weren't, Fox, they weren't your bottom two on the power rankings. Los was last, but OXG was 7th, right?
Yeah.
You had LG at number 8, so
yes.
It was the battle of your bottom power rankings yesterday, and then today for Los, again, it's another team that they should beat, but it's a bottom of the barrel game that still should be really close because both teams might be about equal skill level. So
yeah,
no game today is bad.
Usually those games that are on the bottom side of the bracket still at the start of the stage matter so much for points, and they're also some of the most exciting games because you don't see perfection, you see a lot of raw grit, and that's where sometimes you see some of the best plays because a lot of times if you don't have the strats to fall back on, you have to really rely on the big individual performers.
And for some of these teams, obviously you're going to be coming out of this with a 0-2 to start or maybe a 2-0 to start, but nonetheless, it's still very early. A lot of those can change.
That's exactly the storyline we're starting the day with because one team is trying to get that 2-0, the other is trying to avoid the 0-2. We have M80 and Wildcard on deck for our very first matchup. Big Yellow got the win, Big Red almost did. They got really close, but that's just a tale of two very different clubhouse games, and now they merge into day 2.
Again, it really just came down to fundamentals for both these teams. They both played clubhouse. It just really came down to basic fundamentals at the end of the day, just few minor mistakes that ended up costing them rounds.
Yeah, and Wildcard did show us a lot of good from them. I mean, we didn't expect them to be as good as we saw. They were very fast, very light on their feet. I really like this fresh Wildcard that we saw. And then M80, I mean, consistent. You know, we expect them to just do their thing, and that's what they've been doing.
So both teams come in, adding a new, getting a player back out of the T2 trenches, for lack of a better term, because Hyper was playing in E3 and EWC quals, but it wasn't with a pro team. It was with this guy on the far right-hand side of the couch right here. But then the same thing happened with Spiff on Wildcard. He played with Beast Coast for only like one stage, I think it was, and then now had to totally transform into a completely different role. For Wildcard, it's a good lineup, but you're right, we totally did underestimate them early on.
I mean, I think for me, more so than anything, is it did come down to Clubhouse. And again, that's a basic map of basic fundamentals.
Yeah,
I
sure.
really hope going into this map, or whatever this map is going to be, that is a little more diverse than what we see from Clubhouse.
But let's talk about Hyper on M80 first, because that's the big boy on the big team that currently sits atop the NAL standings. They just beat C9BC 8-6. Like, if the major champs were going to lose, let it be that close. But M80 showed they've got tenacity, even with a new player on the team.
And we needed to see that because we all agreed on the desk that C9BC looked like they had that game yesterday in the bag, but when they fumbled the rounds, M80 was there to clear, and Hyper was a very big part of that. We will show you here a clip of where M80 strategically wasn't there yesterday, but where the adaptation came in is when things went wrong, they were there to answer. Now we're going to see Hard Breaches trying to go on the wall, M80 fumbles it. Beautiful bandit trick from Hot and Cold. It sets M80 in a precedent where, okay, we should not win this game. Now what happens? Hyper, after he loses his thermite charges, he goes into Ash 2.0 mode. He says, well, if I don't do something, we're gonna lose. And if you're gonna blame Hyper for not getting the wall correctly, you gotta praise him for saving that round, walking up Rafter stairs, and then getting the last 2 remaining kills into server. And it just goes to show that the adaptability that he brings, the Swiss Army knife that we wanted to see, it was right there. He plays support, and on a moment's notice, switches into entry mode when this team needed him the most, and he came through for him.
And I think it is impressive for Hyper to be on that, that support role into entry garage that way that he did. Obviously, the guy was down on Rafter, as you saw. He does get that free kill, but he also did that on 1 HP, I believe. So the fact that he grabbed, 4 or 3 kills there to secure that round, and realistically, for everyone at home, if you don't get that server wall, that CC wall, that should be a loss in any case scenario. So the fact that Hyper's the one that's coming back to this roster, coming back as a retired player, and winning that round for them, that says a lot.
We know him for making his career from being a fragger for the most part and putting up really big scores on the scoreboard every single week. But even though that's not the case, at least for his first game with M80, it still wasn't a problem. And we also got the chance to sit down with him and just talk about what coming back to Tier 1 after a year away has been like for the guy.
Hi, I'm Paul, also known as Hyper, and I play on M80 Esports. My team prior, they were doing Esports World Cup. I came out of retirement, so personally I was doing school. It was definitely really surprising to get offered a position to try out for the roster. At first, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty bumpy, just getting back into the swing of things, being I haven't played in a while. But I think this past week has been our best week yet. Overall, it's going to be a great fit. I love the way the team plays, and I feel like it fits my style. I'm excited for everyone to see. I think our roster is really diverse. We come from all different regions. We have a British guy, a Swedish guy, Brazilian guys, Greek guys, like Americans. I think our roster is super diverse, super experienced, and I think a lot of new rosters lack that experience, and that will ultimately give us the advantage this season. If I was to describe M80's playstyle in one word, it would definitely be Brazil. We have a super aggressive, super sporadic playstyle. Like, I think we just play super unique to a lot of NA teams. Just very fast, very adaptive. We probably have the deepest playbook I've ever had on any team. Memorizing it has been a nightmare, but super rewarding as well. I think the ultimate rival would be DZ, because Pamba was talking a little bit of trash to me on Twitter. I think I'm excited to beat them, especially after dropping their best player. I think this team has big aspirations. We're all very seasoned players. We don't have short-term goals like get NAL MVP, get to a better team. Like, we want to win, and I think it shows.
I mean, I really love that Hyper touched up on that. You know, this is the first time in his experience and his pro play that this team specifically, for a team dynamic, that this is a deep pool of play. Obviously, you didn't get that experience on DZ because it was very structured. So the fact you're allowing Hyper, an aggressive player, to be on a roster like this that does have that Brazilian playstyle, I am really excited to see what Hyper is going to look like throughout this team's transition.
I mean, yeah, I guess I hadn't thought about it before. He spent his entire Tier 1 pro career with DZ in that style.
He was
with
their
the
best
exception of that little time he was on Rise Nation way back when, which was a totally different team. Yeah,
Rise to Mouse, which, I mean, we can't really say we can't really say they had many strats back then. No. But then going into DC, obviously he had just had so much discipline instilled into him, and now being on M80 where he's allowed so much more flexibility. But when you look at all of the roster, all of the players on his roster, you have players like Sploy and Citizen who are going to go ahead and get those kills when they need to. So Hyper just needs to make sure that he's just being the gel, connecting the front line to the back line, and that's exactly what we saw him do yesterday.
I mean, if nothing else, it's just kind of guaranteed that every time we see M80 play for this stage, it's going to be a really exciting thing to watch, especially against Wildcard, who themselves had a really decent chance of knocking off Sonics in Canadian's debut with the team yesterday, but it was still a 7-5 loss on Club. It was a tight contest through those first 10 rounds, Lax, and then for those last 2 was just where it fell apart. But again, for 2 new players, it looked good.
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, bringing on 2 new players, that's already a big hurdle in and itself. Again, found themselves on Clubhouse. They did lose a 7-5, but honestly, I was shocked. I was very much pleased with their performance, because obviously we had them at the bottom of the barrel for the power rankings, but with the performance that they put up yesterday, I can definitely see them excelling far further than what we have them currently ranked at.
Yeah, we were shocked, and we ranked them so low because of how slow they were in stage 1, and we didn't necessarily know if bringing on a rookie and Spiff would impact their speed. But after yesterday's game, those 2 players, I mean, I wouldn't count Spiff as a rookie, but Bay and Spiff were just so significant in that win with how fast they were taking positions. The attacks looked really on point for Wildcard.
Yeah, and like Bay specifically, this is a newer player that I want to talk about that came in here that I doubted a little bit, because the only Wildcard restart, he played against T2 players. And now we find him in a T1 game, his first debut, going against Sonics with the likes of that roster. He puts up an amazing 11-8 KD overall. I mean, what more can you ask from this guy on this support role?
Highest rated overall wildcard player from yesterday, goes 11-8, and it feels like he did the job he was brought in to do. In spite of it being a loss, and this will be something that we keep on checking in on Bay every once in a while to see how he fits in. Is he doing what he's supposed to do? But he's not the only guy that they brought in that seemed, again, like he was doing what he was supposed to be doing, even though they didn't win.
Again, and that's, you know, kudos to Bay. I'm very glad to see that coming into fruition here. Obviously, we got another player to talk about, and that's Spiff. Spiff obviously has that pro league experience, came from that Astralis roster, joining the Parabellum, then had a little bit of a reset, but then found him way back here, and he is filling that role of Vert into that entry. And we do have a video here of him coming through on that clubhouse breach. Okay, actually, I thought he came through the Hoptail, but he sprints in. Just the fact that you can just sprint into that master window and rush bathroom like that and have that sheer confidence for that entry point to allow your team to follow up through that success. I mean, it just goes into that Spiff is not scared. He's not scared to die. He's not scared to waste his life, and he created such an avenue for that attack that they secured that round.
He had big shoes to fill because he came in for Vert way back when they were still trying to figure out if he was the player they wanted to keep on the team. And I talked to Justin, I'm like, why specifically was Spiff the guy? He said it's because his comms were the best that we've seen in the time that we've been trialing, which if you're filling Vert's roles, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, they needed that, especially because last stage they were just not even there on attack. Their defenses were always good because they have players like Bosco, who is just one of the best smoke players in the world, who knew how to tell his players where you need to be, what you need to do. But their attacks struggled so heavily, especially in this new meta. So when you bring in two players that are just, their whole job is just take position and will follow behind you guys, Bay and Spiff were monumental on getting in the map fast, holding down and locking down positions. And I mean, the confidence was, I mean, we saw it in that clip. Spiff just got in there, shotgun Deimos. I mean, he just needed to get in there and open it up for his team. His team will do the heavy lifting. He just needs to get that open.
And I think it's important that for an entry to be vocal as well. We know Vert, we team with Vert. He's not a super vocal player, but he gets the job done. That's the important thing. But to have a vocal player on that entry point to set your team up for success, to do cutoffs, to do whatever that looks like, is perfect for Spiff.
I have some bad news. For those who were hoping to see M80 or Wildcard play a map that wasn't Clubhouse, we're doing it again. But this is shades of when Wildcard went to Oregon like 3 times in a row or something back in stage 1. If they can force the issue to the same map, they're very clearly intent on doing it again.
I'll just say this. This is just going to come down again to basic fundamentals of what they learned yesterday that they did wrong, that they're going to implement here now and fix it going into this match. That's really what this is going to come down to.
It's a comfort map for Wildcard because they know if worse comes to worse, they can fall back on their defenses. But we've been saying it time and time again, you win clubhouses from your attacks. And Wildcard were no slouches on attacks yesterday. Every time that they would take the map, they wouldn't give a first pick, and when they really focused on the execute, more often than not, their executes were beautiful. The way that they would be able to find unique plant spots and cover everywhere, it went great. But where it went wrong is when a wrench was thrown in their plan, they lost a pick, they lost 2 picks, and so M80 is a team that can capitalize because they know exactly when to get aggressive. So Wildcard just needs to be on top of their toes, and they just can't let that happen.
And to touch up on the Wildcard bit, I think it is very important that they start attack here, especially as, you know, getting the newer players involved. The nice thing about attack that defense doesn't allow you is it allows you to get the comms going. It allows you to get that cogwheel going of the team and the dynamic of what's going to be met. So I am very excited for Wildcard to start an attack, but they really have to hit the ground running.
Wasn't Clubhouse mostly attacker-sided yesterday kind of anyway?
I mean, they were going back and forth. Honestly, it was just straight back and forth. I don't think anyone could figure it out for the most part until it came down to just crucial rounds of just small errors of either moving or just one little misplay came down.
Sure. Same thing goes with the whole point about you win Clubhouse based on your attacks in the first place. So
of course. It's one of the more consistent maps on every side, and everything's very viable. But if it comes down to who's best on both sides, not just who's better on one or the other, I would probably vote for M80 being the one that's more consistent, well-rounded all around.
But did what both teams did yesterday make this a little bit harder of a prediction? Did that make it tighter? Just because you're both M80, because we did this a while ago, but now that we've seen how Wildcard plays, this should be closer than just, oh, they're going to win and that's it.
Yeah, and we do these predictions just early. We don't know what the maps are. Obviously, the maps can change drastically and then maybe change our minds, but I still think when it comes down to a clubhouse of basic fundamentals, you're going to look at the team that has a lot more experience on this roster, and especially bring in Hyper. I think naturally it's just, you're going to choose M80.
Yeah, Wildcard showed a lot of promise, and I want to keep seeing it. Consistency is a big thing when you have such with a new team. M80 has consistency. Maybe not at the major events yet, but that's what they're trying to strive for. So Wildcard, just both teams need to be consistent so far.
We're talking about this almost like Wildcard won their game from yesterday. Are we really that impressed with their play overall?
Yes,
I just want to make sure that we're scoping this thing out appropriately.
Absolutely, 110%. I have no doubt that this game is going to be a close match. I want it to be a close match because I don't want to see one team just completely get landslid by the other.
That's never a fun time, is it? No. Well, I think for Wildcard, they're doing what they can to try to avoid an 0-2 start, but M80 are now in prime position to spoil the party. Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafeld have a real belter for their first game of the day.
I will. Sam and I are sliding right back into this. Our first game of the stage in stage 1 was M80 versus Wildcard. So really it's like nothing has changed for day 1 for Sam and I for the NAL. But all the way back then, Sam, that was on Chalet and Wildcard couldn't win an attack to save their lives. But going into today, that's actually their better side on the very map we're going to play.
It's looking a little different this time around, isn't it,
New day?
Carter?
New day for Wildcard?
That's what I'm saying, man. They're no longer a wild card, because I can tell you this, the shots are not wild at all. They're very accurate, and that's what we saw yesterday. These guys have came to frag, and I'm really excited to see what they can produce here today.
And especially with bringing Spiff on the roster, Wildcard might have been one of the biggest benefits of the offseason. Sure, they went out of EWC quals early, but they get 2 months to make that change, 2 tournaments worth of game day experience to get Spiff acclimated on that roster. And as the desk pointed out, sure, he might not have been the highest performer, but he was certainly carrying his weight yesterday in what was a very close game against the Sonics, led by one of the most renowned IGLs in the world. But on the opposite side, we've got M80, and the concern you always have is the names in the server. Spoit, Citizen, everyone knows them. But then even further down the line, with Noodle going out and Hyper coming in, that's a player with a very strong reputation, even if his time in the NAL, we remember all the way back on that original Beast Coast roster, which that roster, unfortunately, Hyper on that roster, neither gaining, I think, a lot of great experience or time in the server from that time all the way back in Stage 1 of 2023. But this roster, this M80 roster is so deep, and the worry I have, especially with how well those individual performances from 80 looked yesterday, is that Cameraman, the IGL, has a formula similar to what Los had when they made that Atlanta Major run. An IGL who knows how to activate 2 of the best players in the world, and now they've got 2 players deeper in the reserve, Sam, that can bring rounds back and pull their weight too.
Oh, 100%. I'm honestly terrified to see what happens once Hyper gets comfortable in this roster. I mean, if you really think about it, we're getting the early iterations of this. He's been working with the roster for probably about a month and some change, right? Trying to do his thing, trying to get things figured out. And, you know, from what he said, that huge playbook also, you know, trying to get that under wraps too. So a lot of things, a lot of moving parts right now for Hyper. But as soon as he starts to make sense of all of it, I think they really have a, you know, extremely dynamic player on their hands. And today is going to be a good proving ground for that. Wildcard is trying to fight back at the top half of the NAL. It's been kind of a struggle bus here for them for the last good stint of time. So just excited to see what they can both potentially get, you know, going on here.
Yeah, and especially since, you know, kind of this roster obviously going back to, you know, the old Mirage roster years ago, and then bringing on Bosco as that IGL. Now a lot of different people completely gone from that roster from over a year ago, and now with Bosco helming things as the IGL, this is a time for Wildcard to try and kind of, oddly enough, meet the reputation this org set when they had that roster with, you know, Spirits and Adam, where they very nearly qualified to... No, it wasn't the Manchester Major. Was it the Atlanta Major they almost qualified for last year, where Bolo subbed in for the... Yes, it was the Atlanta Major last year. Trying to live up to that reputation. Sure, different play style, different roster, but this org came swinging right out of the gate when they entered the NAL, almost making a major their very first stage. And if the Wildcard we saw yesterday, one that knows how to attack quicker, knows how to utilize their entries better, or more importantly, their entries are pulling their weight and calming a lot better, this is a Wildcard that is in a very, very good position, especially if they can recapture some of that defensive strength they had last stage. We've only got 1 BO1 evidence so far. Plenty more time to see what this team is cooking.
Yeah, 100%. Very small sample size. And I'm just excited for the stage of NAL, man. I think that there's a lot of really good teams out there in the pool right now. Some people trying to jump to that next rung on the ladder. And some that really, I mean, if you just look at the lineup that they're carrying right now, you know, you talk about a team like M80, they have the potential to just fire off and be able to make it off to a big LAN event. And this time, not through an LCQ or, you know, something of another sort. This time around, it can be that top dog sort of position that they can garner, especially with how things have been moving just in recent history here in NA, Carter. I mean, a huge move, a prolific move that happened just days before the NA, you know, ended up kicking off our schedule. The Sonics getting Canadian, a huge turn of events that has really flip-flopped how NA could potentially go. You know, it's really, you know, even past that, it's more of a testament to who Troy is as a person. If he's able to get that roster up and running and truly be at a LAN event, and you know what is basically an extremely small amount of time. I mean, these stages last what, all of a month and a half? That's a crazy turnaround. But if there's one person that could do it, probably Canadian.
Probably, and I think we already saw kind of evidence of Troy sort of already implementing his system in the game that the Sonics played against Wildcard yesterday. But the offseason for North America certainly showed that not only has it been very chaotic with a lot of unexpected moves, the Canadian move as you mentioned, but also LG making it to EWC all the way back in July. No, something certainly I did not expect. But overall, it's resulted in, I think, aside from maybe like 1 or 2 teams, I think the floor has finally started rising in North America. For a long time, we consistently had 3, sometimes even 4 teams that really just weren't cutting it, that had players we liked, had potential, but could never seem to get out of that bottom 4 spot no matter what we did. And some of those players, for example, are on this current wildcard roster. Spiker came into the NAL last year, and only on a few occasions has he really been close to qualifying for a major. But Wildcard, with the support staff they've had, bring in Bosco, seem to be looking a lot better. Cloud9 Beast Coast, obviously major champions last stage, but in this past year have taken this org from one of those bottom teams to being one of the favorites to win the NAL again this stage. M80, as you mentioned as well, making a lot of improvements. Things are getting a lot more exciting in North America, a region that could have gone stale, but they decided to get exciting in the offseason, but not unfortunately on the maps. We've only played 2 in the NA League so far, Clubhouse and Consulate. That number is still 2 as we move into our first match of today, as we get our 3rd Clubhouse of the stage, and already Wildcards and M80's 2nd Clubhouse of the stage.
Man, if you would have talked to Stoke in 2019 and been like, what maps are in NA right now? Like, what's everybody trying to play? I'd be like, probably Clubhouse and Consulate. And the fact that it's 5 years later and we're back to basically the same song and dance.
Consulate a little different, but a little different.
I mean, you know,
Clubhouse
same but different. No, most definitely. But Consulate, a lot different nowadays. And honestly, I do like the new update to Consulate, but it's funny how that kind of stuff always works. Capitao, Ying, Mira, and Tubarão all going to be removed here on Clubhouse. And this is actually a pretty interesting one as well, Carter, because our 100% bans from yesterday have now officially made it into play. We're going to have Monty. We're going to have a zombie. It's fit to be a banger here for our first map of the day.
Yeah, both teams not really fans of the Tubarão and, well, certainly the Monty yesterday as well, which, I mean, for M80, obviously, as we know, I don't know if we'll see a lot of shield play from them on the attack. They have sort of moved away from it. If we're going to see it from anybody, it is Cameraman in all likelihood. I know there was obviously a big fuss about Monty in Stage 1. The changes they made, I mean, Beast Coast basically rebounded in the NAL initially by putting Hot and Cold on that Monty and then moving away from it as the Manchester Major went on, so we will see if he has any impact in this game today. Not really an operator you see on Basement all that much. It's where M80 are deciding to defend first, and Wildcard's stronger side yesterday was on that attacking side. So if they have success here, or try to replicate the success they had yesterday, trying to deal with Spoit, roaming around on the Vigil with the Boss G, probably going to be a pretty important win condition for these next 3 minutes.
Yeah, M80 are 100% extending this. You can see just the way that Cameraman's moving around the map right now. Barricades up stock, making things a little bit easier for M80 to rotate around, or at least have some sound cues over there in the area. Spoit's gonna try and operate around the top floor, and you guys already spotted it, but I will say it just for those that were looking away from the screen for a second. The Boss G in Spoit's hand. It's been a hot topic as to what Vigil is to carry in recent history.
Hello.
Wildcard, a huge identification, and this is something that you don't really see unless you're usually in a ranked game, but it doesn't mean it doesn't work. They're gonna go for the Kool-Aid wall, and it's gonna be Bay to take down Kino.
Yeah, even 4v4 trade, so M80 able to hold on quite well! But a nice little spray from Bay, the new pickup. Has put Wildcard up 4v2. Spoit with one shot will put him flat on the floor, but Diffuser goes down. Apparently a word of response from M80 as that 7-second timer counted down. Cameraman put to 1 HP, C4 goes out. This is the promise that the desk mentioned, the new Wildcard we might see. Lethargic no more. This is a team with momentum. This is a team that can play.
They got some spice, they got some gusto, man, and there's some teeth to this too. That's what I like. When you do something like this, Carter, you can't not fight back. You have to take that aggressive angle, and you have to take it all the way home, right? And that's what we see from Wildcard here. They have M80 so flustered, folks, that we have 3 people peeking the same angle inside of blue, and not only does he catch 2, but they end up team killing inside of that same space as well. It's a great play here from Wildcard. I really like just the trust in themselves to just go for a straight up main stairs take, go right through Kool-Aid wall, and just see what they can potentially do, man. That was a heck of a round.
And also evidence that those frontline comms that I believe Fox mentioned, you know, bringing Spiff on, who Justin Pert mentioned, the reason they picked him up is that strength in the comms. I mean, you have this duo between the Buck and I believe the Dokkaebi, or 2 different operators certainly spearheaded by the Buck, that are able to get that trade. Sure, the Buck goes down, but somebody immediately able to get that refrag. You now have an entry into the site. That's where Bosco plants the diffuser later on. We're already seeing some of the biggest strengths of that Wildcard roster, specifically that stronger front line, really playing out in in that round. And as we move all the way upstairs, M80 not even trying Church a second time, we go to CCTV. M80 certainly on the attacking side, not having good memories opening up Church Wall, or excuse me, server wall yesterday.
100%. But probably going to be pretty happy with how that first round went, at least for WC's side. As for M80, you said it first, they're going to head up top here and see potentially what is to garner. Looking for their very first round. WC probably going to be showing a little bit of a slower face this time around. They have brought the torch wielder, and actually that's going to be the only man with hard breach here. I had to look across the secondary lineup, but yes, it's only going to be Bosco and a torch to try and assist them with anything that they want open. So you want garage angles, it's going to have to be Bosco. You want to be able to get inside the construction single, going to have to be the man with the torch once again. So we'll see what they've done, or what at least the strategy is. And I bring Spiker here as well for that soft destruction. That's why you see the Zofia. We haven't been seeing her too much lately, but still a solid option.
Right. Could bring the Zofia, could bring the Buck to try to open up that soft wall.
Ash, of course.
Ash, of course, as well. He's a bit electrified, so you got to worry, especially if you're throwing those C4s. Second one goes out. Bosco somehow dodging that. It was Los last stage on Clubhouse who were very, very lethal with C4s through the wall, through Mav line specifically, making good use of those pre-made C4 lines. And unfortunately for M80 here, 2 C4s gone. There are only 2 C4s gone. Only able to do slight damage to the Maverick, and the wall is open successfully. Half the round to go, and Spiff has acquired control of Lounge. Look at how important and far Spiff has already moved in.
Wildcard are putting their money where their mouth is, putting their brain power into this too. I mean, this is a hot commodity. That's why Carter's reacting the way he is. This is nitro cell haven for the defense. This is where you want to try and get underneath and deny a plant. But for those that are more privy to the new HUD, you can see that both of the nitro cells are currently out of M80's disposal. So if anything, they probably want somebody with a shoddy down there, or just somebody that's, you know, pretty privy as to where the default spots usually are. But it might be Spoit that takes his first fight. Not gonna be a fight against Jinxie. It's gonna be something a little bit different. Somebody with an MNK and somebody with a shoddy this time. Spoit gets gunned down. Keno will be able to claim one. He's been so good with the M590 in history, but the SMG11 will betray him as soon as he turns around. Bay to clean it up, and Wildcard with a statement here in the first 2 rounds.
2 rounds in a row, a lot slower of a pace in that it wasn't a rush, but only really comparative. Again, very intentional with all of their moves. They open up that server wall, and then Spiff immediately recognizes soon after that he's able to acquire Lounge. And the benefit of that position, aside from denying potential nitro cells, which obviously were a factor in that round once both were used ineffectually on the server wall, is that you can do quite a few things, specifically as Deimos as well. You can, 1, use those deathmark trackers to just annoy people through the floor. But second, and most importantly, you can make Spoit's life very difficult. Once you acquire control of Lounge, the player on red stairs is going to be concerned if somebody's going to push up. That means he can't watch the wall, which means somebody has to go watch that. But since Spiff, who did the same yesterday, is also wielding the shotgun quite a bit, that's very, very good for challenging that red stairs angle, and not only gives Wildcard a good entry into the site, but it gave it in round 2.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a rehost here, folks. It happens, but, you know, at least fortunately enough for us, these first 2 rounds have been very interesting. So we'll finish the breakdown here on the Deimos, at least when it comes to the shotgun play. A lot of people have been talking about this recently. You know, the M590 is starting to become a little bit more prevalent, especially in the hands of Deimos. And really, when it comes to Deimos, he just has the benefit of this. And the benefit is the fact that the revolver is such a good long-range option. It does so much damage that you don't really have to be too concerned with switching out your primary over to that shotgun. Because, I mean, here's the other fun fact as well for you, those of you that really don't play Deimos that much, maybe you forgot. When you do track people, you're forced into using the pistol anyway. So your primary is kind of a secondary in certain instances, right? So that M590 can just make mincemeat of anybody inside of close range. You bring it in a situation like this, you're pushing up those red stairs, and I mean, who's gonna win that fight? I mean, practically nobody, as long as Spiff is able to line up the shot correctly. And he does, Spoit makes the situation a lot easier for them. I love that you pointed out Keno on the red stairs there as well, because that's one of those positions, Carter, just like you were getting at, that's one of those positions that you want to try and overload when you look at it from the offense perspective. You want that person so discombobulated that they feel like they always have to turn around and check their back, right? They're always looking for where that next angle is going to come from, because it makes them a lot easier to, actually dislodge, get rid of them, kill them, whatever the situation is. But yeah, Wildcard across the board, just knowing exactly what CCTV looks like, the usual rigmarole of how it goes. M80 obviously playing into that, and Wildcard exploiting that to the fullest.
it also seems to be kind of, not necessarily Wildcard specifically trying to solve this issue, but sort of a spiritual successor and a solution to the frag grenade nerf from all those months ago. Because if you think of what are the positions that Wildcard have been rushing with those shotguns? Red stairs like we just saw, bathroom like we saw yesterday on gym and bedroom. Those are some of the most common positions that we either try to nade out because it's just difficult to get an angle on there, or you try to maybe nade from below for the same reason. But instead, what Wildcard have been doing is putting a lot of those players on shotguns and, like you said, just trying to overload them by getting in close, and then if you're able to get close, that sometimes being a pretty big if, depending on the angles you're trying to go for, like Spiff hopping in through main bedroom window yesterday to fight the bathroom player. But if you are able to do it, that's an incredibly advantageous engagement for you. It's very difficult for the player in your face looking down the barrel of that shotgun to fight back effectively. So we used to have those nades for those positions, so you just avoid the gunfight entirely. But now by bringing the shotgun for both these positions that can be overloaded in our very close quarters, Wildcard are able to accomplish a similar result with a bit more risk, but certainly a lot of style. 2 rounds in a row now for Wildcard, winning basement, winning CCTV, and going to gym bedroom. I'm interested to see what they do because, like I said, they used that rush to overload the bathroom position quite heavily yesterday. I have to imagine M80 will be ready for it. It's one of the more common rushes on this map at this point as well.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the big thing is that bathroom precision is a lot different than top red. With top red, you kind of have the ability, especially with the breach wall open, like it's supposed to be every single round when you're looking at it from the offensive side, right? They had those players swinging in through the breach as well. So Kino's just got a lot going on in that area. So does Spoit, right? So it was just kind of, hey, I better check this. This is something that you're always going to kind of go through your motion of when you're playing that position, and Spoit just gets smoke checked immediately. And then, you have Kino trying to not only worry about the stairwell, but also about the breach and the people hopping inside of CCTV. There's just so much going on. But the thing about that bathroom position, like you said, is that it's a lot more singular. You're going to try and work that person in while you're holding the bathroom angles, maybe something over on the jacuzzi side of things. But it's going to be a little bit of more, a longer stretch for you and the team. And that's something that can take on a lot of risk, but that bathroom position is so pivotal that you have to find a way to get those shovels in there and dig it out.
They were able to do so effectively yesterday. Wildcard, I believe, on their attacking side, winning gym bedroom every single time the Sonics went to it. So it is something they can do quite well, at least in the one best of one that we've seen so far. If they are able to win this site and go up 3-0, that's how many rounds they won on attack against the Sonics yesterday. That'd be at far easier margins and far more comfortable margins than it was against the Sonics game yesterday. Needed 5 rounds for Wildcard to get to that 3-round scoreline, guaranteeing a tied half. It'll only be rounds 1 through 3. They're able to win gym bedroom once we get back from this rehost. But as we have said, as the desk has said as well, it was those defenses, ironically, given Wildcard's history, that were the problem. 3 rounds was not enough. They've decided to go back to Clubhouse. Once we get to that second half, we'll see what the improvements are. But even if M80 drop gym bedroom, if they can guarantee that 3-3 half, this game is far from over. And especially if we see, players like Spoit or Citizen have more time to get comfortable, maybe these first 2 rounds, just not feeling it, especially when Wildcard completely take over the pace like they did in round 1. It's hard to get comfortable. It's hard to really find a moment to shine when the attacking team is inside of the site within 45 seconds. If they're able to do that and Wildcard let them get comfortable, M80 still have a good shot at this. So still a very competitive game, or could be a competitive game despite the 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, it's hard to box when you're swinging off the back foot. You know what I mean? Like, it's just very, very difficult thing to try and accomplish. And that's been the entire show so far here for M80. So this tech pause, a great thing. Obviously, not too much communication can be had during these moments. We have admin sitting inside of the team speaks, the discourse, whatever the team's, using in order to make sure that that is a thing. But probably a good thing for M80 just to be able to get in the proper headspace here and kind of have a better understanding of how Wildcard are going to go about this. And it's all about aggression in their mind, but proper aggression. They're going for things that make sense. I mean, the very first round, we almost saw some personality there out of M80 as they go for that big roaming strategy, bringing a lot of things to try and lock things up across the map, as well as just trying to make off some new angles with Azami. But nothing really doing for them as Wildcard goes for the most harebrained mainline thing you can do. And honestly, and this is the funniest thing, and this is no nothing towards Wildcard at all, because obviously it's a good strategy. It works. But if you ask somebody that was very fresh to Rainbow Six Siege how you handled that strategy, you give them the map where M80 was positioned, I guarantee you 90% of them would tell you to rush down main stairs.
Yeah.
Like, it's the most mainline thing that a lot of people would think of. And Wildcard are more than capable of making that magic happen. And that's going to be the big thing that we talk about with this, offensive half for them, just because it sets a good precedent, right? So what's up?
It does. And you know what's funny too is that, like, you say like 90% of the Rainbow Six seem to make the call to rush that bomb site, but like Wildcard last stage would probably be part of that 10% that tries to still go for the full clear. Like, this was a team that was very dogmatic in their play style a lot of the time, would go for those full clears, play extremely slow, and they unfortunately just, for a myriad of reasons had a lot of trouble making that strategy work. It's why on Chalet of all maps, they were only able to win one round on attack against this very team all the way back in the first game of Stage 1. Wildcard have learned quite a lot. They can do quite a lot now, and M80 certainly have their work cut out for them to try to fight back against this if Wildcard continue to find themselves heating up and in good positions. We will go to gym and bedroom, so M80 trying to keep things fresh as Wildcard are getting increasingly comfortable. I mean, I hope to see this. Nook's certainly a bit stronger.
Hey, she recently just got her buff, right?
I mean, just literally, you just walk around permanent. It's like they did the Sombra change in Overwatch. Like, you're just cloaked all the time now. You're just always, obviously, Nook not literally invisible, but effectively how important games can be.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 9 times out of 10, especially since Nook kind of went to the wayside there for a little while. Everybody's still trusting those things with their lives, you know what I mean? Trusting those things with your eyes, really.
I mean, I don't know if I trust in the FMG9, given how jarring that recoil change was, but,
That's a good one to point out there. And that's the thing, the FMG9, do you know what the 9 in FMG means?
9 is just
9
a number,
millimeter,
right?
9 millimeter.
I was
okay,
like, is this a trick question? I don't.
It's just such a small round. You would not expect that recoil out of it. But anyways, all right, past the gun nerdiness. It's still a really good character. I'm excited to see her kind of work her way back into the fold. So looks like we're gonna have some more torch work here, and it's gonna be Sledge this time around to be able to break this open. This one's a little bit more risky because, I mean, as a lot of you probably already know, it's a lot more personal with Sledge. You got to get up close and smack this thing with just a big old metal stick. And they'll at least get it open, and no harm, no foul to anybody. A little bit of an electrification towards Spiff's ankles, rather. A little bit of a tongue twister there for me, but still, just the tiniest bit of damage, and that'll be all she wrote for the jacuzzi balcony.
Yeah, and Wildcard already moving away from how they took Gym bedroom yesterday. Both times they had Spiff on that Deimos with the shotgun. This time he's on the Sledge, and I think Wildcard trying to tone things down a little bit. You have Kansan in a very similar position that Spiff found on CCTV, except now in Gym bedroom. He's already at the bottom, or Kansan is already at the bottom of the main stairs. He can lurk up later on. So Wildcard just trying to apply some pressure here, not directly, but just make it a bit more worrisome if somebody were to the player inside a cache, try to take a fight with anybody outside on Metal Bound. But the goal here, probably the same thing. Brute force through bathroom, move up main stairs. We'll just see if anything breaks in the final minute. Well,
something's got to give, and it's going to be Cameraman giving it to Spiker as he'll gun him down. Nice little pick there, a nade in towards bathroom as well. What do we got going on here, Wildcard? Let's see.
It's kind of like M80 rotating back in round one. We're all just kind of bumping into each other right now, but here are those nades flying in. Bathroom cleared out. Good trade, 1-for-1 for Wildcard. 4v4, but they have not found the ground I think they were hoping for. We are making our way into bathroom, into bedroom proper now, but it isn't like round one. M80 all in different positions. Nobody stacked on top of each other and still holding on to Jim. Bosco cut down. That's Diffuser outside in the main hallway. Spiff looking to recover, but M80 holding on so solidly. Final two attackers are pinned down inside of the bathroom and inside of the gym hallway. Spiff just hopping in and out, in and out, in and out, and out of round three. M80 post-rehost put their first on the board.
That was very well done from M80. They did not get overzealous. They did not sell the round out. Wildcard going for a lot of different things, though. They get Jacuzzi first, kind of send a look over towards that CCTV side, then end up trying to force things in through the Jacuzzi balcony. But there's just nothing to be had. M80 M80 are like a stone wall, all except for the kills that were picked up by the frag grenades. But they expended so many of those, Carter, in that position, and they didn't even really get control of Bathroom at the end of the day. I mean, M80 keeping them blocked off inside of that main hallway. I especially love how Citizen plays this out. I mean, not only finding some big frags, but just to stand stalwart here and be like, okay, I don't have to oversell this. I can just sit inside of weights and make sure that we win this round. This is a fantastic position, and this is something that they're looking for. I mean, it's just very well done from M80 overall.
Just great experience. Don't need to peek, and you win the round because of it. You don't panic, you keep calm, and it all goes your way. So, Wildcard will not get that 3-round scoreline like they were able to yesterday, but they won't get it just yet. Still time to figure things out. As we go back to Church and Arsenal, our first repeat site of the map so far, Wildcard in all likelihood will not rush it, though with the buck still on the board, teams have been starting to favor in Wildcard as well, that you buck open Ash Wall, you plant the diffuser on that column, and with the buck still in the cards, I imagine that is an option Wildcard will keep available to them, but they will go for the full clear. They will buy into this realm. It'll be a slower round.
Yeah, most definitely will. I mean, hey, there's a reason that wall has its own name. Ash Wall, Kool-Aid, whatever. There's a reason that it has that, and it's because it's been a strategy for a long time. Something that obviously has gotten enough success where people find a reason to name it. So, nice little strategy there. I love that. They know that the bandit tricking's gotten a lot more popular. This is something that M80 are definitely not, beneath. They don't want to try and just give you a wall for free. If it's a simple bandit trick, then they're going to go for it. Cameraman's going to get tagged up quite a bit for that, but all of M80 have abandoned ship when it comes to the top level. It's all downstairs from here.
Just nice level of coordination. You're able to, know the timing of that bandit trick, especially if you have a drone on them. Then you coordinate with the Maverick, the Ace, all of that, and you get a nice chunk of damage done to Cameraman. Of course, the downside now is M80 have made the call to fully retreat, as you mentioned, and Wildcard can't just move on. They need to then clear this top floor and this middle floor in a timely manner. We know nobody's home, but how quickly will they learn it? They is moving down the middle floor, and I believe we saw Kansan all the way up above, so the information is readily being acquired by Wildcard. You only have half the round to go. The round one was done by the time we reached this point when Wildcard hit that rush. So we need to see that same speed, that same decisiveness from Wildcard manifest here, except it's got to come after they get that vertical destruction and when they open up those hatches.
Well, 1 minute and 15 seconds left here. M80 abandoned the top floor at just about 1 minute 55, 2 minutes. So this roam, for all intents and purposes, not exactly successful. We usually mark that at about 1 minute and 30. But for Wildcard, it could still be a failed launch here if they're not able to properly transition into this downstairs take. And so far, it has been looking good, but doesn't mean that it's going to go off without a hitch. We've got the Thatcher here. Maverick 2. Any more Hardbridge you try and assist? I mean, they do have the Selmas on Spiker if that's what they want to try and utilize, and they're going to switch things up. This is the electrified one, so just have Bosco do this. Slot the Selmas more than likely on the other one, I would assume, but we'll just have to see. Maybe it was just hatch prioritization at the end of the day. Bay's going to try and open up an angle here, and it's all down to Wildcard to try and not only cook up some M80 players, but cook up a plant spot too, Carter.
Unfortunately, I think we're careening towards an M80 round at this point. Only 15 seconds left. You're going to be relying on Bay's Bees to find a lot of intel, but also relying on M80 to be taking gunfights, and then that assumes that Wildcard have a shot at winning them. Kino peeks out, able to cut down Spiff. Wildcard have been so good on these trades, but the angles are persevering for M80. It's a slim margin, but with the time so low, it's Wildcard who get punished by any little misstep. So on time, even with one player only left standing, M80 tie the game.
Yeah, and really all that was on IGLs there. I mean, M80 with a fantastic call back to site. Huge call there that makes it to where Wildcard has to go through their full process, as you marked earlier, right? And when it comes down to the hatches, we see at the end game here what Wildcard was doing there. The reason they have Bosco switch over to the bar hatch is because they want to try and get those Selmas in on the church wall and go for a church plant. They just decided to go with more of a one-dimensional attack. It had a few things going on there. They're trying to prioritize the main hall as well as Moto so they can kind of get some zone of influence around that church position, but it just all goes awry. That's the biggest thing about teams like M80. When you have so many people that are more than capable in a gunfight, it just starts to become a little bit more of a coin flip every single time you take these, these chances. And that's the thing. At some moment in time in Rainbow Six, when you're going for these executes, there's always going to be a moment of chance. And this time around, Wildcard most definitely were not on the right side in that instance. The biggest thing to help themselves out there was definitely timing timing, if they were able to kind of understand that M80's fallback strategy was just that quick and it was really everyone, you know, a little bit earlier, maybe they have a better chance on, you know, in that round. But for what they had at their disposal, Carter, I don't exactly think they did a bad job. That was probably the best call they could have made in that instance.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. And either way, it's a tie game now, so things are going to continue being close and only get closer. M80 seem to be the benefit of those kinds of rounds, at least through the first 4 that we have seen. Church Arsenal goes their way, Jim Bedram has gone their way, and now CCTV, they could in fact be the ones to win 3 rounds in a row and guarantee that tied half at a minimum. Of course, now with some hard breach charges in pocket, you can actually make a bit more of a coordinated play for Garage. No Capitao, so no Firebolts that I think make it the most easy, but at least you have some angles at your disposal, whereas before it was just this Maverick.
Yes, indeed. Probably something that they thought about after that last round as well. You know, just having to take those fights with this Raptor position is always difficult, and let alone that, but now it's Hyper as well. And it might be a nerfed Hyper, right? He's still getting back into the swing of things, but it's still something where you see that lined up across from you, you're like, oh, that's Ray Lewis. I don't really feel like getting my entire jaw split in half right now. That'd be great.
Hello.
And frag grenade out. Remember, these things do not have the greatest cook timers anymore. If it bounces off of a wall, it's 2 seconds, and if it doesn't, I do believe it's 4. But for Hyper, he's only going to lose his barriers, not any of his life.
But he is going to lose 2 of those, and there's no Umai or Jaeger to catch those nades, so maybe actually killing Hyper will be a bit of a problem, but destroying that utility, don't necessarily need to shoot at it for 30 whole seconds, it feels like sometimes, to actually make his life a bit more difficult. Spiff, again, finding a bit free real estate right here, but look at these holes made in the bar wall. You have M80 defenders who can now actually contest this position. It's Spoit as well. And the more lethal players we have, Citizen 2 a lot more proactive about it. Engagement's likely incoming as the retake comes forth from M80, but nobody biting just yet.
Yeah, Spoit's got this position outside. He's going to try and run through here. He's just trying to make some noise, and not only noise, but some visual cues here for Wildcard. But it's actually Kansan that works this out. Hyper gets one, and so does Spoit. So at least something happens with that play that they had going on downstairs. But Wildcard, they are fighting back in such a vigorous way. This is insane. 2 big kills. Spoit will equalize. What can we do, YouTuber? Let's see. We haven't had something spicy here in a little bit, Spoit. We've missed you. We're excited to see what you can get done with this Deagle. Gonna be down to the 2v2, like I said, and it's Spoit and Kino to try and solve the problem for M80.
And good pre-play C4, waiting for somebody to run in through that breach. Bay makes his way, but does he slip on by? Smoke canister goes out. He spots the smoke first, but not able to react in time. Spoit on the move upstairs. Recover what was a very hectic, nail-biting round. But M80 win 3 in a row, and they take the lead.
Hey, and that's why you pay that man right there. Am I wrong? I mean, come on. Those rounds like that where it just becomes hell in a handbasket and you need somebody to just frag out of their mind. And not only that, but be confident in doing so. That's when you find somebody like Spoit. And that's why this guy has been on this roster for so long. They do not want to let that slip through the cracks. He is so unbelievably talented. And this is just another showcasing of that. And not only that, but Kino also finding a really nice frag up there as well to just try and help him out a bit and try and stem the tide that was Wildcard there. Because, wow, for a second, they were crashing on the shores of M80.
And just able to try and put individual players in positions where they can make sense of the chaos or capitalize off of even not even a mistake, just a small timing from the enemy team. Really good stuff from Wildcard. Also like bringing the Striker to not only bring those hard breach charges, but bring the nades as well. So an operator that in this particular instance almost entirely focused based on their utility to try to make that garage position more accessible to the attack. And that's where Wildcard almost brought that over the line. That made these individual players holding strong. And it's how they won Jim Bedroom. And based on how that previous defense went, could be the exact same way that M80 get that 4-2 scoreline. Wildcard might get all the ground they want, but M80 just say no.
Well, we'll see what they can do to try and persevere through round 6. They've done a bang-up job past those first 2 rounds with Wildcard. It seems like that tech timeout really helped them out a bit, just to be able to kind of come back into the game with cooler heads here, because Wildcard was just in straight production mode through those first 2. Now it's been the M80 show, and they've been going off with a bang. sometimes a little methodical in things, just like this round as of right now. No real aggressive looks from Spoid, although he has given a few to start off the rounds earlier on, just didn't get too much from it. Spiff, unfortunately, is going to have a disconnection, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Carter, but we can't pause this one for him.
No, we cannot, unfortunately. He's on the Deimos as well, but still the Monty. Maybe bring things back. May certainly bringing things back, but M80 making the most of that built-in man advantage. Spoit with primary and secondary. Able to find huge impact for M80 on this defensive side. Wildcard holding on as best they can, though. Bosco and Spiker. 2 hard breaches, the only 2 left now. M80 have fully vacated the CCTV cache side of the map and instead move back to the site to hold on and really capitalize off of this 3v2.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the biggest part to this round, at least so far, is M80's press over towards the CCTV side of things. They put a lot of value in that area, and it complicates life for Wildcard, especially going as far as to essentially set it up like they're playing CCTV, right? You have a lot of things going on inside of Garage Catwalk. You've got all of the, reinforcements built up around that main CCTV space, and it just makes it to where Wildcard has to go through that full, puzzling process. They don't really make a good adjustment either. They could have tried to throw things over towards that jacuzzi wall, maybe play things out on the balcony and just have somebody to oversee the window hops or something like that. But instead, Wildcard, they tackle it head on, and so far that's failed them.
Thankfully, a lot of time, I suppose, to at least get this droning done, but M80 won that previous defense on this site by holding on in a far more chaotic situation, a far closer situation as well, 4v4 as Wildcard entered the site. Now Wildcard have less control, less manpower, and just a little bit of utility. The flashbangs go in. Bosco's able to find an entry, and with one defender wrapping around, the other 2 stacked on top of each other inside of the bathroom. No trade even necessary for that one. Kino with a 2-piece to round off round 6, and hand M80 that 4-2 half.
It's the Kino and Spoit show. I mean, the only thing we have to talk about past that is maybe Hyper with some cool kills. That's about it, right? Cameraman with a nice little frag there. But, come on. These 2 are just putting the team on their back right now in these crunch positions on defense and making the most out of it. Wildcard really with nothing to say in these last 3 rounds, and that's not from lack of trying. I mean, we throw it back to the previous round that we saw on defense here for M80 in this exact same site. And it was Wildcard getting stuck up inside of the tub hallway up there, right? They try and flip the script. They try and go to the other side of the map and solve the puzzle there instead, and M80 are still as burly on that extension. So a lot of hard truths there for Wildcard, but something that they're not going to have to try and face until, the actual post game, unless we get to overtime and they have to face another defense of M80. But for now, they got to worry about their own defenses instead.
Indeed, and as I mentioned a couple times now, this was their weaker side on Clubhouse yesterday. Stronger historically, but weaker so far in Stage 2. They're able to rebound from yesterday and sure, maybe have weaker attacks, but if they have shored up some of those defenses, could still be quite a close game. But M80 with 4 round wins in a row are feeling quite warmed up, no longer cold like they were throughout the first 2, and seem to be taking a page out of Wildcard's book, or more specifically, just taking a page out of Blitz's book, bringing Kino on that shield with that built-in aggression, able to carve space either in the site or wherever he decides to push from. It's Kino on that shield. We'll see where he decides to push and how quick M80 actually decide to take this.
Oh, it's going to be the freezer here initially. Remember, this is downstairs, so we could see some of the same vein that we saw from that initial attack from Wildcard, which was an absolute onslaught downstairs, Carter. And not only that, but one of the more successful Kool-Aid rushes I've seen in recent history, which makes me happy as an old head of Rainbow Six Siege, obviously. So that's the big thing there for me. Cameraman and M80, though, they're going to take their time a little bit more. They want to do their due diligence, and this is also going to include Wildcard with a heck of a call. They're actually going to back things off. They've done a lot of damage for Kino given the situation, but Citizen's here. He guns down Spiff. It's a huge trade game and actually ends up almost taking out Kino. There was a blood sport, but I don't think he took any damage from that. Spoit's actually on the back end swinging in through, and Wildcard with a swath of kills take the round.
So the plan we see there, I'm glad we cut to Cameraman just for a second right as that rush was about to happen. He goes for the flashbang on the top floor, and Wildcard playing a quick fallback strategy. Once that flash goes out, both defenders on the top floor immediately disengage. Enough time has passed in their mind. I think like a minute, 15 seconds at that point. But when the flashbang goes out, they're like, all right, we don't need to do much. Let's not fight this. Let's just fall back. And that's what M80 were counting on. You can see Kino waiting to move across that kitchen floor, not only to hide, but also likely to make sure that there's no C4s waiting under his feet. And then once he goes in, it's meant to pinch those players, Spiff and Kansan on the bottom, and have Citizen as the gun behind that shield. The Blitz is creating space. The gun behind him is to capitalize off of it. But I don't think what M80 fully expected was, as they moved down into the site, was Wildcard to, one, I think, retreat that quickly and get into position as quickly. More importantly, react that effectively after that fallback.
100%. And you could see that clearly on Kino's position, right? He did not expect those two players to just be flying down main stairs faster than he was. They had already beaten him to the rotation, and not only that, but it made it to where things started to get a little messy. And that's really all Wildcard needed, because the strategy was already implemented for M80. They get the trade over there on main stairs. Things still feel at least lukewarm, right? So they continue to try and eat, and it doesn't exactly work out for them. Instead, Wildcard proving once again, just like from what we saw yesterday, these guys have the capability to win things out, especially when it comes to their firepower.
Kansan looking for that impact trick. Citizen on this side of the map right now. About to rappel up. Not sure if that default camera outside is still alive, but even if it is, or if it's not, Kansan deciding not to make that play. Nice drone inside of Logi. Spotting... I was about to say, I got the sides confused. I was like, wait, that's Sentry, but why does it look like Striker? It is Sentry, the defender equivalent of Striker, moving around that Logi in that bedroom position, spotted. That nice bit of intel. Maybe, I think? No, I was about to say, switching to the Maverick, not going to take this quickly, not going to go for any kind of rush, setting up for a bit more slower of a mid-round.
Yeah, most definitely. This is going to be more of a... straightforward, and by straightforward I mean just like the usual song and dance that we see on this top floor. Gonna be something over here on the jacuzzi wall. They'll probably go over and get something like construction single, I would assume, with Hyper's other breach, or maybe a Selma. At least some line of sight. It's just a nice area to be able to hold across for when people are trying to work their way from cash back into the play there in construction. But we'll just have to see. M80 still have a lot of time, and hey, there's one of those Selmas right there already opening that wall, so that's where that initial one went from Citizen. So they've already got at least the early rumblings of that play that I was talking about. Working your way in from that tub wall, getting that construction area set up, and then usually you see something like a Logi drop with some people playing over on the master balcony, right? So they want to try and create this zone of pressure around these rooms that we see associated with this site. It's really just up to Wildcard to try and win out these positions. That's where they're going to try and make things fall apart for M80.
And you know what? It could be very effective for M80. They've had drones in Logi and bedroom this whole time, so they know where the Sentry is playing. They know where a lot of these players are positioned inside of the site. Is your screen black too?
It is indeed.
No, come on, man.
That was great as well.
They had drones in the site. We spotted all the drones.
They're still in round. I can see how fast cameraman's looking around here. I saw Kino as well. He was calming so hard.
I could not chew gum while I play. I'd be too stressed. Cameraman dead, I assume, now looking at the other screen. So, will they fist bump? Ah,
hey, there it is. Oh, man. I really honestly, hope we get a...
Look at that setup, though, Sam. We had drones in Logi, drones in bedroom. They knew where all those players were playing. They had all the control they wanted. Like, that seemed like the strongest M80 setup I think they could have hoped for that round.
100%, and that's the thing about that floor there, right? Or the floor, but rather that site. If somebody gets their full setup on that site, it's really difficult to try and win things out in that position, especially when it's executed well. And that's something that M80 have always been privy to, right? They've always been looking for those big moments where they can swing in as a team and try and take these big gunfights. And if it gets chaotic, they have people for that too, right? So, I mean, more than likely a really, really well done round, at least for the finisher. But from the setup that we saw, Carter, I'm in full agreement with you. Just a bang-up job all around. And not only that, but I love their implementation of their operator lineup, where they position people, the utility, and where it went down. It was all very well done. I mean, and we only got to see really that main bread and butter inside of logistics, right? You see the Grimbees come in as well as that Monty drop in, and that just makes it to where you're so over encumbered in that gold position, that area right there inside of logistics where it transfers over to concrete. It's just so difficult to try and fight back against that. So M80 just really getting their ducks in a row, man, and in a really intelligent way.
And I think one of the big, one of the few problems we saw from M80 last stage was like sometimes an inability to set up, or sometimes, kind of an inability to win rounds that maybe don't go exactly as they expected and then have to be bailed out by undeniably immensely talented players on the side of M80. But seeing them able to create attacks like that, execute setups like that, it is still a very strong omen and a good reminder that why this team got second inside of NA behind Beast Coast and also made top 8 at Manchester. One of the, no, not one of, the strongest performance we've seen from this M80 org, not just this squad, but this org, since they entered Rainbow Six, coming this past stage 1. So a lot of work, good pieces on this roster, and we've seen it consistently on Clubhouse at this point. I mean, they're up 5-3 now. One more round and they'll be on match point after an incredibly close game against Beast Coast yesterday that really could have gone either way. I think they'll be happy if they can just build off this success and get match point early.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, new player in the roster, trying to figure out exactly, you know, what the comfortable nodes are, what are things that we kind of need to work around, maybe some growing pains there as well. And these first 2 days, they've already had so many sparks, right? It's really, really nice to see, especially for Hyper. You know, I know Paul really wanted to work his way back into this eventually, and to be able to see him do so in such a good way, it just warms the heart a bit, right?
Yeah, and you know, especially with how sort of we saw his kind of career taper off on that Beast Coast roster in 2023, to see such a legendary name in North America, a major champion, so much work done on that DarkZero roster for years. It's excellent to see. It is excellent to see. And kind of like we were talking about, like, the person who, you know, coming off of, when did he join DZ? Was it after Rise? Was it after Mouse Sports?
It was after Mouse Sports.
Mouse Sports? Okay,
We can blame me if it's wrong.
Well, I was gonna say, like, that roster spot, it was like Mouse Sports, it was Rise, it was a bunch of stuff from my memory. It was like, but coming off that roster, going on to DZ, he was a young face, he was a young kid with a lot of promise and certainly still, I think, a lot of skill as he's aged, but he looks like a grown man now. He looks like an adult. Like, that's why they put the boy on Thermite, I guess.
As soon as, like, you know, the guy at the gas station is kind of quizzical on if they have to ID you or not, that's when it just goes out the window. They're like, nope, no, you look like an adult. It's over.
but also at the same time, like, you know, I think, you know, the hard breach jail joke is kind of outdated as the meta has grown increasingly flexible. Just
well, it is if you're Troy Canadian, because then you just play what you want. So
well, yeah, exactly. But just because you're playing Thermite does not mean you're playing a hard support, and I think Hyper is very indicative of that. He plays that kind of hard breach well that we see a lot of fraggers play, which is you use your hard breach, and then you basically are given license to lurk and do whatever you want in the late round, to get aggressive if you want to, and that really channels the strengths we saw from Hyper earlier in his career. Unfortunately, not strong impact game from the Wamai that we just saw. Spiker, fortunately, lets that exothermic get off, and the server wall opened up with 1 minute 20 seconds to go as M80 rotate all the way over to construction.
yeah, I think he got a little unfortunate there, Carter. You know how the walls, when they get reinforced, they become a little hollow? There's that, like, in-between area, the limbo area.
He got caught in limbo?
Yeah, he got caught in limbo. That's 100% what happened. It cleared the first rung. It did not clear the second rung. And neither did Spiff, as Spiff is not making it to the latter half of this round. So round 9 already not looking too hot for WC.
Fortunately, went for the strip deep roam and got caught.
Could never be laxing. He's going to be so happy I said that, by the way. You better be sending me 25 bucks, Lex. Lost 25 bucks on the game last night, but I'm not going to lose it on M80. Those bets are always good. Kansas going to go down too.
I was about to say, Wildcard hoping that this round will be for sale, because it might be the only way they come back from this one. 2v5, Bosco holding strong, will retake construction as the attack floods into the site. Bay is not in position to help this, not even with C4s from below. So as Bosco has left the area, Citizen's gone in for the kill. Bay can't even land the spray. Match point for M80, up 6-3. Looking like this clubhouse will be a lot easier for the team in green.
Man, and you know, this is really a testament to M80 as well, because Wildcard are showing a lot of solid, you know, signs of life. There's a lot of things going on where you can really tell they put in the time, they've put in the effort. It's just that M80 are genuinely playing pretty good Siege right now, and it's really difficult when a team starts feeling themselves in moments like this. And M80, they're definitely that. I mean, you see, even going down to how things break down for that 4 versus 2, having Citizen work his way in from that logistics side as soon as they get that identification of the construction player via the Bs. I mean, it's just all so very well done. The layers to M80 here, extremely impressive.
Certainly impressive, and I think just as we see more time with Hyper to gel on this roster, it'll only become scarier. Because last stage, when we see Kino stay on the roster, we're like, oh, okay, Didn't think it'd be Spoid and Kino staying as like the two pieces that previous M80 roster, but we'll see what they're worth. And especially early on in stage 1, Kino was remarkably consistent and remarkably effective, only tapering off towards the end and only tapering off from like, wow, look at this impact he's having to, hey, he's just having a normal amount of impact now. Kino, from last year to this year, has looked like a not even drastically improved, but I think just recovering from sort of kind of the downward slide I think we saw in 2023 from a lot of players on M80, to be fair. And now to get that 5th piece to bring in Hyper, and if we continue seeing that consistency, this could be, again, one of the scariest rosters we see in North America when they already were last stage, when they got second to the future major champs in the Stage 1 playoffs. Could still be time for Wildcard to find their way back in. Defense continuing to prove to be a bit of a tricky situation for this new Wildcard roster. It'll need to be 3 rounds in a row to take M80 to their 2nd overtime of Stage 2.
Hey, at least they used their timeout. That's a big thing. I really thought there for a split second as we just kept going on and on that maybe WC weren't going to use their timeout, but you always got to say this as well, right? I mean, you're using your timeout at the very last round. Potentially, that might not be the greatest thing. But hey, again, at least you're not going into the end of the game and truly, like, whatever happens, just not using your timeout. That would be the biggest thing. You don't get bonus points for keeping your timeouts, do you? So just got to make sure those things are at least utilized at some moment in time. M80, though, they've been utilizing every single round. No need for a timeout for them. They have Kino lining up for Garage, and Spiker, he's actually going to be sitting inside of stock. We've also got Spiff upstairs, too, with the rest of the gang for the most part. This roam from downstairs, seeing if it's finally got teeth. It hasn't worked out for really anybody, at least when it comes to the roaming portion. Wildcard essentially winning their roam from the site. So I have to see if M80 can get the ball rolling here.
And the demos could obviously be problematic. One player spotted on that top floor. If you have somebody dying through a barricade or caught out through that floor, it could be an easy way for M80 to get a leg up on Wildcard on this roam. Drones being spotted. Already 4. Only 4 remaining for M80. So we just crest over a minute into the round. So sure, maybe intel hopefully you've gained, but M80 playing very passive right now, trying to cut off these Wildcard defenders. They've not retreated just yet. If they stay any longer, their path back could be treacherous, depending on the ground M80 have acquired. We see some players down below, some players moving in. Kino on reduced HP with that blitz, caught by the Malusi. Spiff able to open things up on the cameraman. So Wildcard with that entry kill. Kino killed on the wraparound. Good coordination between Kansas, I believe Bay right there. Hyper might fight back, but it's Wildcard getting really good value on this roam, except for when Hyper, he was the player downstairs inside a lounge. He moves up red and keeps M80's match point dreams alive.
I'm starting to get some flashbacks, man. This is one of those players where doesn't matter the gun in his hand. The L85 is the most mid gun in the entire game. I mean, the damage, good. The accuracy, good. Like, there's nothing outstanding about it. But you put it in the hands of somebody like Hyper, he'll make that thing look like the best damn gun in the game. He's going to decapitate 2 people, almost loses his life, but still around, at least for the last minutes show. Round 10, almost M80s as they look to try and find a place for this case.
Where's it going to go? And that's the ultimate issue, because Hyper has performed heroics to bring that back. It cost a lot of his HP, as you mentioned, but he still is the reason that M80, at least formally, numerically, have a way back into this. But position-wise, utility-wise, it's still Wildcard. 2 toxic canisters. Everybody in the site watching that main stairs position where M80 in all likelihood are going to push. It seems they're going to be basing it on Citizen with the backstab, pushing in through blue stairs. If Wildcard are 2 trained on the bottom of main, 2 trained on Church, Citizen has the opportunity to close out this game 7-3. If Wildcard are not watching, he gets spiffed. That's advantage now M80's. Bosco's got to do double duty, watching his back and his front as M80 go in for the kill, but there's no time remaining. They can't get the diffuser down. All that good work gone to waste as Wildcard, in a round that almost got away, somehow stay alive.
Talk about playing it to the limit. Bosco, knowing that a play has to be happening somewhere across the board, but the thing that punishes him is that the player in blue is just not very active. He's more of a sentry there, seeing if a rotation's going to try and come through. He ends up getting gunned down by the church wall, but Wildcard doing enough overall to delay and make life complicated for M80. They're not able to find a place to put that case down in time. That's going to be the way of round 10. Now, the big thing is that Wildcard get by practically the skin of their teeth, Carter, and we got to do that 2 more times just to get us to overtime.
I mean, literally, if M80 just have like one more second, they're probably able to win that round. It was pretty much a matter at that point of just not having enough time to actually physically press F, hold it for the game to realize you're pressing F, and then put the diffuser on the floor of the bomb site. That's how close that was. If this entire sequence of events happens with an extra second and a half, it's probably 7-3, and Wildcard don't have a lot to do unless we do see massive heroics from the final remaining player. So as close as you can get, one player alive winning on time for Wildcard to have a shot to bring M80 just to overtime. This attacking team has shown, or M80 on this attacking team, I should say, has shown a good setup, and also the ability to use those individual players to recover quite effectively, and also make good decisions about where to allocate those remaining players. An extremely lethal team is what Wildcard are facing right now, and that they have to actually make that comeback against in these next 2 rounds. And they, I mean, technically speaking, they can all be wins on time with one person left alive, but odds are, if that's what that maybe keeps coming down to, even rounds slightly better than that, M80 probably just got to keep rolling the dice, and they can win this eventually.
Yeah, most definitely. And it really goes back to what I was touching on earlier, Carter, with the fact that not only have Wildcard improved immensely over the amount of time that we've seen them here in the NAL, right? But M80 as well. It really feels like they're going to start coming into their own with this roster. I mean, just given that last round and how it broke down, you can either look at it 2 ways. Oh, hey, man, they failed. They didn't get a place to plant. Oh, boo-hoo, they suck, whatever. Or you look at it this way, which is probably the right way to look at it, right? M80 and their IGL were all of just nanoseconds away from just taking a huge round there, where they processed the entire map, got huge picks, got traded as well, and still were able to get it down to where it was practically half a second that was necessary for them to actually get in there and start the case animation, which is just crazy. A lot of work done with this M80 roster, and again, just to go back to the whole Hyper situation as well, he's so in tune with this roster already. It's truly impressive.
It really is nice to see, and it was definitely surprising to see Hyper come back. Not because, like, again, I think Hyper's a bad player, or was ever really a bad player. It's like, oh my god, like, you just don't often see people, like, kind of take a break that long and then come back, but specifically come back on a roster like M80. You know, maybe they come back on, like, a Wildcard, like Bosco did, or maybe come back on, who knows, maybe even like an OXG who've kind of, like, you know, seen some problems nowadays. But no, comes in on M80, he's caught off guard, I'm caught off guard, everybody's caught off guard, but admittedly in a very pleasant way. And he is able to hold his own. He's looking quite good today. Sure, only 5-3 since the rehost, but 5-3 when a lot of the times you're playing Thermite, and 2 of those kills basically put M80 in like a stone's throw away from ending that game in round 10. He's having the impact. He's absolutely having the impact.
Well, now with round 11 in front of us, and decent sample size here now as well. I mean, in Wildcard, definitely a good way to start the day, I would say. Gonna have Striker coming here as well for Spoit. He's got the secondary EMPs, so he'll be able to assist with getting this wall open, at least for Thermite's sake. They did bring the Maverick just in case. You always want to have some redundancy, and they even have further with Buck as well. So just trying to make sure that no matter what, they're able to get access to the things that are important to their strategy. And as for now, Wildcard will be still up to the waiting game. It was just Bandit batteries down, no Bandit tricking for Bay. The wall will be opened.
And just doing the classic play, opening up the lines. Somebody repel on that left side. You get the deep angle into red hallways with the Bandit. Really has to leave immediately once that wall's opened up. Pretty standard stuff. Nice little important change here, though, of course. The Wamai, we don't have a zombie, unfortunately, so you can catch those projectiles. Oh, hello. Got three people on red. Castle Barricade blows up. Spiff, the Red Stairs player on Wildcard, probably wishing the strat book had him in a different position. That is, of course, assuming he knows what is actually on the other side of that former now Castle Barricade.
Oh, I think he does. He's flirting with it like he does, at least. He's making a lot of noise in this barbed wire, too. I mean, that's ballsy. I'll just say. That's something else. They're on home audio, too. You know that guy's hearing you. Like, there's so many different ways that this could go wrong. And it's going to be Spoit that takes down Spiker first. And this should be activation time for M80. All hands on deck as we try and work through the rest of this map. They'll check out Oil Pit. Nothing really going right down there, at least. Well, don't Gardner Garage Control. I was going to say something's got to give it. It's actually going to be the Frostmat of Kansan. Ends up gripping an M80 leg.
I mean, even with that, sure, unfortunately, you know, Hyper down to 20 HP, but all that's really fighting M80 is this Angle held by Spiff. M80 have control of Lounge to deny the C4s. They take down Spike with a Garage player, and look at how they slowly crawl across that hole. The Buck can hold a more shallow angle, play close with that skeleton key. They've got somebody on the balcony as well. C4, no headshot actually from Spiff, but M80 simply have too much at this point. 4v1. Bay's got to hold out on the opposite side of the site, and he's running barbed wire. He runs barbed on this strat. So no C4 to run down below to deny the plant. He's got to go for the retake. You actually see him, Bay. You actually saw him on the screen, saw his back leg just a little bit. But he's too focused on the chaos unfurling around him. 7-4 for M80, 2 wins to start stage 2.
Very well done. A week of work done in 2 days, essentially, for M80, but we knew it was a long time coming. These guys have been grinding for weeks and weeks in preparation, all for the NAL, and it's really shown. And you know, that's nothing towards Wildcard either as well. I mean, these guys had a lot of good showcasing today, but just really couldn't get things going for themselves. M80 just the better duelist when it came down to it.
And it's funny, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Beginning of stage 1, beginning of stage 2, and M80 7-4 over Wildcard. We'll have 3 more matches right after this.
When you go to Clubhouse several times in a row and lose it several times in a row, this is when we're going to start questioning the map pick judgment. Even though there were some things Wildcard did in that game that were interesting, to say the least, still couldn't eke it out, and that's M80's second straight Clubhouse win in just as many days. Welcome back. We're going to talk about that game for a bit. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's Fox. Gentlemen, overall thoughts on M80 winning Club twice in 2 days?
It was pretty good. I mean, this was a much cleaner game from M80 as a whole. Just start to finish, it looked like they knew exactly what they do. They didn't overextend. They didn't go for overzealous gunfights like they did against C9BC. But every time Wildcard made those mistakes, just like C9BC made those mistakes, M80 was there to capitalize.
Yeah, and I think even in the early games, M80 did have a couple of those hiccups that they were getting caught off guard by those fast rushes from Wildcard. But then, like you were saying, they immediately identified what went wrong, how they want to fix it for the next round, and then, I mean, they win in the 7-4. Best result. Was it the same case that you both noticed, hey, we played the map already once before, we're just going to go immediately into it and try to fix the things that didn't go right? Were both teams trying to do that? I think so, but again, like, it is Clubhouse. It does really just come down to really basic fundamentals. So there's not really going to be a ton you're going to fix. It's just more so in the moment from a round-to-round basis of what you're going to fix and how you're going to, you know, implement it.
Yeah, and yesterday, Spoit specifically said that the basement attacks, they were locked down on those. And so it was the rest of the attacks that they just had to work on, which today, all of their attacks looked pretty good. That's where they were able to just surpass, I guess, Wildcard in that front. Wildcard's attacks were pretty good, but after they got those first 2 little rushes, it didn't really look like they had much to answer. And M80, their defenses was what they corrected. And instead of having the 3-3 split, they were able to get 4 rounds, which that is so much comfort when you're able to get 4 on defense.
Yeah, much better on Club, but I think we might have missed it in the midst of all of those pauses we had in that game, is that Wildcard won those first 2 rounds off very quick plays. So if they were able to keep up what they did in round 1, for example, maybe we see that first half.
Yeah, it was very convincing. You know, we touched up on this on the desk, that this is a brand new team. This is exciting because they're faster, they're working together, and we saw in these first 2 rounds of it.
Look at how much time is on the clock still.
Exactly, and it being displayed beautifully. There's a little hiccup of obviously cameraman taking on Hyper. He hates that guy. But outside of that, I mean, this is what we were talking about, even a Spiff being that entry point. Like, he spearheaded that basement, went through that big door, and then came through the wall, died, but then Bay immediately traded him. And that's what's important for that entry point of Spiff, is that he is just making that foothold, making that headway for the team, and they end up finding success. But again, that success did not last that long.
As an entry, your job isn't to necessarily get kills, it's just to open up the site and make a little bit of room for the rest of your team, and that's exactly what he did. Anything more that you get is just
a bonus.
More. Yeah, it's just a bonus. But it was a really good rush. They had another round where they had a really good rush, but after that, M80 swapped the tides. They knew exactly how to stop it, played a lot slower, and they just shut Wildcard down on their attack.
In the midst of that, correcting their defense's point, we switch over. It's round 5. We'll bring this clip up because this is just showcasing M80's coordination is currently much better because of all that experience on this team.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a round that you thought Wildcard was going to have in the bag. They tried to do a retake downstairs, and it didn't necessarily work. But Spoit, afterwards, cameraman went down. Spoit fell back down, got a pick, made it into a 2v2, and then he slowed down the pace, went back to site. Him and Kino were just able to lock it down, and this just goes to show the experience that they have. They know that if they can bring it into a 2v2, we don't need any more picks. We almost lost the round, we bring it back. Let's make Wildcard make the mistake. We fall back into site, and that's exactly how they played all of their defenses after they got rushed on. Just slow, playing for the retake. And for those at home that don't know what the retake is, it means you give your attacking team free position in hopes to retake from the flank and flank together as a team. And that was every round that M80 won. That was beautiful.
Good game overall for M80. Let's get Kino in here to talk about how things went. Dude, congratulations on the win. You are having a phenomenal week so far, at least as far as Stage 2 is concerned. Talk to me about Club. What was the thing you wanted to do by going to Club twice in a row, and did you accomplish what you set out to do today?
How you guys doing? So, played Club yesterday, and we, like, even with the win, we knew that, like, that game could have been way more cleaner. Like, the amount of 5v3s, 5v2s we lost against Beast Coast yesterday was insane. So, like, we knew that our Club was a good map. And we knew that they were going to try to bring Club again.
Okay, well, we saw, obviously, Monty and Azami were on the board, but we didn't see you on Monty. Any reason for that?
I played Monty.
Oh, we did? Oh, maybe I missed that. That's on me.
Oh,
I guess I completely missed it. That's on me.
It's okay.
Gotta watch the game, Lex.
Well,
I got my kill on Monty.
Maybe that's what threw me off, is that you actually end up finding success on that Monty.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of finding success, it's your first week down with Hyper on the team. Is there anything that you guys have specifically saw that he may need to improve on? Any things that he really fit in perfectly? What are you guys looking for going into week 2, maintaining that consistency?
Oh, listen, absolutely. You know, he hasn't played the game in like 2 years. Still playing very well, but still not checking top Raptors for a frost mat. You know, something we gotta iron down a bit, but it's okay. Won the round.
Yeah, and one more question. Could you ask him, does he miss being IGL'd by me, or?
Paul, do you miss being IGL'd by Fox?
Oh,
nice, love that guy.
Kino, I got one more question for you. Why did you guys decide to go back to Clubhouse?
We are confident in our club. We know club's a good map. We know that yesterday wasn't like our real club with the amount of throws. We couldn't get a wall open. Today we got the walls open, so it makes the job way easier.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a good map for us. We knew they were gonna try to counter here and there. You know, they caught us lacking round 1 and 2, but we ended up locking it down.
All right, well, that's enough for me.
Sum up your week for us real fast. Even though it's 2 games on the same map, it's a very different quality of opponents on both sides. C9BC going to overtime, that's whatever, but it's still 5 points overall in the week. Are you satisfied with how the team played? Like, if you had to put a percentage on it, are you 80% to where you want to be, 90? Are you lower than that? What are you feeling so far?
I don't know if I can give you a percentage, just because like we play every game. You know, like every game it's this individual game, so I don't really know, but I just know that yesterday we did have like first game nerves. I was nervous, everyone was nervous, Paul was nervous, like we all were. Ended up throwing so many rounds, so I feel like, you know, improvement is coming and it can only get better from now on.
Well, I'm currently sitting on top of the standings, at least for right now. Dude, again, congratulations, always good to talk to you, and we'll see you next week, and you can hopefully do more of the same thing, dude.
Thank you, Jacob.
Fantastic start for these guys, dude. It's working. Hyper you call it, Fox. At least for right now, for the first week, you said M80 coming in was going to be #1 team on power rankings, just knowing what they did in the offseason. Right now, they're still #1.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's kind of scary. Like, when I say so many things that end up being right back to back, you might think I know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Listen, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that the map is Clubhouse and it's just a simple map. Like, I don't think M80's truly being
What are you trying
tested.
to say about M80?
I don't think they're being tested on their map pool. Their diversity right now is not it. It's just Clubhouse. It's literally just Oregon, now Club.
I agree. I'd like to see some more experience, a deeper map pool out of them, but I don't think anything is really going to push them out.
At the end of the day, if you can get your best map in every scenario and push yourself into playoffs, better for you.
It's best of ones, of course, yeah.
I'm going to reiterate what I said yesterday. No more club, no more cons. Show us more stuff. We're good. That's all I got to say. We'll see whether that happens or if that holds true for map #2 on the day. Are we going to see another club, you know, back-to-back, just the 6th one over the, sorry, not the 6th.
I sure hope so.
The 4th one over the course of the first 2 days. If we do, we'll see, and then we'll just have to bear through it. If not, we might have a little bit more creative action up on deck for game 2, which is low snow XG, so we'll come back after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
It's not often we enter the second day of a stage and already have a match with two teams we're really concerned about, but that feels like the vibe we come into this matchup with. Oxygen and Los, after just one day, are already in precarious positions, and by the end of this game, one of them is guaranteed to look a lot more unstable. Welcome back to day 2 of stage 2. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he's Foxay, and the reason we're saying that is because neither one of you guys were really that high on OXG, but you were even lower on where Los sat when the stage began.
Yeah, and both teams yesterday, one team played a lot harder of a team, and that would be Oxygen playing against SpaceStation. LG and Los already played each other last stage on the same map, same end result, so it wasn't a surprise to me to see that way the play that it did. Obviously, kudos to LG, they looked a lot better, but for Oxygen here, I mean, they had the harder opponent.
Yeah, Los just hasn't had anything for us to hold on to prove to us that they are worth investing in. But OXG, on the other hand, they've been around, they've been at events, I made events, you made events with OXG. They have had really good starts, but they just can't close it out within this last year and a half. And unfortunately, it's just not something that I can believe in anymore.
Both teams played on Consulate against teams of varying skill levels yesterday, and both of them lost, which means now after just the first week, someone is getting off to an 0-2 start, which isn't insurmountable. That's something that can come back from. I mean, Beast Coast came back from an 0-3 deficit and still won a major off of it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where you end in the standings as long as you are in the top 6.
Yeah. Yep.
Obviously, you make it to playoffs, you have one extra chance besides going to the LCQ. So that's what everyone wants to aim for, is just making that playoff spot.
Playoffs is definitely the goal here. I mean, just because you even last, first, second, that doesn't mean that you're first and second in playoffs. So it's just a matter of getting to playoffs and then really ramping up and excelling your pace.
Yeah, but you know who got in top 2 last stage? OXG.
Oh, God. Keep on beating that dead horse until they start yelling at us in DMs about it. We'll talk about Los first, mostly because it still feels like we're at square one with this team. They got to show us something before we really have any cause to believe in them, and we still have yet to see it, even with 2 new guys after 1 map.
Yeah, yesterday, individually, they played better. Statistically, everyone on the team played better than their stage 1 team. But the 2 biggest issues from Los is their lack of communication and their lack of helping each other. It's just something that they haven't had enough time to gel on with each other. And unfortunately for them, they need to be faster at it. In this clip, we see that Luminosity is going for a fast take. Now, Los says, oh, they're going for a CEO take. So even though they get some kills over by CEO, they have no idea that the plant is going on right behind them. So they get the kill, but the plant's already been done. Now, they work together. We have to run out on the guy on Repel. Let's 2v1 him. The trades just don't go in their favor. They're unable to trade him. Sexy Cake, we need you. But where's Sexy Cake? Sexy Cake was downstairs running out of yellow to kill a player on Repel in CEO. He had no idea that the player was on Projector Repel. The communication, unfortunately, just isn't there. And when they do have the communication, they're not able to capitalize off of it.
They had a 3-3 half when they were on defense, but I mean, because of overall spacing problems in that first half, they allowed a 3K Nitro cell to happen in the midst of just where they were positioned. Then they switch over second half, they lose every round on Consulate defense. In this meta, that's baffling.
I mean, it worries me because we just touched up on it yesterday that they're bringing 2 experienced players into this roster to help facilitate, help get these rookies caught up, and just to make the team better. And then we find themselves, again, going against LG, a familiar opponent nonetheless, and they are still performing at that same pace of just not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it is the baby steps of a team that's slowly trying to get better. Individually, it looks like everyone's a little bit more comfortable. They were able to keep in the gunfights with Luminosity, but for helping each other, the strategical side, which is something they had in stage 1, it looks like they're slacking on it. And you're right, having 2 new experienced players, you wouldn't want that to happen. No. If something happens and there's nobody else to get there to trade, there's no fail-safe, I mean, you're just going to lose the round.
And that's the thing, there's no excuse for it, though. When you have that experience, that should be quickly developed and quickly understood, and the fact that it's not, again, that is extremely worrisome for me for this roster.
See, we know the narrative about Los is that they're currently in the trenches, still looking for a ladder upwards, but the same thing can kind of be said for OXG. Even though they took a harder opponent to the same map and got more rounds, that seems more like proof that SpaceStation's defenses on Consulate are just too airtight for this team to get through.
Yeah, and where Oxygen went wrong entirely yesterday, in my opinion, is they didn't look like a team. Where we were seeing success out of them was because they were winning gunfights, but that's not all sieges. It's not about gunfights. It's being able to work together. It's about being able to be coordinated, and that's just not what we saw against SSG.
Yeah, OXG has an immense amount of firepower, but when it comes to teams that are able to battle them strategically, they just don't have a response. And it scares me because OXG was all about changing the identity of the team into being fast, adaptable, and aggressive. But somebody has to make those calls. And currently, it doesn't look like anybody is able to make those calls. They just see an obstacle, and instead of trying to go around it, they just try to go through it. And sometimes it works. Maybe against Los it'll work, but against a more strategical team, it won't.
Absolutely, and there's a one player that I do want to talk about because we haven't been able to talk about him a whole lot as of last stage and even coming into this stage. It is Yaga, the man, the myth, the legend. I saw him a long time ago and brought him onto that OXG roster, but we haven't been able to talk about him a lot because during Stage 2 of 2023, he was the highest rated player in North America. Then to immediately go into this most recent stage, last year's stage of 2024, he was the worst rated. That is a huge decline. That was by far his worst performance yet in his entire career. Now, maybe this is, maybe now it's Stage 2. Now we see that performance to exceedingly go to the top and we see him to be the #1. I don't know, but at least as of yesterday, he did go 9-11. That was the best on his team. But again, I want to see this consistency from Yaga because I know the player that he can be.
We talked before we actually went live about the idea that everybody on OXG is a gunner. Everybody can really play super hard. And it's one thing to talk about what these guys used to be. It's another thing to see them in situations like this where we know that they can play a lot better. And just if they were at that same level right now, then his team would be doing a lot better.
Absolutely. And Yaga's a smart player. And this clip here is him just grabbing a quick 4K nonetheless. But like, he has the skill, he has the mentality, he has the playmaking abilities to make this roster excel, but we just have not been able to see that, especially in that last stage of him being the lowest rated. I personally want to see Yaga at the top again, performing where I know he can be.
I mean, the best way to connect all of these players is working on the crossfires and working on the trades. And we commended them in Stage 1 when they were on that 5-0 streak. That's exactly what they were doing. When they wanted to address something, they attacked it. But now it's Stage 2. It's a whole new stage. And we heard what Ashen said after playing them yesterday. It doesn't look like they've changed much since replacing Dream. It doesn't look like there is much innovation on their side. And obviously, when you have a team of gunners and they want to go with their method that they've had since XSET, I understand. But when that happens, who are you to look at? You have to look at the coaches to be able to guide you.
We've heard what the guys on the desk think. Now let's hear what Yog thinks real quick about how his team is shaping up for Stage 2. It might surprise you.
What's up, guys? I'm Evan, also known as Yaga. I play for OXG Esports. So in the offseason, we obviously played the Gamers 8 quals. We did not make it. We played that with Hat, though, instead of Dream. The roster change has been going good. Dream's a fantastic player. It's just not what we needed for the team. And Hat's been filling that role, I believe, pretty well. In the offseason, we've been really working on our map pool, making sure we have a stronger map pool. Obviously, we did pretty good in the best of ones and then fell off pretty hard in the best of threes. Our expectations are super high, obviously. We expect to get first. We expect to do very well this stage. I mean, everyone's going to say that, obviously, but I truly do believe that we are looking really good going into this stage. I would describe the OXG play style as fluid. That's a big thing we've been working on, is just our ability to adapt and change the way we play depending on our opponent. The contenders to win the league, I'll obviously include myself, our team. It's really hard to say. I feel like the league's really competitive right now. It's much more competitive than it's ever been, like the past year or so. It's honestly impossible to call some games. Any given day, one team can beat the other. Beast Coast did great last stage. M80 are good, SSG, it's honestly Sonics will be good. It's really hard to say. I would say OXG's goals for this season are to really focus on the playoffs and make sure that we are performing in the playoffs when it really matters. Obviously, doing good in the best of ones is great, but our main focus is just the playoffs and making sure we get to the event so we can show what we've been working on.
Everybody from OXG is obviously very excited about this stage. Gomez even believes that this is the best that they've ever looked. They have a lot of innovation that they want to play, but I just don't believe in it. I hate to make it personal, but after getting rid of me, trying to switch the ideology, that's fine. But getting rid of Dream, you're losing a player that is motivating everybody on the team to not only be better outside of the server, but inside of the server. So to say that all of them are very excited and it's the best that they've ever looked and it's exactly where they want to be, we just don't see that. Because when it comes to the server, who's calling the shots, who's holding each other accountable, and who's forcing each one to play the right way?
Yeah, and I think, you hit the nail on the head right there. Like, losing you, the IGL, the long-known IGL on that roster when we were playing and obviously continuing so forth, I don't know who's calling now. And especially with Dream being gone, like you said, that was their backbone. That was someone who's going to hype them up, bring them up, lift them up, just make sure everyone's on top of one another. And now when I look at this roster of a bunch of young guys, I don't really know who's going to be that vocal point. If obviously the coaches can't talk during the game, because you need someone doing that during the game, but I personally don't see any of those 5 stepping into that role and being that voice.
Yeah, and that's not to take anything away from Hat. Hat is a formidable player. I know he tried to play the support role, and Diaz has also played support roles. And of course, they are fundamentally great players. But everybody on this team doesn't really have a specific role. It's about playing in the moment. But the issue with playing in the moment is you're going to get to a wall, and somebody has to make a call. But if you don't have a person that you really believe in or systems to fall to, then it's only going to be chaotic. And so far, we haven't seen a consistent chaos from OXG.
You're saying you don't think that they have a rock. You're saying you were that rock. You're saying Dream was that rock. What specifically do you look for in a player that gives them that quality that could maybe ground OXG to do better?
You just need to have, you don't necessarily need a rock, because if you look at previous teams that love thriving in the chaos, if something goes wrong, you've practiced it outside of the server to have fail safes or responses. But OXG doesn't look like they have that. It looks like they have an initial entry, and if something goes wrong, they just try to shoot through it. There's no real playstyle swap. There's not much.
Sure. You got to have someone that can reel everyone back in when things aren't working, when things are going chaotic. That's the biggest thing that I don't think Oxygen has. And whether that was me doing it, or whether that was you doing it, or whether that was Dream doing it, I still don't see any of those 5 being able to reel everyone back and be like, hey, let's focus up. We're getting way overzealous.
How much does Labs sway your idea on whether Los or OXG actually have the upper hand in this game? We've been mega critical for this desk, rightly so, for the things that we've seen, but what does Labs tell you here?
Labs is a good map for OXG. They do love practicing on that map, but it's a map that has so much, I can't think of the word, but it has so much that you can't, I can't think of the word. So much
space.
It just has so much
space. It has so much.
Is it a ton of mini games?
So much untested ground. Well, we got it.
Okay, we got
it has so
there.
much untested ground, and anything can happen, especially on defense, because it's such a big map. And it's one of those maps that when it comes down to attacking, you have to know where you want to go, because you can quickly lose time when you're executing. And OXG is a team that doesn't really conserve their attacking time.
Well, what worries me for Los specifically is their map pool is horrible. They only found 1 win last stage, so like we don't have a lot.
Do we even remember what map that was on?
Consulate.
Oh, there you go.
It was Consulate.
You're right.
We literally saw it again. But no, like their map pool isn't strong, so I don't know what this is going to look like for them. Obviously, they could, you know, completely surprise us. But like Fox said, there is a lot of leadership in this that you can lose track of time. You can lose track of your setup. So it is going to come down to those experienced players of Sexy Cake to really rally everyone together and be like, okay, this is what we need to do. This is what we need to focus on, and execute it in a way that makes sense and not just spearheading something and then giving it all to not actually gain anything.
You can have a good amount of individuality come out on Nighthaven, especially on defense, but I'm really looking for those attacks. And which team would I say is the more coordinated on attack currently? I would say OXG has the more firepower, but I really do think Los has the better team on attack.
You're wrong, absolutely, and that's why I chose Oxygen.
Okay, fair enough.
You should hear all the arguing that these guys are doing in the back about that stuff. At least for right now, Los will start on defense, so maybe what you said about OXG being the better attacking team will mean that this first half is just a little bit more interesting. 0-2 is not an insurmountable thing to come back from. It just doesn't really look all that pretty. So Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafeld are going to have front row seats to what might very well be a car crash.
Yeah, 0-2 is certainly not comfortable, but for OXG, neither is 4-0, unfortunately, to starts to the stage. As last year, that was not enough, as Yaga mentioned in the interview. Once they got to the best of 3, second in the groups was not enough to translate into best of 3 success. And for the 3rd stage in a row, they failed to qualify for the major. They bring in Hat Sam, and we're only one best of 1 in, but it's a lot of the same stuff we saw last stage, which is who is calling the shots and who is the man in charge.
Yeah, it's a little treacherous, but I will say this at a bare minimum, right? The SpaceStation roster is a good testing ground, a good proving ground. They've been doing a lot of their own soul searching in recent history with the changes from Iconic and that kind of stuff. They're trying to get everybody up to speed in their system and trying to make the most of it, right? I think they got a really good roster. They went max regulation with those guys yesterday. Now, I will say this. I am 100% on the same page as Foxe when it comes to Oxygen's kind of loose cannon moments. There's a lot of times when you see them kind of hit this wall, like he said, and they don't really have an ability to make a quick adjustment there or have systems to fall back on to make it to where these processes are easy for them. So I'm excited to see if that's something that they can try and implement this stage. Maybe there's something where they just start to feel accustomed to a few pocket strategies that make them feel, that way. So we'll have to see exactly how they end up breaking things down. But, to bring it all the way back home, we have Nighthaven Labs in front of us here. And this is something that, Foxy touched on as well. It's a very open-ended book right now. We haven't really written the final chapter of Nighthaven Labs and really what is at the heart of this map and how pro players want to go about things. So there's a lot of different ways that they can go about things. There's a lot of, individuality that's still to be had on this map. So that's something that we could see Oxygen really lean into here. And we're going to see it right off the bat as well, Carter. This is what I'm most excited for, the Oxygen offensive half, and to see what they do with this.
I imagine similar to kind of what we saw on Clubhouse, but also what we see on Nighthaven pretty consistently, Deimos usually has a pretty big part to play on a lot of these attacks. There are quite a few soft floors below sites in the case of second floor, above sites in the case of basement right here, that you can find a lot of value with death mark trackers if you opt to go that way. Obviously, we see Yaga switch off of it in the prep phase, but it's also a map that, because it's so open, not only in terms of the possibilities it allows for, but the sheer size of the map, you can use a lot of different strategies. Dokkaebi can find a lot of effectiveness, find a lot of gaps very easily, but as we see OXG's lineup solidify, it's the Glaz and the Blitz. Seems like we're getting a little smoke on the breach action for this bottom floor site.
We'll have to see. Oxygen are being quick to try and pull the trigger downstairs here too. They've already got the Blitz in play. They're seeing if there's anything implemented on these walls. It really should just be the mute jammers, so it shouldn't even be too hard. And honestly, I don't even think they muted this wall, and they haven't. So this is going to be a very easy offense initially here for Oxygen, and this is what they want. This isn't something that you have to overcomplicate. Just go for the main line and see what happens.
Yeah, Gomez just walks in, goes to take space. He's able to take down Arthur as nobody from Los is able to react. Homemade in the vertical, well, it's either made too late or used too late. Wizard not able to find any value from that. Just 14 damage done to Hat as that diffuser goes down. And Los is not fighting back. The Blitz has moved in. Gomez gets a second kill on the way out. Melee's Farius deep inside of the bomb site. And this retake seems like it's been killed in the crib. 3v4. Defenders stuck upstairs, stuck inside of the site, and OXG holding passive, holding strong. 4v2 now, C4 goes out. Nothing used to deny that plant, and used ineffectually for the retake as well. Not a good omen for Los, as they try to find some ground in their second game of the NAL.
Yeah, especially with the fact that we were praising them on the desk, especially there, is like, hey, they're kind of a bit more put together when it comes to strategical prowess. What are we doing with the walls here? This is such a main thing when it comes to the basement setup for labs. The majority of offenses want to try and exploit that area. A lot of them don't want to try and go for the full clear, at least as of now. We see it happen, obviously, but a lot of teams really just want to try and get that wall open and try and make a play through those big open spaces. And they practically just give them the keys to the castle, man. They're only running mute on defense. There's nobody else to really lock up the walls, and Wizard still has a mute jammer in pocket that could at least delay a little bit of time, maybe make them try and engage with this mid-floor setup that you have going on. But instead, Oxygen completely circumnavigated. They go right through the wall immediately like butter, and then they get a plant down through some smokes that completely, just soak up all of those angles that they have built up to try and stop that exact strategy. It just was not very well done from Los there, but Oxygen with an immediate identification, and nobody oversold it. It was very well done from them.
Yeah, when we talked about, questioning, what kind of decision-making does this roster as a collective have, not individuals, but as a collective have, who can call those shots, or what shots can they call? They call a strategy at the beginning of the round and execute it quite well. Now, was there a lot of resistance? No, but still takes a team of a certain caliber to create a plan and execute it pretty much flawlessly, and in all likelihood, probably better than I think they themselves figured that was going to go. So for OXG, you get the exact round you want to start out. Now we move to the upstairs position, where it'll be a bit slower, but it will be, like round one, breach focused to start. Try and open the IT wall, then likely looking over towards connector later on. And for Los, things look a lot better much earlier.
Dog's gonna get taken down, as you just stated. Wizard Get that nice shot and make a nice little opener here for Lowe's. Maybe this will slow up Oxygen as well and keep them away from a more aggressive assault on this top floor. Some angles working their way in from Lowe's. It's a garage offense right now for OXG, but Lowe's have found themselves, specifically Wizard, doing it up with the TCSG.
Now, unfortunately, OXG looking to take these gunfights, but individually, nobody really able to trade that player as the kill comes from deep inside of the site. So you take garage control quick, but now you basically, you don't have to give it up, but holding it could find you over-investing on this one key position. Lowe's, if they just have their discipline, well, adequate, not even great, just adequate, you don't peek. 5v3, hold inside of the site. They'll send Gomez down below. OXG will send Gomez down below to try to make some of these defenders uncomfortable, but Lowe's have a winning hand. Playing it would probably be overstating the action Lowe's actually have to do to win round 2.
Good positioning there for Oxygen's cameras, at least to try and get that fight out for Gomez, but nothing really happens. Los instead, the site getting a lot done there past the Bandit that we saw win that engagement downstairs. And just very well done from Los overall. I think they identified early on that Oxygen want to kind of be scrappy to start off their offensive side. And Wizard was like, well, what happens if I step up to the plate with a TCSG? Well, you get 2, don't you, Wizard?
Yeah, when they try to go for that rush, he just shuts it down with a couple well-placed shots. And OXG, I mean, to be fair, it's hard to adapt in a 3v5 in any situation, especially when so much was bet on taking that garage control and building it into something more that when that bet doesn't play off, you don't have a lot you can fall back on. So, fortunately for OXG, it was a pretty one-dimensional plan, and when the gunfights didn't go their way, neither did the round. All tied up, 2 rounds in already. Los will go down to the middle floor site, over by Supply, but will basically still involve an almost full-throated hold of that top floor. So different site, different endpoint in all likelihood for OXG, but would not be shocked if we see something similar transpire, though maybe not on the garage side this time.
Yeah, honestly, this site really ends up being the most creative one in my mind when it comes to labs. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about things. Obviously, the biggest priority is the top floor. You're never not going to have that, but you can have a lot of different things going on, man. You can try and hold the full breadth of the map. You can have some roamers implemented downstairs, maybe somebody like a Solus or maybe something like a Pulse. We have Solus in this instance, but that doesn't mean that Farias is actually playing down there. It could be on this top floor just trying to get rid of a few drones, but we'll have to see. Those have implemented themselves very well on this top floor. I especially like that they brought the Bandit just to try and delay things longer here as Oxygen try and deal with these problems that they've set up for them.
And we'll certainly just extract some resources. I think, yeah, both of these Selmas should be acquired by Sexy Cake. Yeah, pretty easy. I think, unfortunately, nobody from OXG actually on that window. Of course, there is the hole that the Bandit could challenge from, but nobody on that window in turn to maybe look through and try and counter the Bandit or toss a nade up there. Still a very hard position to deal with, especially with Sexy Cake aware of that window, but now you lost 2 Selma charges and only 1 hard breach canister to fall back on and 1 Selma remaining in your pocket. So if Sexy Cake's able to play up there, Sam, I mean, he can basically deny a plant through that window in B, which is the default position.
Yeah, and now it comes down to exactly what was being talked about on the analyst desk. Who's going to be the brainiac? Who's got the solution to the problem? Exactly, and that's the biggest thing, man. That's the difference maker in Rainbow Six Siege. When it comes down to moments like this, you have to have somebody, and it can be anybody in that moment. The whole team could be, full of smart individual players, but you need somebody that understands that deep strategy of Siege to be able to get you past moments like this. And right now, Oxygen's deferring. They're going down to the gunfights. They're reaching for straws, and that first straw is Gomez trying to make an arch here into the top floor, and he gets gunned down.
Not only does he get gunned down, I mean, he's face-checking that. He's slicing the angle progressively and then ends up over-peaking, which is entirely understandable. It didn't seem like he was operating with full intel. Somebody is obviously on the top floor, but the exact position, unclear. He loses his life. DS loses most of his HP, lurking on the opposite side of the map, now moving down below, right underneath the Thatcher, moving in.
Wow.
And again, no intel. Somebody's able to hop through and land that trade, but it's entirely on OXG trying their best to use their prowess in gunfighting to claw this round back. It's got them a 3v3. It's got them a tie game in round 3. But the Bandit can still hold on. Darius might be unknown in this position, but OXG are just simply winning enough fights to will this round over the line. Still such low HP for Diaz. And Sexy Cake stuck in this corner is easy pickings for him. OXG come back! But basically the way that the desk said is one of the only ways they seem to be able to win these rounds.
Hey, and it's fair play. It really is. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, no matter what, if the round ticks up on your side, it is considered good, isn't it? Yes. So the biggest thing about that top floor assault, I mean, I think that's the best way to put it, is that they doubled down. I really like the fact that they were kind of just true to what they were going to go for. You know, the first iteration of that did not exactly go well. They end up losing a body inside of electrical, but everything past that, it's all oxygen all day. They overwhelm the top floor hold of Los, and they take this round away from them. I mean, Los, for lack of a better term, they were perfectly set up on the top floor. There was really no way that Oxygen was going to try and take that away from them unless they won some very considerable gunfights, and that's exactly what they did. And you know, it goes back to what we were talking about in the previous game. Sometimes you just need some people that shoot really straight, and right there, Oxygen was shooting very straight.
And I think we could certainly commend them that as well. Like, after sort of the initial set of engagements don't go their way, we do see Yaga rotating around to the backside. We do see them taking it from a lot of different angles. So even though...
Yeah, stacking everything. They did a very good job of playing off of each other there. It wasn't, you know, hell in a handbasket. It wasn't scrambled.
Yeah, exactly. So even though we might hope to see OXG sort of diversify their win conditions as the stage goes on, the fact that they are still able to make these kinds of plays and sure, maybe win rounds off gun skill, but still implement that strategy in a very intelligent way, it's good to see. We're going back down to basement, no glass, as you can see. But this site setup basically collapsed for Los. It was entirely non-existent to stop the push in from this breach. And with the Blitz to hop in, likely acquire control of that window, I think they're going to feel pretty safe to aim for a plant soon. Gomez will relay this info to the rest of his team. We might be looking at an execute momentarily.
Yeah, more than likely. And the other thing is you look across the board of guns that Los have available, you don't have a lot of things that are favorable inside of those long-range engagements that you might be taking downstairs. How unbelievably lucky from Legacy. That'll go down in his history as he decapitates Gomez while fully whited. That was truly impressive. And this has put a thorn in the side of Oxygen and their game plan. How do they try and act now that they've lost their blitz?
Especially now that Los have the man advantage, these roamers are feeling a lot more comfortable to pull back closer to the site, not seed the entire map, but certainly get close to these staircases to move back downstairs, which means you can't just run into the site at a minute 30 like maybe you were hoping to when it was a 5v5 and you had that blitz on the board. Pistol out, Arthur trying his best to deal with the hatches. He's brought the M870 as his primary, but Ferris is still holding on. One player goes for the peek, the Finka moving around the corner, but he'll fall back. This is the benefit of the 5v4. They've got that advantage. They can hold on, play it close. How much will OXG be able to react? C4 detonated, some damage done. But the ground is not slipping underneath their feet just yet. There's a winnable round in here.
Most definitely. We've got the time to try and get it done, too. All it takes is some good angle work on this top floor. We always talk about man advantages, but there's always map control that works into this as well. And Los, not exactly at the greatest of straits as long as this verticality gets ripped up. This basement is really difficult to hold down as soon as those angles work their way in. And Oxygen get 2 big kills. It's down to a 3 versus 3. Does Los know where this plant's going down? They do not. We're into the post.
Yaga down 2, so OXG with a good rotation, but now in a man deficit as a result. Hat gun up will move deeper into the site. One player around the corner, but Farius with the wraparound too.
Oh!
One for the kill, one for the finisher. Newer's on the long angle, has got to keep this alive. 1 kill, down to 1v2. Headshot awaiting, maybe to stop this defuse or counter defuse from going down. Put so low by the boss G, and the second shell does him in. It's a good rotation from OXG. I like that strategy, and it bears them nothing.
No, not a thing. And you know, it was very well done. Like I was talking about, they get those angles in. They're able to get some bodies down on the low side, as well as the plant. But the post-plant positioning goes immediately punished by Los. It's practically Newers just standing out in a field waiting to see what happens as they take the duels off the door. And unlucky enough for him, he's not really able to match up the timing of the swings. Can't get a big kill there that would have more than likely cemented the round for them. But you know, it's not the LMG meta anymore, man. Newers is a different kind of guy, at least as of right now. So we'll have to see if maybe they can get things going for themselves here in this next round. But again, another one that is so close, but no cigar.
it still seems OXG are having some of those adaptations be a bit more successful, at least in achieving short-term objectives than we've seen before, able to make some good rotations, not only to get the kills and then win the round like we saw back in round 3 on storage, but to rotate and get the diffuser down there. It's a good play, but unfortunate they're not rewarded for it. It at least goes to show that there is some solid calling there, and when the rounds go awry, by rotating their players and getting that individual skilled players like Newers into key positions, or Hat with the diffuser in key positions, OXG can make rounds winnable. Up to the second floor, so the first round, Los were able to win one round that, well, unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of other angles. It was entirely through Garage, and it was entirely dealt with there.
Also going to go for this extension again up towards the top floor. That does beg the question as to how does Auction really solve this? Got a deployable shield here too, and they have any tools to try and assist with this? They do. They have a Gone 6 in the pocket of Hat, but will require rotation, I do believe, for the Capitao. As of now, though, Oxygen looking to try and go for an assault on the top floor yet again here, but this one with a potential backstab working its way in from that blue stairwell. We'll just have to see what happens. Legacy knows that there's a player on Repel and that angle could be active. We'll get a hot mark on this player too, and a lot of damage on Legacy, but not enough to kill him. Usually the AK-12, you'd expect it to tear him apart there, but not this time around.
No, unfortunately, but the Ace certainly won't complain. You're able to push that player off the shield, do a lot of damage, and now open up the IT wall pretty quickly in the round, a minute 15 seconds. That Deimos definitely the wild card for OXG this round. Obviously could go for the backstab, as you said, but if they also see that the IT side is a bit softer, could send him down below, use those trackers, like I said at the beginning, that teams very commonly use. You've got the skeleton key to do that very thing as well. So it's likely going to be pretty heavy vertical presence for OXG to make these site players uncomfortable. As Newers cuts down Legacy, defenders might have to start thinking about rotating or getting aggressive.
Most definitely. Newers, although not able to lock up that last round, currently 7-2, so still getting on the scoreboard, at least in these rounds, making it matter most. They're going to get 2 big picks onto Lowe's. Not both of them new, but now a double for new, so still showing up as he'll finally get shut down by Farius. But Oxygen have seemed to end up on the right side of history every single time when it comes to the frags, and this time will be no different. It's down to Sexy Cake. He's been marked by the Deimos, but not any longer. Doesn't matter though. Gomez has a tracker on him too, and that'll be all she wrote as Oxygen take the lead once again.
Don't flood into Garage, add some more angles, and overall looks like a pretty clean round from OXG. Take the lead again. It has been back and forth, but OXG winning that first round have been able to reestablish their lead each time they take a victory. Does that mean this will be a 3-3? Or is that just enough to get OXG over the line and potentially secure the 4-2 half on their attacking side? We'll just have to see, as Los have shown some good moments, but seemingly when OXG kind of put themselves in a difficult position. That second floor site the first time around, where it was entirely through Garage. And then you have the basement site, where the initial breach play doesn't really work, and Los are able to get the opening pick, pull back, and basically starve OXG for any control, any time, and any advantage. But when OXG are able to make the play, Sam, it just keeps seeing like Los collapse whenever OXG get that foothold, whether it's round 3 with the Glass, or round 1 with the Glass, round 3 when they're able to finally rotate on that second floor, and then that round as well when they're able to get all those angles. When Los are put to the test, they collapse extremely fast.
Yeah. Especially I think it's more or less when Oxygen are able to kind of cloak and dagger things a bit, right? When they don't exactly know where Oxygen's going to strike from, that's when they get the most bruises. That last round is a great representation of that. You know, it really wasn't the blue stairs that got activated first. It was Newers working in from, I believe, IT and just smoking people left and right. And that's what's complicated, you know, things for Los so far. Their identification of the overall strategy from Oxygen really hasn't been there in these moments where they've really wanted it to be. But we'll have to see if they can potentially right this ship here in round 6. For Oxygen now, it's down to trying to get the wall up. They're going to go for a strategy that we saw on Clubhouse, one that works extremely well up against Bandits, but Sexy Cake sticks it. He gets to the other side, and Sexy Cake, the risk versus reward in this position, it's not worth it, my friend. And you're going to get gunned down. The Bandit's gone. The Thatcher's gone too. So I guess the Bandit batteries are still going to persist. But, I mean, just what an odd way for that to break down.
I mean, he's in a bit of difficult spot that close to the wall. Really like how OXG did that. I mean, of course, you got the Selma on the left side to bait out the Bandit, and then he's doing double duty by being prone and sitting right in front of that Mav hole. Really nice maximization of impact with.
I like maximization. That was better.
All right, like I'm just trying to live my life here, man. Just trying to get through the day. We're only a minute and a half in the round. It's 2 games in. I've been gone for like 3 months. Just leave me be. Leave me be. It's a 4v4.
Okay. All right.
Lowe's definitely coming out the better in the early round with that kill onto Newers. Also, DS unfortunately losing one of those Selmas as he tossed it into an electrified wall. You can see them starting to stall, but with Gomez down below, I tried to highlight this last round and it ended up not mattering, but with this position, with these Deathmark trackers and no basement control held by Los, he is free reign to push Arthur out of the site, and you can see they have made the most of it so far. C4 goes out, but it gets Yaga, and there goes that impact you found. Gomez might be able to find one, but Hat is now by himself inside storage. Diffuser maybe, but how much is there to support him, especially with one Los player right around the corner?
Yeah, it gets a little difficult, especially when your position's known. You're stuck in behind this pillar, and what are you going to peek? Left or right? It's 50-50, and you got barrels on both ends. Now it's down to DS and Gomez, and one of them just sitting directly at the window. I mean, if somebody gets brayed, we could just see a quick swing here and a decision that could bring it down to a 2 versus 2. Could also make it a 3 versus 1. Gomez is going to try and find something for the offense. Is it going to be this close player? Who is it going to be? He's going to swing right into the shotgun. There's no way. This would be the craziest headshot you've ever seen in your life if he ends up winning this. He switches back to the AK. You know he has to pre-fire, but won't work out for him. I believe that's going to be all she wrote, the tail end of round 6. It's going to be a 3-3 as Legacy cleans up shop. And Los, I mean, for honestly all intents and purposes that we saw in that half, not a bad split for Night Haven Labs here.
No, it really does seem so far that, like, whenever a team, if OXG's initial thrust is able to work, obviously with one round is the exception, but if their initial thrust is able to work, they have great success. And Los seem to collapse really poorly. Rounds ending in 1v4s, 1v3s with most OXG members alive. But then if Los are able to repel that initial play, or make it difficult for OXG to actually get control inside of the map, they seem to be able to fight back very well, and it's OXG that struggles to adapt, struggles to find that ground to actually pressure the defense. In that particular round, sure, you're able to get the Bandit on the wall, but with the Thatcher gone, minimal hard breaching, and all of the players either on the top floor, but then later on the middle floor, it's hard to push in when all you have is hopping in through that window 1 by 1. So an incredibly competitive game so far. Los now moving to their attacking side. And in a team that has certainly left a lot to be desired from the coordination department in their game yesterday. We'll see how they manage to improve on Night Haven.
Yeah, now it's down to Los to try and make some changes here for the offense as well. See if they can potentially find a couple more rounds than Oxygen here. And the loudest thing about that half was it's really just, what you and Fox were essentially talking about. A lot of the strategy for Oxygen being very heavy-handed as they try and take some big gunfights with these talented players. Whereas Los, yeah, the strategy not working out all of the time, Carter. It folded quite a few times, but when it was able to stand the test of time, right, that was the biggest thing. We saw them able to make the most out of some rounds, especially with some strong positioning, and that's how we've gotten to this 3-3 half. So really playing into exactly what our analyst desk was getting at.
And after all, in the Luminosity game, their better side was actually on the attack. So maybe here we see something crazy happen, and Fox with that Los prediction that Gabe so rudely disregarded.
Straight up.
It was, I gotta say, there were gasps. There were gasps when Gabe said no to that Los prediction. It was shocking.
Can I just say, just real quick, I love the fact that we have those two as a duo. Down with Jesse J. Chick, happy as a caster again, because I can just mute that, that just makes my life a lot easier. And plus with Parker, double duty right there. I mean, come on. But it's been great, man. Love having those two on the desk.
There's not even a bit there. No sarcasm. I mean, there was. I mean, I guess there was a bit.
That was steeped.
I guess there was a bit. I don't know. Yeah. I try to focus on the positivity.
I'm always positive. I don't know what you're getting at.
That's a lie. Anyway, as you can see, something very positive.
I can't get anything past you, can I?
We've talked a lot about shotguns on the attack, and specifically when it comes to Deimos, but Sexy Cake on that Grim has brought the French shotgun to try to acquire quick control of this generator area. He's able to push one defender out, but just because OXG leave the position does not mean they are done contesting it. They've got the close angle, and also this C4 lineup over the wall onto the terrace breach. Oh. The Wizard able to duck in and dodge it entirely, but that mirror window in his way is still going to be a problem. Los recreating similar steps from OXG's first round on the attack. Sure, some control right next to the site, but we need to start seeing some success from other angles for this to work out. And it's instead OXG to fight back, but Los answers soon after.
And weapon prioritization here for Los as well. That shotgun inside of electrical could be huge, but it'll get cleaned out from Arthur instead. And Los, with this cool, calm, and collected clear, working its way in from the logistics side, or rather the electrical side, as well as the terrace area. It's looking very well done from them so far. They've been able to carve out all of B. More than likely have a very safe space to be able to put down this case now. And from that moment in time, for a second there, I thought it was Legacy that accidentally fell down, but it was not. So the case is still going to go down, but another player might be trying to make a rotate up this blue stairwell, and that's exactly what's happening. Wizard with a big kill, Yaga with a trade. Now it's down to just a 1 versus 3.
1 versus 2. He's able to land the next headshot. IQ on 2 HP. Is that the one close on the diffuser as well? Oh, she drops down, is able to watch the case from below. But again, this player is extremely low HP, and right now, whether Yaga knows it or not, it's a 1v1 on this top floor. He pushes on through. The ace is watching the other way. Oh, but some noise made. Does it react in time? Legacy able to turn and get the final kill to get Los their first round on this attack.
Well done from Los there. Knew exactly what they wanted, and the strategy working out magnificently. All of that pressure working its way in, especially from the terrace area or connector, whatever you guys call it, as well as electrical working its way in from Los there. That's really what just starts to discombobulate the site. A lot of them start to get distracted with those angles, and then we start to see Legacy working his way in from IT. That IT door, as well as the garage angle that we see, that's one of the most important areas to exploit when it comes to this top floor, because it has all of these cross angles. You see Arthur's able to work his way in, see where they're positioned on this side. Unless you're perfectly positioned behind that pillar there, Carter, you're more than likely going to get punished, and that's exactly what we see. He opens up that entire area of the site, and it makes it easy pickings from Los there and, into the future.
See what happens now. Los, obviously, a lot of that success coming from the IT breach, the IT section overall, as you just mentioned. But as OXG spread further out on the site, how will Los be able to deal with that? A Vigil and a Solus in play on this basement defense. So OXG spread far and wide on the first and the second floor. Depending on how Los react, maybe we'll see them coordinate around one player, try to rush the site quickly. A lot of options available, but if they buy into this roam, and OXG keep that mechanical skill strong, Solus in one direction and Boss G in the other, not exactly something I would like to step foot in the middle of in round 8.
Only 30 seconds burnt off the clock so far, and the Vigil's back in play here for Gomez. We'll have the Boss G2. Something that, I've even had to grow to love. It was something that for a very long time I was completely against. If you were not playing the K1A, you're trolling. But I had one of my own finally sand me down enough, Carter, where I'm more accepting now of the Boss G and what it can do. Especially since it's basically more of a sniper than Kali in this game. They're essentially the same thing as long as you hit the chest, right? So it's pretty great, especially when you put it that way on a roamer that can hide away from drones and stuff like that. Especially with that secondary option with the SMG-12, just makes for a banger of a kit and something that we'll see Gomez try and use a little bit later on. But let's talk about Legacy, because that was just a little nasty.
Oh, all right. Gomez, unfortunately, the SMG-12, probably not the best gun to fight through those vertical bars. OXG struggling to fight back against this full clear from Los, up 5-3. Only quite a bit of substantial damage done to the Ram, but that Boss G, 2 shots go wide, and I don't think do a single iota of damage to a member on the attack. 3K for a member of Los. DS might find one, might find two. Might find two, just hiding behind the vending machine. But Los can reset. They got a minute. What they don't have? Diffuser is now in Diaz's possession. If Los face check this, it could be problematic, but Sexy Cake's able to peek him when the sight is covering the angle he peeks from. 5v3 now for Los, or 5-3, to be grammatically correct, as they are one round away from getting match point.
Now, when we say Rainbow Six Siege is a game of inches and sometimes centimeters, that's exactly what we mean. It's just the housing of the hollow sight is what prevents him from knowing that that man is shooting him in the face.
Well,
That
also
is
looking a different direction, to be fair. I took a bit of editorial license with that call, but
I mean, you know, I peer reviewed it and I thought that you were right. So hey, that's what it was.
Right.
You know,
that was a good keeping with the academia theme there. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I try and stay on topic most of the time. Anyways, Oxygen with a timeout. Speaking of staying on topic, and I think this is a great call right here. We talked about it in the last game, Carter. I'm not here to beat dead horses, but you know, it's 6-3. You want to use your timeout at some moment in time, and if you betrayed me with your production.
They got you
production.
So good, bro.
They got me so
they
good.
Got you.
Oh, they got me so good, Carter. They did.
I know. You thought 5-3-2. You saw the screen. You're like, oh, it's fine.
It took my eyes glazed over for a second. I just became part of the hive mind.
Would you believe me if I said I paid them?
Attackers need to locate bomb.
Maybe for a second, but I know you. You're not doing that, you cheapskate.
Yeah, that's true. But you do make a good point. Like it's the only time to take a timeout at this point. Los are they struggled to win a game last stage. They got very close quite a few times, but they still struggled to do it even in best of ones. And OXG, who are down 0-1 right now, they're hiding it.
Hat?
They're hiding it.
Are those walls reinforced, or are they just gonna have somebody else come and do these?
That's a fair point, actually. It is an odd spot to hide now.
10 seconds left.
You know what? I'm just gonna let them rock, and we'll just see what happens.
So are they? So I mean, I suppose if they really are just gonna leave those unreinforced, right? I mean, they still got 3 reinforcements, so they could do it if they wanted to. But if they leave those unreinforced, you would just leave the clash there, just try to like.
Yeah. That's the only way it works out, right? I mean, there's literally nothing else you do. Otherwise, you're just giving up free territory. So it's got to be Hat.
Hey, camera guy, can we check the IT breaches? can we check the IT walls?
Yeah, somebody get a guy on this.
Can I get a wide shot on the IT breach? Oh, it's reinforced now. Okay.
I'm so proud of Oxygen.
It was because to be fair, we've seen people hide on that top floor before. There was that famous like Oryx play that happened, I think, in like Southeast Asia, or maybe it was Manchester. I can't remember, but they hit the Oryx behind the bomb chassis. They didn't hide him in IT, so it's a bit of a different position than we normally see.
Well, I'm thinking of hiding people. It was no. That was at SI this year because I casted that.
Was it SI? That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was SI. It was in Brazil. Yeah.
It was a Southeast Asian team though, because it was Fury.
It was I9. That's who did it.
Shout out.
Yep. Shout out I9. The goat, the boy.
And so far, not a lot of goated work from Los, but certainly some important work nonetheless. They've opened up both of the breaches. IT and connector wall opened up. OXG playing very close inside of the bomb site. Probably just trying to position Hat wherever the attack is strongest to try and stall as much time as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think that's a really good strategy here from Oxygen. They kind of need to go back to the fundamentals here, you know, have still that aggression, but just calculated aggression, things that you really care about, fight for those, try and keep some bodies up and, excuse me, at least some crossfires to try and assist with that as well. And that's really what we're looking for here. We want Oxygen to play this one a little bit closer to the chest, especially with the clash on the board, and try and make the most of it.
And so long as they can effectively navigate the skeleton key and these death mark trackers from below, while of course obviously not availing to themselves to angles on the second floor as well, they should be quite good. Gomez able to get a kill on Farius early on, so OXG getting that advantage. All the more incentive to play quiet now. Yaga down below. Gomez also low on health, but Newers with the drive-by. Able to catch Sexy Cake on the retreat. Hat playing aggressive, but he can back up pretty easily. Legacy blasted against the generator right there. 5v1 for OXG on their more conservative defense.
And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them try and get into their groove of just, you know, standard defense in Rainbow Six. You want the offense to come to you. You want to try and work those angles up closer to sight and just lean back on your strategy. And I think they did a bang-up job of that, especially with the clash coming into play from Hat. I think it was a great call here from Oxygen to try and slow things down, play some of these shotties, play some of these shields, and just see how Los are going to react. They, luckily enough, got a big pick early early on. And not only that, but a really nice find there from Newers as he gets insanely aggressive on that hallway. But that's a key thing about, you know, audio when you're at home, folks. You can just hear a lot better. I mean, when you're at LAN and all of y'all are screaming at the top of your lungs, it makes life a little harder on these pros.
A little bit harder for Los now. Only one round separating them between them and their opponents. OXG obviously still got a fight on the back foot. They've won second floor, but other sites have not been successful. The basement wasn't, but they haven't tried supply yet. So that's where they will go. We obviously seen, and as I think most people at this point, with Nighthaven being in pro play for a bit now, understand, you're going to defend quite a bit of the second floor up here. The method might change, but the overall geography in which you want to, around which you want to locate yourself is quite similar. I think the big thing we'll see here is the mirror windows placed on the top floor. We saw one placed on top of aqua stairs to look likely all the way through both big rooms on that second floor. And I don't think Los will care. Fuse shield and blitz in through the supply window. There's a barricade in the way, so nobody from garage can actually support. There's a rotate hole. Gomez able to find 2 kills on the tips of the spear for Los. Fuse shield, blitz shield down, and diffuser down. Cold and alone in supply. All that for nothing.
Well, we praised their offenses from yesterday, saying that it was their better side, and so far, Oxygen have actually been the one to stump them the hardest. And for Los, we're going to have to try and see some magic here now, as they've lost 2 players cleanly. Not even a trade, really. Well, they do have DS down. Still trying to get used to this new HUD, so just give me a minute here. But at a bare minimum, Auction's still well within their right to be in the driver's seat here, especially with their positioning on this top floor. Love the build up over towards the blue stairs. Los with a lot of headway to try and work with.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with those mirror windows? How are you able to try and claw back this advantage with the entirety of the defense's setup still relatively intact? Various could be big. The Dokkaebi call goes out, and Dokkaebi, one of the most prolific lurking operators in the game, but OXG just have the manpower to watch these angles, but the shot's not hitting. Newer has gotten the better of by Farius, now quickly moving to recover this diffuser. A trade actually happens, and with the barricade still up, there's only one way that OXG could peek from, this rotate hole right here. If Los can rotate around, get a player watching it while somebody else gets the diffuser down, maybe they have something. But Yaga rotates around too, able to find the angle onto Wizard. So with the plant stopped, only one gun available. Legacy so far out of position, he cannot help the Flores right now. So much health lost. Rotate around. Legacy moves further in to try to watch the close doorway, but Hat could easily peek out and not be seen until it's too late. One Malusi spotted, tagged up, one player dealt with. Now just hold the passive angle. No need to peek as the diffuser goes down. Will they hop out? How far will they go? It'll take them to match point. 6 rounds on the board for Los. Just one away from one of their only victories in the NAL this year.
Oh man, I got so scared there, Carter. As soon as we saw that plant going down without Legacy making that rotation in time, I was so worried that Oxygen was going to get that big frag and end up just knocking the case cold on the ground. But instead, he's able to rotate out of that position, keep himself barely alive at like, what, 9 HP. And not only that, able to stick that plant and give them that moment where Oxygen still has to try and take these gunfights and shut this entire situation down. But they're just not capable this time around. Instead, it's all Legacy with some big kills here onto Oxygen to push them onto map and match point.
Only one victory last stage that I think came about like halfway or in the back half of the stage. If they're able to match that same scoreline early on, not saying Los will have a dramatic improvement from the previous one, but you'll certainly be feeling a lot better. And the warning signs might be sirening for OXG. Not necessarily that it's all doom and gloom, but that there might be some greater things to work on going into week 2, especially if you lose this in regulation. As Gabe mentioned, it's laxing, people who aren't friends with him like I am.
We're friends, so I go by his first name.
Exactly. Los are not exactly known for having an incredibly strong map pool. I mean, it's kind of funny. Los, the previous iteration, before, you know, they moved to North America, but also this version as well, not exactly, I think, really a well-respected Nighthaven team, mostly just because they've struggled so much to gain victories on even the few maps that they do play. But able to get a win here, Sure, it might be good info for teams, but certainly to feel bad for OXG. But for Los trying something new out, it will be very, very nice to go home and have this feather in your cap if they can win one more round and close this out in regulation. It's been a close game so far, Sam, but OXG got to win 2 in a row.
And that's the thing. In this home stretch right here, Los has made the most of it. Yeah, Oxygen have been able to battle back on this defensive side, but Los, they've brought things to bear. It's now down to crunch time, and Oxygen have to run practically a perfect 2-minute drill in order to make this happen. They need 2 back-to-back rounds, and they need them to be very successful. They do not want these to come down to the wire. It needs to be something considerable. And as of right now, they've done at least a good job of delaying things, but Gomez, he's going to take a little bit of heat. That pressure check will force him back over towards electrical as Los continue to get the job done around the map, just completing their tasks as they're working their way towards this basement site.
Unfortunately, that Boss G didn't really pay off when Gomez brought it back in round 8. Not a whole lot of substantial damage done to members of Los in that previous round, at least by that Boss G. Obviously, Legacy 15-6 at the moment, down to 22 health, so a good player to soften up. The only one actually, well, sorry, not the only one positive. Wizard is 7-6, but the only one positive by any margin greater than 1. Looking quite good. But Los have already made their way down to the bottom floor. They've moved their way just outside of the bomb site. And with the mirror window cracked, Various all the way in. They've got the breach angle as well. We need to see a reaction from OXG. A C4 maybe, but Diaz sends it out so late and far too away. The diffuser goes down successfully, but we're stuck in the 3v3. Hat trying to retake, but Wizard with the kill. Sexy K can play this close angle, and Wizard can hold above. Hat might be able to take down the player inside of the site, but there's a crossfire across 2 different floors and 2 different angles. He'll go for the defuse, but on such low HP, just one bullet will be enough for Los to get their 2nd victory in the North American League this year.
Wow. Very well done from Los. And really, it comes down to just their ability and knowledge of this map. They knew exactly what they needed and what was necessary to try and get that plant down in the corner there. And it goes off with flying colors. Some huge kills there. And not only that, but the utility response from Oxygen. It's there, but it doesn't do anything. It damages the planter, but they're not actually able to stem the bleeding. And that's the biggest thing there for Oxygen. Yeah, they're able to get a lot of kills when it matters and when it comes down to these gunfights, but Los, they out-strategized them here when it came to Nighthaven Labs.
And the start for OXG could not be more opposite than the one we had last stage so far, down 0-2, 2 regulation losses, and a worse one than the one we saw yesterday. Fox is feeling real good coming after this break.
Damn.
For just the second time this stage, the Brazilian squad in the North American League have managed to come overseas and grab a win in a different region. Congratulations to them for pulling it off. They beat SpaceStation Gaming back in Stage 1 and have had to wait a long time to get another win just as meaningful in a regular round robin. For OXG, you now have to stomach the reality that you were the team that gave Los their second ever NAL win, and I'm not sure they're going to be thinking about that because that map just wasn't it.
I am extremely disappointed, obviously picking Oxygen to win that. I mean, you know, this is everything that we talked about. It just looked like in some situations they did have an idea of what they wanted to do, and then in others, especially on those defenses, I mean, it was very shocking to see how some of those defenses actually playing out, especially how that last round ended.
I mean, disappointment can't really explain or paint the full picture, especially from us really building this team from the ground up to see to where it's become now. Of course, the season's not over, but obviously when you're put in these positions and you don't really see much change and it just continuously gets worse and worse, as being an analyst to have to watch it from an outside point of view, it's very difficult to see it and just not understand what the ideology is behind it at all. But on the other side of things, Los was a really great game. It looked like their attacks were super fast. And the only reason that they were losing the defenses to make a 3-3 split was because they were contesting OXG. The gunfights were going in OXG's favor at first, back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, Legacy, I mean, that kid just absolutely showed up today. I don't know if you heard the pregame stuff that we were talking about, me saying that their map pool wasn't that strong. Legacy, it's nothing personal. I'm glad you did what you had to do today to get it done, but he was an animal in the lobby.
16 kills to just 7 deaths for that man. He only had his rookie stage back in Stage 1 alongside Farius, but he was one dude we immediately knew. There was a reason that they brought him all the way from Brazil to come up to Vegas to play in North America, and he really showed up today. And to your point, we now know that maybe they're a better Nighthaven team than we gave them credit for before.
Yeah, and we spoke about it before the game. Well, specifically me, I said, listen, on a map like this, attack is where you're going to win because the attacks, you need to be coordinated. You need to make sure you're paying attention to the time clock. And I said, before the game started, I think Los is currently a better attacking team. And what'd you do? You spit in my face. You spit in my face and you said, no, that's wrong. But look who's right. And it sucks because, you know, I hate to be right in this situation and see how far OXG has fallen. But it is nice to see that Los, despite their Stage 1 start, their efforts are still high and they're still performing very well.
And listen, I'm okay with being wrong. Like I said from the get-go of talking about Los to begin with, I want to see them. They need to show me proof that they're improving, and this is an exact form and display of how they're doing it. So I'm cool with being wrong. I like being able to go against you. Sure, I don't like necessarily like losing to him, but it is what it is. That's the point of being an analyst.
Seems like you're doing a lot of it because I think as of right now, Fox, are you still 100% over the 6 games you played in Stage 2 so far? I don't think you've lost one yet.
No, I have not lost one, and everything that I've said, painting the pictures of every team has also been
To be fair, you were going to swap, and I said, just keep your pick.
No, that is true. I was like, there's no, not to hate Los, but I was like, there's no way, right? Like, let me wait until I see the map. And then I was like, yeah, I'll keep it. I really do believe in the Los roster. And I'm glad I believed in them because when the sides swapped, those Los attacks were just so nice. Mind you, OXG just kept trying to throw their bodies at it and fix the problem with bullets, and Los was ready for it. They didn't let it happen, and also, they had their own bullets. Legacy was so good at shutting down everyone from OXG.
Nostradamus on the couch over here. Someone might need to pay him to stop predicting their teams to win because at some point, I think it might catch up to him. We don't get the chance to talk to the Brazilians very often, but when we do, it's always a pleasure. We have Sexy Cake on the line. Brother, congratulations on your first win of Stage 2. It's wonderful to finally introduce you to the NAL interviews. So congrats on the win, but talk to me about how it's been from Stage 1 until now, finally getting another dub on the board.
Well, hello guys, first of all, and thanks for the words on our win. I know we didn't show much last stage, so I know the hate that everyone is like saying about us and everything that happens. We just are here to show that we can improve and can do better. I thank you, Fox, for cheering for us this game.
I got you.
I was hearing what you were saying, and yeah, man, it's been a rough year for us. We changed the lineup. Now we feel more like confident to play and more happy. We just enjoyed the game. Like yesterday, we did like 3 attacks. When we went to defense, we like couldn't talk with each other, figured things out, and it's okay for us. We were losing, we were laughing. So like we need to play like that, like to have a moment for us, because it's a little rough playing here and now. Not because of things, but the other things out of context.
For sure. Well, I got a question for you. I think you have Legacy on the wrong roles, honestly. Like, he's playing a support role, but
really,
I mean, from what I saw, it looked like he was just entering, taking every gunfight. So I'm confused that he have to be on the entry at this point.
So Legacy's our tiny little monster, and he's really good at punishing people doing some mistakes,
that
like
goes without saying.
in some. Yeah. So like, he showed us what he can do today, and Oxygen didn't choose the best method to play against, and he was just taking advantage of that.
Absolutely.
That's great. I mean, I'm glad you brought up the map. Just walk us through. Obviously, we haven't seen much from your guys' map pool, the maps that you did play last stage. Obviously, you know what happened then. Now going forward with your guys' map pool, specifically, what draw you guys towards Nighthaven against OXG?
So we knew that they played like 3 labs, and one was against SSG that doesn't like this map, and one it's SSG Academy. Both they won, so we said like, okay, it's not like the one, and we're gonna play labs. It was just we already knew it. So
I got one more question for you. What is the biggest difference that we're going to see with this new Los roster that we didn't get to see from last stage?
I think we're pretty much like really better than last stage, just because we had like some time to prepare, because last stage we went here with a week.
Yeah.
The team had a week, like we didn't have map pool, we didn't have nothing, and it was like really rough. We played like 15 clubhouses. Nobody was like, oh my god, I don't want to play this map anymore, but we couldn't do anything. And like we come here more prepared now. We had the time to prepare, and I think this just help us a lot. You know,
for sure.
We had a 1 week team, and now we had a 3-month team. It's different.
Absolutely.
It's looking a lot better. One more question for you. When you won your one game against SpaceStation Stage 1 that happened on Playdate 4, now you've gotten your first win of the stage, and it's happening on Playdate 2. How much more does it mean that this team is gelling on very, very quickly, especially by comparison to when you got your first win last stage?
It's what I already said. We came more prepared, and like we're having fun, and that's what's better for us. And we just need to show that we can do, and it's this. We just having fun with the game. We like each other very much, so we just like to play Siege, man.
Well, you got on your ladder and you're back on the uphill climb at this point. Sexy Cake, again, congratulations. It's wonderful to finally get you on for the interview. We'll see you next week, dude. Take care. Los did it, man. Los did it.
It's important to like your teammates, as he said. That is definitely a key factor.
I'm really
of success
glad
for
that
any team.
even though it's a
have to
team
like your teammates
and not a family, at least you like your teammates.
Yeah.
At least that's working.
I like
for
Fox.
So I liked you too. I mean, so far, every team that's enjoying their vibes outside of the game. I know that was a big thing for us on Reciprocity into OXG, is always enjoying the time that you're playing. And then we see teams like Luminosity, C9BC.
I told you it was going to get you, actually.
Knew that was going to trip you up at some point.
These teams that are having so much fun playing together just makes the whole experience better. And if you watch anything from the OXG player cams, it looked like they were having fun in the first 2 rounds as well. But the biggest issue with them is, especially after losing Dream, it looks like there's nobody on the team that is really that talkative. If you know the players, I guess you could say that Newers is the most talkative on the team, but when it comes to things on the back end and calling strats, New is so good individually that you don't want to put the pressure of calling the shots specifically on his shoulders. But you can see it in the player cams from OXG that when they start losing at a deficit, the comms cut out, the fun falls away, and that's just unfortunate to see.
And I think it's important that everyone should be able to be that X factor to step it up and bring everyone back together and have fun again. And when you can't have that, I mean, yeah, you do look at those player cams and it's pretty much just a dead face and just get into the next round or get into the end of the game.
So OXG are now in the pit with Wildcard about being teams that still have yet to find a win through the first week. They will have next week to go and try to get themselves out of that pit. Meanwhile, for Los, they're up there in 1-1 and currently trying to be on the mend from where they were in Stage 1. Coming up next, it's our main event. Even though it's only Game 3, it's finally happening. The heavyweight title fight between DarkZero and Sonics coming up next.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
On August 26, 2024, the world shook with the news that Troy Canadian Jaroslawski was no longer a member of DarkZero. Within an hour, it was clear that hadn't been a clean breakup. Some DZ players wished him well, others said lines had been crossed. Whatever the scenario, we're now here, 11 days later, waiting to see if what's about to unfold on the server is a grudge match. Welcome back to day 2 of stage 2 of the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Laxing, he is Foxay. Gentlemen, you don't play games with Canadian because now he's defected and gone to the other side.
Listen, I'm shaking in my boots right now because this is going to be a cinema, as Ambi said.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you look at both teams, they'll both definitely have some success going forward. But obviously today is the grudge match so soon after replacing a player. And you know what they always say is once you replace a player, they always come back and beat you their first time.
I did it.
Yeah, you did. You and Vert both did it when we let you guys go.
I remember
Mark
when
did it to us. Retro did it to us.
Well, Bosco went and played for Wildcard, and did they beat SSG the first time? I seem to remember something about this, yeah.
For the point of this point, yes, they did.
Even if it didn't happen, yes, it did. In order to have it make sense. We'll talk DarkZero first. There's a lot to go over here. They didn't play a game yesterday. They got to sit back and watch the Sonics play a game, so they have an idea of what they have to do, but they have to play a mutant of a team in Sonics coming up.
Obviously, 2 things coming from here. Nafe is now stepping into the IGL role, but let me talk about Kobe just really quick. Obviously, he's coming up from that T2. He's playing on this prestigious roster. I love that he's here. I can't wait to see what he can bring, but Kobe, I got to move you aside here really quick because there's a bigger story to this team.
There is. What is that?
And that story is Nafe coming into that IGL role and trying to replace Troy here. Well, not trying, he's going to. But honestly, that's a lot to take for this roster because we've known DZ to have Troy's fundamentals and how his ideology and how he plays Siege. And now you're bringing Nafe into that. And what is that going to look like?
A lot of the drama that's been talked about over the past couple of days specifically has been between Nafe and Canadian. There were a couple of Twitter exchanges specifically on how that was meant to be. But now just consider this. These guys just played together at an international LAN not even 35 days ago. This was a very recent change, and this is how these guys did. It wasn't even half bad.
Yeah, and they placed top 8. They couldn't make it to main stage, unfortunately, but this is where everything went awry. This is where the problems happened. This is where the lines got crossed. This is where Troy ended up getting removed.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, fortunately for him, he was able to find himself on another team, but it gives so much hope to this new light of Nafe IGLing, because I remember back when they first got him in the Brazil Invitational, and it looked like a brand new DZ. They were so fast, so on point, and then right after, they came back to the stage, and it was like same old DZ, very slow, very methodical, and it was like that life that Nafe brought was no longer there. So now, for Nafe to have all that control, I got high hopes.
So he is confirmed the new DZ IGL at this stage.
Correct.
Is he the guy to actually steer the ship in the right direction, though?
It's a tall ask, to be honest, because when you're in comparison to Troy in that IGL role, we have records of that. We have to show what Nafe has to step into. And when you're comparing the two, obviously it's not fair. Troy has 8 years versus those 5 years, but you look, he's attended 21 events. Nafe has attended 6. Troy has won 4 events, 2 of those being 2 world championships. Nafe has none underneath his belt. And again, he is joining this prestigious, well, he's been on this roster now of DarkZero, and he now has to lead this charge and make this a world championship winning team or a major championship winning team that Troy has done numerous times.
I mean, you say 8 to 5 years, but that's a 3-year difference, and the numbers just are so outweighed on Canadian's side, and it goes to show you that his leading style is proven. Every single team that he's taken and been a part of has been a solid team, but Nafe, on the previous M&M roster, he was more of a supportive back-end role, doing it a little bit, and so now this is the real first time that Nafe has had full control of a roster, a talented roster to be able to play with.
It's not a situation I envy for Nafe. It might be a situation in which he thrives in, depending on how this matchup goes. We'll see. It's nothing against Nafe per se, but when you take the GOAT of North America off your roster, these are just the sorts of things that are going to come up eventually.
It has to be talked about. I mean, you are not going to not talk about the situation. No one would have ever thought Troy was ever going to leave this roster unless it was his own volition, and obviously that wasn't the case. We saw a little bit of beef on Twitter, so again, this matchup is going to be insane.
A 3-year stint with DZ ended. Now Sonics is my best friend. SQ went to club yesterday against Wildcard. Good first outing with both Troy and Surf, and now it gives us that look about what this veritable super team is going to do.
And of course, they're extremely confident. Ambi said that he had no doubts that the team was playing at full peak. But I do think there were little things that it's going to take a little bit more time to just hard hone on and just make everything perfect for Canadian.
So when you're in the middle of a new team, not everything works out perfectly on the very first game. That's usually what happens. But we saw some pretty quick adaptations overall. What did you think about how they played against Wildcard?
Well, the main point of it is they were bringing a lot of blitz, and Canadian was that blitz, and they were playing around him. And if you look at this clip, they're already starting out with 2 men down. And obviously, Canadian on the blitz isn't able to find anything. They're able to equalize the 3-to-3 man count, but inevitably the round just falls out because Sonics wasn't able to wait for Canadian to be the main entry. And that's what he did. He rallied the troops, said, slow down, guys. I'm playing the blitz for the reason. I'm going to make them move. I'm going to make the plays, and then you guys capitalize off of that. And that's exactly what we see. Canadian roam clearing, pushing the defenders away for his team to catch them. And then this is a replay of the exact same site, but they have all 5 members out. Smokes come out, Canadians pushing people out of their positions, and the rest of Sonics is there to catch it. And usually you see adaptations like this come in a VOD review. It takes sometimes days, weeks for a team to establish fundamental swaps and make things crystal clear. But Canadian did it in 3 rounds.
And I think that's important because I even said in the beginning, what's the ideology going to look like other roster? How fast are we going to see this transition into play? And the fact that it happened that quickly, and like you said, it went from one round transitioning into the next, that in those next rounds, we saw that perfectly executed, perfectly played, and looked very decisive. I mean, that's as fast as you could possibly want that result to be.
But how much does fortune favor DarkZero in this case? For their first opponent of the stage to be Sonics, and for them to now have an entire game's worth of film on how that team progressed? Like, are the heavens, are the Siege's gods just smiling upon DZ at this point?
I think they're kind of against them because regardless of the map that you go to, Canadian's joining a new team with new players. But Canadian knows how every single one of those players, besides Kobe on DZ plays. So even if DZ is fast enough to swap their changes on as many maps as possible, I trust Canadian to have more tricks up his sleeve.
But if you're DZ, at this point, do you shift up everything now because Canadian's not with the team? Are Sonics with Troy going to look at anything that he did with DZ? Will any of that previous playstyle be the same?
That's a hard thing to do, to completely change the fundamentals of how DZ has been historically to now to immediately transition. I think that's going to be an over time. I think we might see a little bit of things change, little idiosyncrasies maybe change from each player, but a huge shift, I would not see that working in DZ's favor in any way, shape, or form.
Even though they're super accustomed to like one play. We talked about this behind the scenes. Guys like Panba and NJR being used to that slow play style, do you think they can shift things up?
I think they absolutely can, but if you're trying to do it that quickly and in one stage and in your first match, I personally don't see that being the best method of choice to make this team be a different identity.
Yeah, it's definitely very possible, but it's just players are going to be stuck in their ways and it's very difficult to change them. Can you change them? Absolutely. But a player that's playing slow is going to play slow, and a player that plays fast is going to play fast.
Yeah.
Ooh. And it's not club and it's not consulate, it's skyscraper. That's a pretty darn good battleground, I think, for what could be a really hardcore game like this.
Yeah, for a map that plays slow, I mean, this map definitely favors DarkZero. But for the unpredictability factor, Skyscraper is a map that you can't do too much. So the team that has the least info on them as possible is going to usually succeed. So Sonics being very fast with a lot of hot-handed players, and Canadian just having as much information on the DZ playstyle as possible, I'd be scared if I was DarkZero.
I mean, I think this could be a toss-up for both teams, to be completely honest with you. It is a very small, condensed map. You're not going to be lurking around the map, sneaking around the map, catching a lot of people off guard. You're really going to have to be focusing on what's in front of you and playing for those power positions that you would typically see on a map like Border. It's kind of similar, in my opinion, in how those situations are played. But I don't know. This is a hard map. Obviously, we chose our teams for predictions, but like obviously this is before the maps. Now seeing it be Skyscraper, this is a little bit of a toss-up for me.
Are you thinking about switching to DZ?
I mean, if we want to talk about a slower paced team, then obviously DZ, but like I still think that with Troy going over to this roster and how well they looked yesterday, I can definitely see still SQ.
I mean, Troy didn't look slow paced. With like playing Blitz and Sonics on. They looked really quick.
I do agree though with the map. It does favor more DZ's playstyle, but I think it's the first time we're seeing DZ, and it's also the first time they're playing. So honestly, their confidence has to come into question for me. This is their first time without Canadian. Obviously, they've been practicing without him, but in a game day scenario, if things go wrong, are they used to Nafe now calling the shots? Are they looking to maybe just play a little bit more scrappy and just hope new things work?
And we haven't touched up on it a lot. Obviously, Kobe Lax coming into this. You have to get this new player comfortable with this T1 level, whereas Sonics doesn't have that on the roster, regardless of getting Surf.
So, questions to be answered, and a grudge match to finally be settled. Nafe versus Canadian, DarkZero versus Sonics. Up deck is Game 3. Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafeld are ringside at Skyscraper.
And all that and more on our first episode of Beef Watch. I am Lynx, joined by Stokes, and I have to say, obviously, there's 8,000 different reasons why any individual human being could be excited for this matchup, right? But the reason why I am so excited is obviously the IGLs, but I think a couple different factors for it. One, how quickly will DZ be able to place their trust in Nafe? How much will those DZ habits carry over? But also, Sam, what I think is the most important question, will this IGL change for Sonics stop the bleeding they've been experiencing this year?
Man, it's a really big question to ask, isn't it? Because the Sonics have been in kind of a free fall here for a little bit, just trying to figure out really their identity. And that's the thing. They have so many talented players on this roster that we always expect a lot out of them. They've just finally found that person that can be that true core for the roster and use all of these weapons that they've built up on this roster to their fullest potential. That's what we're seeing, at least so far for the Sonics, and just their initial game that we've seen. So we'll see if that continues to be a trend for Canadian in this newfound Sonics. But as for DarkZero, I mean, this is just so. What do you say, man? This is just so, just to a crazy height. You know what I mean? This is something I never would have assumed that would ever happen ever. Canadian gets removed from his own roster. Some beef on Twitter about it as well. Like, just a lot of things, not only around this roster move, but also around this game. I mean, think about this from a DarkZero perspective. Your very first game of the entire season, Carter, is up against your former IGL, and not even just a former IGL, one of the best IGLs that has ever touched Rainbow Six Siege. That is a crazy hill to climb.
I'm gonna be so honest. That's not even what I care about. It's the fact that Sonics did the DZ bans. Sonics banned Dokkaebi. Like, Troy's been on the team for 2 matches. They didn't ban Dokkaebi yesterday, to be fair. I think they banned Maverick. They banned Dokkaebi Azabi today. It's like, my man, Troy has the reins right off the bat. He is like, we are doing the DarkZero bans, and you do not have anything to say about it. Obviously, it's a bit oversimplification. I just think it's funny. And also, to the desk's point, talking about Canadian on that blitz, DarkZero banned it as their attack. That is so, dude, that's gonna be so weird saying DarkZero and then Canadian as opposing forces. Oh, like, my brain literally stopped myself. Like, I just made an error.
Yeah, and just taking a step back and looking at it from a friend, or not a friend, but a fan perspective, rather. Dude, it's just so awesome. It's really awesome, honestly, at the end of the day, that there's like a little bit of like just you know, grit in between these two. It just makes matchups like this so interesting. I'm always down for a rivalry when it comes to sports, and something like this just makes things all the more fun to watch. So especially on a map like Skyscraper, which can tend to be a little boring sometimes, Carter, makes it a little bit, you know, more fun when it comes down to these big high flying moments.
It can, which is another reason why I'm interested in this matchup, because obviously, you know, I think the desk has it right that I don't know how quickly DarkZero will be able to change that playstyle, but Skyscraper can play very differently in North America than it does in the rest of the world. North America is noticeably slower on this map than regions like Brazil or regions like Europe. Nafe, coming from Europe, is likely going to, in the long term, bring a different perspective to this map that maybe is outside of the norm for North America, certainly outside of the norm, you know, going all the way back to a year ago. Nafe getting very aggressive right now, trying to find a gunfight with his SMG-11 around the mini-bar position. Surf waiting. C4 will go out, but it finds nothing. Goes wide, lands far away from any Sonics attacker. Everybody still in full health. Everybody just burning their utility.
And you can see from the lineup of the Sonics, it's going to be a utility-based game from them as well. You're bringing in the Flores, you've got Buck, Ying, as well as Nomad. You're trying to lock up those outside doors and kind of set a foothold on these outside windows. You can use this execution utility, not only that, but also obviously the Flores drones to kind of make your life easier initially before you actually have to hop in the building. But it's going to be immediate and aggressive from the Sonics. Canadian already with a frag. Surf playing patiently on the rappel. He'll catch one too. Canadian double duty. The case going down as well.
Yeah, it seems like this one's all tied up, especially as Ambi cuts down Kobe. Unfortunate entry for the newbie on DarkZero into round 1. They go for the master bedroom defense, and the Sonics make mincemeat of it. Bolo left alone on that top floor. Sonics don't even break a sweat this round. Almost everybody with a kill outside of Rexon, who remains alive. Bolo really unable to find a way back. Sonics are going to be watching that hatch, and they're watching this staircase. First round goes their way on the attack, on an off-site maybe, but still a good foot to place forward for Sonics.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks all the more dangerous every single time you see it. This is the danger of somebody like Canadian. When you are this in tune with Rainbow Six and how strategy works and all of these different things, when you get around players that are so unbelievably talented, and this is not to say that DarkZero isn't, right? This is just to say that the Sonics have built up a crazy just cache of talent. It's truly impressive what they've done over the years here, and to hand those reins to Canadian, I mean, look at the photos in the back, man. This guy's been around for way too long. Did you see that like collage of photos?
No,
that was like Carter. It was probably 100 separate photos from him at events. I'm not even lying. Like that's a crazy amount of tenure. And not only that, but he's been talented the whole time.
It was what was the number? Was it was it 16 or 26?
26.
20. So, yeah.
26.
So 26 events. Let's use your number. 100 photos. That's less than 5 photos per event. Like you just gotta whip your phone out like once of the 8 to 9 days you're there, because Troy's teams consistently make top 8 and sometimes top 6. It's like you just take 4 photos an event. That's just the sheer tonnage we're talking about with the reputation right here. But also I think to talk about, the pieces that Canadian has at his disposal now, it's something that the Sonics have made very, very clear to us over the years, but recently has fallen out of favor. I mean, for a long time, the Sonics were the most consistently performing international roster for North America, consistently getting top 8, top 4 at majors, all the way back in 2022 and 2023. They got top 6 this past SI. This freefall is a very, very recent thing, primarily contained to Stage 1 right now, where they had Gunnar calling. Obviously, he leaves the roster in Stage 2. Then they go to Geo. They drop Geo. They go to Merc. They drop Merc. Now they bring in Canadian to try and stabilize this very talented roster. And if we can see Rexon, if we can see Grixer reclaim their heights and Ambi and Surf perform well, this is absolutely a lethal 5-man stack. And with the Monty in play, seems like they might create a lethal setup momentarily.
He just has such a solid system, and it's something that, I mean, Canadian is one of the IGLs through the history of Siege that a lot of IGLs base themselves off of to start and then try and work their way into their own favor, right? But as of right now, it's going to be Sonics battling up against DarkZero once again and coming out on the proper side, at least for an instance, but then Bo wakes up. Kobe with a nice kill as well. Grixer will bring it back into at least some decent straights for himself, but it was essentially a 1v3 there. We'll find that initial kill down to Kobe as well as NJR to try and get this one for DarkZero.
He could certainly recover the diffuser here, I believe. He's got that drone watching the other angle, and he might be able to find a way through the breach, though that's certainly an awkward hole. Might not even be able to crouch through that depending on the height. He's got intel on one particular player, Kobe, all the way inside a drum. So while you might be able to pick up that diffuser from the outside, taking that fight could be very difficult. But no, the wall's reinforced, so NJR can't help. Grixer certainly has time to drone these positioned out and find the remaining player, but will he go into Dragon? Will he push that drone further and spot NJR? Mute Jammer, you will spot him. He knows the remaining positions of the Bandit and the Mute now, so he's able to hop in and isolate these 1v1s. He'll likely go for the Mute first. No, instead, as he's spotted on the BP, he goes for the Bandit. Diffuser can be recovered. Has to take a second to take out the goo mine. DZ are playing this well. They're biding their time. That intel now being relayed because of that bulletproof will be instrumental for DarkZero to close out this round. Grixer might make it deeper into the site, but he's lost so much of that advantage on time he had. If he comes up off this diffuser, he can take the fight with Kobe as he swings around the corner, but the Bandit plays it so safe. Grixer instead gets scared and falls off, and DarkZero play passive again. He might face check, but he takes a whole lot more damage than he deals out. Switches to the pistol, but only 2 seconds left, and NJR, ever the patient man, will give DZ their first.
I will say, Kobe did kind of get put in a spin cycle there for a second. Like, his ankles completely snapped. But, hey, still a DZ round. And still, at the end of the day, to Kobe's favor, playing that like a veteran. Taking his time, getting that motion there just where the planter thinks, hey, they're going to try and take an aggressive peek on this. Grixer gets off case, walks up and takes a duel with him. You know what I mean? You really can't stop that too much. But at a bare minimum, playing it the way that he should have at the end of the day. Just didn't get the favored result, right? He wants to get that kill on Grixer. He wants to make things look nice. But hey, he's already got his first frag when it comes to pro play, so has to feel good.
Yeah, certainly has to feel good. And also, just playing discipline with the rest of the veterans, certainly a good omen for the rest of this stage that we'll see from Kobe. as they win the top floor bomb site, or one of the top floor bomb sites, all the way over in Exhibition and Office. We'll move down to the second first floor site. We have not seen tea and karaoke so far. It's been master bedroom, then Exhibition Office, and now kitchen and barbecue down below on the first floor. Surprisingly, no castle barricade that I think we often see on this site, just to make Geisha a little bit easier to hold, but we've still got the Bandit to lock down those exterior walls. We also have the Malusis to make sure that nobody can lurk in and try to backstab not only this setup, but also likely the one down below. So, still a bit more loose. And another Vigil Boss G.
You know,
we had, we had good impact from the first game. It was just second game, I don't think we saw anything.
No, not really. I think we saw somebody get clipped by it, but nobody actually getting killed. So we'll see if Pambazoo does more than wing somebody here. Let's have that SMG-12 as well, which we saw fail someone in their vertical escapades inside of Nighthaven Labs. So hopefully that also ventures better for him too. 2 minutes, 22 seconds left on the clock, which does beg the question, how does Sonics want to try and start this off? It's usually by these balconies, trying to see if they can get any influence on the kitchen area as well as the top floor. That's exactly what the Sonics are going to be about here. They do have some positioning over on the far side as well, just to try and work their way in from potentially Black Balcony, but most definitely the restaurant booth area. So going to be something that they try and get a hold of, just so they have those cross angles working their way in down low.
And this is why we oftentimes might see a castle brought here, because so much of this defense revolves around holding these vertical angles that you just throw up a castle barricade and have somebody hold an angle the entire time. Monty goes in, but his perennial menace, the goo mine, will force him back out. Likely one to replace, I was about to say, likely one to replace that coming momentarily. Canadian will have to be careful as he makes his way through the top of Black Stairs. He'll move deeper into a Banshee this go around, dodging that goo mine that Bolo threw all the way over a bit earlier on. Pambazoo holding the crossfire with the Boss G. Sonics are trying to find their way onto this hold via the Black Stairs. But not only are DarkZero waiting, they're playing patiently again. But Canadian's actually made his way down in a position for a bit more minimal and direct take.
So solid from the Sonics so far, taking their time. That's the biggest thing. You can see how they're doing such a bang-up job of working around this shield. Rexon has a nice find onto NJR because they have to try and make something go off here. He's going to have at least an additional find here from Sonics, but as for DarkZero's case, it's not looking too hot as of right now with 3 versus 2. Canadians got the Monty still in play, and this case is asking to be placed.
I mean, Rexon's got the vertical angles covered. He only has to worry about the players in front of him, one of which, obviously, as we can see inside the B site, the other more over towards delivery. It's that latter player they just get intel on. They've only got 30 seconds, so not long on time, but Canadian will fall back. Even's got the smoke canister to shield his position. This diffuser should be able to go down successfully. No impact grenades to speak of, no C4s in sight. Instead, one player on DarkZero goes for the retake up top, and Pan, but tries to flank around back. But as the Malusi dies next to him, he's blind to the very player in front. It's the Monty when the smoke fades. Not the kind of thing you want to see when you're 22 health and stuck in a 1v3. Canadian will back off, just relaying intel to the rest of his team on Pambazoo's position. Nobody needs to peek right now. And once he does, it's with exact intel relayed by Canadian. Sonic's doing quite well on the attacking side so far. Both offsites going their way.
Yeah, this has not been too hot for our defense so far, and that's been the biggest thing about Skyscraper, especially in the iteration that we're seeing right now, right? A lot of people having a very tough time of getting big offensive rounds, and you know it's because of a myriad of different reasons, but we won't get into that right now. The biggest thing is that the Sonics are piloting this so very well, and you can already see a lot of them have a lot of trust into the system that's being put forward from Canadian. You know, a lot of these things somewhat similar to what they've done before with different IGLs, as well as just through their history and tenure with Rainbow Six Siege. All of these guys, even including somebody like Ambi, has been playing the game for a very, very long time. So for the Sonics, this is just a little bit of a change of pace with a very, very good IGL, and they're making the most out of it.
They are, and people were talking about, the Desk was talking about, they're more than people to me. The Desk was talking about, you know, DarkZero running similar stuff, you know, from what they had when they were playing under Canadian, but like, that's a Canadian DarkZero attack right there that we just saw from the Sonics. I mean, going on the Monty, down the Black Stairs, and for a very, very minimal plant inside a barbecue, back when DarkZero were struggling in Stage 1, I remember them trying to execute that very attack and failing to do so. Now they're obviously able to do so here. I think so far in the past 2 games we've seen from the Sonics, or I suppose the game and a quarter we've got so far, Rexon has been a very good performer. He's got 4 kills so far. Ambi also having a solid game. Really, everybody putting up some solid performances. And Surf, I gotta say, 3-1 so far. He's been playing a lot more passive of a position than what I historically am used to from him. He moved on to Hard Breach, I think, a bit earlier into his Pro League career. And it's really surprising to see it suit him this well. He's a talented player, but I always knew him for his aggression. The fact that he's been succeeding on this role, like 2-3 stages now, just continues to speak highly of him as a player.
Oh yeah, well, and the main thing is that he's just so mechanically sound. You know what I mean? Like, we were talking on this a bit with Hyper when we were on Clubhouse. He's one of those guys where you can hand him literally any gun, and he will make you jealous that he is using that gun. You get what I'm saying? You're just like, oh no, there's got to be some special sauce in that. There's no way. No, that guy is just that talented. So, but as we move on here deeper into round 4, Ambi with a nice angle here from the bathroom, worried about Kobe over inside a bar. Kobe just needs to play his time here. This is something where we can try and delay things a little bit longer, just make sure they don't get too much control down low. Even though that isn't the main bread and butter for Sonic's strategy here, it's definitely something where they'll be a little annoyed. Have a good heat check on this, though. This check coming in from the drone should be an easy frag here for Ambi. And yes, indeed, Kobe just not privy to that information coming in on his location.
Pretty liberal utility usage from Sonics, but you can't deny that it goes to good effect. You might be thinking, oh, you really want to use that Firebolt just for that? But it gives Ambi the security to push in and then actually go for that kill on the Legion inside of or outside of Barbecue. So really good stuff. They're able to take down the smoke on Black Stairs too. They have removed so many obstacles to a direct take for T and Karaoke. The only one remaining is that player close on the T doorway, just to the left of Black Stairs entrance. If they can remove that player, Pambazu, who's already fallen back and worried about players maybe going for a backstab, Sonics have a way into this to get their 3rd round on the attack. If they're able to pick up that diffuser, move in, and keep Pambazu shut down in that position, it could land very, very well. Ambi still has all 3 of his death mark trackers too. If he wants to go for a backstab or just relay intel to his team, he can very easily do so. One goes out, it spots the Warden, not the player playing close, but instead far on the T side. The Goyo spotted too inside of Geisha. They're able to land the kill and the Firebolt to isolate him too. The guns have come alive for the Sonics in these first 2 play days, and the coordination is just even sweeter.
It's honestly disgusting. I mean, how many days are we in now? I'll look it up on Liquipedia, but I want to say it's like 14 as of right now for Canadian. What do we got? What do we got, folks, here? The 26th of last month, that is when he officially joined the Sonics, and they already look like a team that's been playing together for multiple months, at least on Skyscraper here. This is just, for lack of a better term, this is pretty damn good, Carter.
Yeah, I think anybody would be foolish to deny that Sonics are looking quite good so far. Obviously, they had that close game against Wildcard yesterday, winning about the same rounds, 3 rounds on defense, 4 rounds on attack. And here, their attacks looking quite good, when they also looked very good yesterday. Being able to do so on a map like Skyscraper as well, especially when Canadian system for Skyscraper isn't exactly the most successful one on the planet. I know these are technically DarkZero stats, but when Canadian has been IGLing Skyscraper, he's only 2-5 in the past 3 plays. Now, to be fair, they've all been close, most either max regulation or most or max overtime, so they have all been very close affairs, but this wasn't exactly an incredibly strong map that Canadian was able to IGL. A lot of the times, it was far too slow and able to accomplish far little. But that's the big difference here, isn't it, Sam? Is that they're still taking their time, and as we've seen in a couple rounds now, still only end the round or execute with 45 seconds remaining, but the ability to get advantages earlier on, and sometimes even end rounds earlier on, has been a big change for Canadian Skyscraper on the Sonics versus when he was on DarkZero.
Yeah, most definitely. I think, at least from what we've seen so far inside of Skyscraper here, there's been a lot more fast-acting moments earlier on from the Sonics, and I think it's just because, quite a few of these players are used to that, where they're able to kind of set up a strategy like that. So, you know, it's really a good look here from the Sonics. I like how controlled things are overall as well. I know I just talked about their aggression, but at the end of the day, they're keeping things reined in. They're not trying to do something that's so overbearing that it gets them punished. And it's just been very solid from SQ so far. We'll have to see how DZ wants to try and adapt. I really did not like that last round, at least from Nafe's perspective there. He's able to get those smokes out on that, you know, Black Stairs position, but just keeping his face where it doesn't belong, man. Really dedicating himself to that position for way too long, keeps himself locked in there, and ends up getting gunned down when really just need to dash back down and try and keep that utility alive, or at least be around to take some gunfights. Instead, just gets punished immediately by that player around the Monty. So hoping to see DarkZero find some proper aggression on this round and maybe get in the face of the Sonics in a good way.
Could be Kobe to do that. Then again, the solo roam he went for him, it made him easy pickings for the Sonics last round. He's a bit closer to the team this time. He is that Vigil that we're the only DarkZero player we can actually see on the drone right now. He's been spotted. Activating the ERC won't do you much good, especially as he's been tracked by Rexen. A heater this man has been on. I believe he had, what, 15 kills at the end of the game yesterday, and now on with 7 up until this point. Yeah, 15 kills yesterday, 22 kills through the first 2 playdays, and Ambi not far behind him this one. Tying with Rexen with 7 with that kill. Another Deathmark tracker goes out. Bolo on the drum. Doorway is forced back because of 1 and I believe 2 grenades, but NJR supporting him is able to take down Surf. As the Hard Breacher tries to wrap around through the Geisha wall. There's the urge to be aggressive here, and Ambi, I think getting a bit overly so, just walks in and, well, that MP5, when it's looking right at you, is pretty easy to make good work with.
Most definitely. Good recoil, solid damage, and those are 2 favorable things, especially for a guy like Bo. Some big kills from him. Down to the 3 versus 3 here, and some solid positioning from Sonics, but biggest piece of this puzzle is how in the hell do they try and work their way over into this office space? DarkZero still have control of Dragon. They have the whole back end of this site locked up tight. This is going to make things difficult for the Sonics to try and proceed. You can see Pamba as well as NJR is still here. NJR, no nitro cell in pocket. I do believe that's gone, but we'll just have to see. As for Pambazu, though, going to be sticking around with another Goo Mine as well. And this is going to be something that really assists them with Canadian still being on that Monty.
That's big right there. The Deathmark fails. Sonic's likely trying to want to power a particular player to get that man advantage as we reach 15 seconds left, but as it regenerates, he gets it now, but they get the kill a different way. Grigster just wins the heads-up challenge. Rexen follows it up onto Bolo. Hits the quick reload, flips the revolver, and a second kill for Rexen at the end of that one. Sonics get themselves a winning half in round 5.
I gotta see that kill cam. That had to be nasty. What is it? What's in that revolver? 6 bullets and he kills 2 people there? Wow, just a lot coming out of Sonics and specifically Rexen there on the Deimos. And I mean, just completely stumping DarkZero right now. We usually tend to see this map trend towards a defensive favor, and right now Sonics are making it anything but.
Ridiculous stuff from Rexen. I mean, math-wise, up to 24 kills through the first 2 games of the NAL so far. Obviously, very close one yesterday, and if the Sonics keep up this pace and are able to just translate to the better side on Skyscraper, it might be a very quick one for our match of the day and match of the week. DarkZero versus Sonics. DarkZero have already used their timeout, by the way. They used it after the loss in round 4. So, post-timeout, the round's certainly close. Comes down to a 3v3, and definitely some sloppiness from the Sonics. But they still win it. They're still more clinical in the late round. They've got themselves the winning half, and DarkZero can't press pause anymore, can't take that timeout, especially with the harder side looming large on the horizon. The final defense. I believe we will see Exhibition in office all the way on the opposite side. Is that the second floor or is that the first floor?
It's the first floor. It's master bedroom.
Is it the first floor? Is it too far away? Too far away. I don't have eyes that good.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Hold up.
What if I'm wrong? What if I just called it so hard and I'm wrong? 1 second. Anybody.
We are 50 miles away.
Yeah, oh, it's the top floor, Carter. No.
I will take. I do accept cashier's check and American Express.
Listen, man, I'm broke. I
didn't say you to pay me a lot.
I can't even pay you a little, man. Anyways, I will say this though, Sonics, looking like, at least initially with this first round, when they want to try and go for this top floor clear across, get some pressure working in on this extension here from DarkZero, but DarkZero desperately need this round. Things are not going to break open properly, at least for the Geisha single, and that's going to make things a little bit more complex for Sonics if they do want to try and transition through there, but Sarf is going to be able to assist with this issue and make the bottom portion a crouch hole. Now, the big thing is, how does Sonics want to try and use the rest of this clock? It's 5-5, at least going into the last minute and a half. We'll see if I'm wrong in the next 6 seconds. So Ying will go in from Canadian, and Ambi trying to push on top of that as well.
It's been a Monty push every single time that Sonics have attacked this site. Now in the final time, the third time DarkZero have tried it, they changed things up. Instead, Canadian goes onto that Ying, the Ying and the Grim combo. That DZ under Canadian, I think, were quite famous for really pioneering in North America, at least back when Grim got a lot of those nerfs. I think in stage 2 of last year was when we saw DZ under Canadian bring these two operators and use them quite effectively in tandem. Nade goes out, Pamazoo gets ahead of it, challenges it. That's exactly what you want to do in that situation, especially if you got the aggressive instinct that Pamazoo has and the gun skill to boot. A two-piece on opposite sides of the bomb site puts the diffuser outside on the balcony where Ambi has to recover. You've lost that Ying. So much of those Candelas burned in the execute. Now lackluster. Ambi sort of by himself on this side as Grixer and Surf might be together, but away from the case.
Sonics still looking for a moment here outside. They need to try and find something, but Pambazoo, he's thwarted a lot of this so far, and DarkZero looking to be at least in better straits when it comes to round 6. Kobe, solid position here, but he's not able to land his shot, and Surf will gun him down. He finds another 2, and no, there's no way. 15 seconds remain. What's going to happen?
Okay, hold on. Let's not get ridiculous here, okay? Grixer and Surf are stuck on this side, right? They can coalesce with, oh my god, they can coalesce with Ambi, but Pambazoo cuts him down. That kill doesn't happen. I think we got a very different ball game on our hands. But a Pambazoo 4K is a necessary and sufficient condition for DarkZero to only get 2 rounds on their defensive side.
Well, a lot of firsts here. Obviously, Canadian not on DarkZero for the first time in a long time, but the first time that Canadian gets to witness a Pamba party time from the receiving end, as Pamba just makes mincemeat of the Sonics. 4 kills for him, and all from a very similar position. This is why Pamba has been getting praised for so very long. He's extremely talented and just not overplaying his hand, man. He always has solid positioning for himself in the map and the gun skill and mechanics to back it up as well. Very well done from him, and he's going to get DarkZero a very much needed second round.
And even though they end up losing it, I mean, you could even see the solid game plan from the Sonics. They realize the minibar player is probably the most isolated. He's stuck behind that very position. Even if you don't have active intel, you can pretty reliably guess that somebody's there. And if Sonics are able to get that man advantage, that's or could be a very different round, even though many of those engagements probably come down to a coin toss. So Sonics still with the right idea towards the end, even if Pamazoo decided to say no. But as you flip, it doesn't really matter. The difference between a 5-1 for the Sonics and a 4-2 that we end up seeing right now. And they go to T Karaoke first. We only saw it one time from DarkZero on their defenses, and it came in round 4. Exhibition Office 3 times, but only once for what many consider to be the primary bomb site on this map. Sonics go to it first.
It's a good call. A little default moment here for them, and we're going to see something. Yeah, right?
I had no idea what he was vaulting on for a second. That was such a long vault animation for the table.
For a split second there, my brain just calculated things like it was old skyscraper, and I was just like, what is he doing? No, nothing he's hopping on. Probably just like the couch in there or something. But
it's like the table to the left of the window or something, or I don't know, the couch or whatever it was. An elevated surface to the left of the window.
Something like that. He's got a random just Keurig sitting in there on a shelf. So it's gonna be Sonics though, with a more aggressive defense, at least with that. I think it was just putting a piece of utility up there. We'll see if that does come into play, something like a bulletproof or something along those lines. They got a nice little angle here to watch this. Kobe's going to end up opening up the main wall. It's got a Goyo canister on it, so you'll still have that Banshee to worry about as well. But Bo is going to go down as he hops into a frost mat. Nobody picks him up, but I lied. Canadian's going to get his second kill of the round, or at least what it said, but I feel like it's betraying me, and it has. It's actually going to be Bo and NJR are the only ones to go down, so it's a 3v5 for DarkZero.
And Nate just tries to rappel in through the karaoke window by himself. Nobody really able to support him. I mean, maybe Kobe on the long angle to shut down Geisha, but Nafe really alone there, just trying his best to bring that 3v5 into something more manageable, but it just shows the dire straits that DarkZero in. Pamazu throws the Candela, tries to fake it out, doesn't work at all. Flawless round for the Sonics and their defenses. Quite literally the best round we have seen on defense from anybody this game so far.
Yeah, 100%. That was just textbook out of the Sonics. Every single thing that we saw DarkZero try, it just crashed and burned in a huge plume of flames. So for DarkZero right now, the crappiest thing is that they really don't have much runway to deal with this, do they? Like, Sonics are hurtling towards this being already, their match point. And Canadian, that's exactly what he wants. He wants to put them in the pressure cooker. He wants to make this complicated for them. And you could see, if any of you were watching the camera of Nafe when he swung in that window and lost that gunfight on the last round, it's making things very frustrating for DarkZero right now. I mean, you called it on the ball and you said, hey, man, we really don't need you. Even past that, we just don't really appreciate what happened as, the fallout here at EWC. And at least so far, it's looking like that has been somewhat of a step back here for DarkZero.
And let's also, let's be even-handed. Let's keep in mind, this is DarkZero's first game in the NA League. This is their first time with the new IGL actually playing on game day since that change, whereas the Sonics had a pretty close 12-round game to warm up yesterday, spearheaded by a strong performance from Rexon that has only continued today as he's breached double digits now. So you have the Sonics with one player in particularly good form, but everyone in general performing at or above reasonable expectations, and they're also just warm in that they've played a game yesterday. You are correct in that that is a narrative one could spin, but if we want to be a little, and by we I mean me, want to be a little charitable, want to be a little polite, DarkZero are coming into this cold, and they are playing up against a red-hot Sonics right now. On the attacking side, they've only managed, well, no rounds so far of the one they've played. They'll try to hopefully switch their fortunes up as we attack Exhibition and Office this time. They'll do the normal step, open up the top house wall, and then likely rotate over to try to pressure the main breach later in this round.
Going to come down to these openers. We see them start on. Really want to try and put the right foot forward, get that initial frag. And how's Nafe going to try and solve this problem? He's essentially taking up Canadian's role as of now. You got the shield in, got this Monty going on. And if you guys have noticed as well, Kobe has essentially taken over what Nafe was running before. So this is going to be a little bit of a change up for them, obviously, and going to have some growing pains too. And I mean, that should be something that everybody was more than aware of, especially with Kobe working his way into the rosters the first time that he's been inside of pro play. Always going to be some growing pains with that. We see some strike hotter than others, but as for Kobe right now, it's going to be something that is a little bit more complex, especially with a map like Skyscraper at his disposal. This map is just known to be difficult, really no matter what way you slice it, especially when your opponent is somebody like the Sonics, who just has so much talent packed inside. Ambi, speaking of that talent, is going to show face, and he's going to rip off NJRs.
Just nothing going their way right now. Monty obviously has pushed inside a top house, but Sonics 2 rounds in a row now, able to get a quite dominant lead in the early game. The Monty not finding any success.
No way.
You gotta be kidding me! Ambi with a 3K just wraps around, and DarkZero are left scrambling. Heads in their hands. I know Nafe certainly is. Kobe all the way outside of Terrace, and what is he to do? Diffuser separated by a reinforcement and 2 defenders, 2 immediately to the right, and a Malusi Banshee to let Sonics know that he is not sitting outside. Match point for Sonics, 6-2. And I don't think that we're going to OT today.
No. I mean, look at all of just the huge grins on the Sonics. A smile still on NJR. I mean, I think that they kind of have this. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is I think it's kind of a realization for them as well, is like, guys, this is going to take a little bit of work. I mean, for how long, Carter, has DarkZero been at the disposal of Canadian? He has been the one that has made every decision when it comes down to their in-game leading, and that's something that's going to take a little bit of a change, and especially with things happening so recently, definitely makes things pretty difficult on them.
I just can't believe Ambi gets away with that. Like, is able to kill that guy.
Disgusting. Just disgusting.
It's sort of just evidence of what this game has really been. Sonics are feeling themselves. They're hot right now, individually, strategically. they're just on point these past couple days, and just evident by plays like that, evident by the fact that we've got 2 people on double digits now with only 8 rounds of play, and Surf is knocking on the door to 10 kills at 8. Again, after only 8 rounds of play. This team is performing incredibly well, to put it mildly. The individual performances is there. There's not a lot you could really desire of the Sonics throughout this opening weekend that we've seen. And after how Stage 1 went, they might have started off strong and tapered off later, but this is the exact kind of palate cleanser we needed for this org.
I mean, the real question is this going to be the roster that finally does it for Super? I mean, how long has he been looking for that big land victory, that big championship? You know what I mean? And it's came close, but just no cigar. And
he's going to be very upset with you. Like, he's going to be like, you're really jinxing us on Playday 2. Like, I think Grixer keeps tweeting like, guys, we're just trying to make top 8. Like...
No, listen, but
playoffs.
that's the thing, man. You got to talk about it at the end of the day, because Super's been around for a very long time, and I mean, he's very knowledgeable of Siege, and with the amount of rosters that he's put together and had a very heavy hand in the implementation of those, right? I really just hope that he does get it right this time, because it looks like the Canadian feels extremely comfortable with this roster, and you know, when things come to mind, Carter, sometimes you just got to talk about them. You want to be the first one to break the news, right?
True. And also, for Sonic so far, their international performances, Atlanta, an anomaly, and they're just looking to make Stage 1, not qualifying for Manchester, as much of an anomaly as that one in the fall major of last year. A minute and a half has transpired. Not a whole lot has occurred. That's good news for the Sonics, who have all 5 of their defenders still alive, still in their positions, and still with a good idea as where DarkZero are attacking from. Utility clearing all the way from Exhibition and Office, with players outside of Terrace and Geisha to try to contest, but Sonics feeling no pressure at a minute 20.
Slow and steady for DarkZero. Much like the DZ of old, we'll see them continue to try and wrap themselves around this main drum area. And this is the thing that impressed me so much on the Sonic side for their offense. It's just how quickly they were able to solve all of these puzzles. And yeah, now they're going to be able to pick up Rexon, but Surf's already taken down Nafe as he goes for a pretty aggressive play, I have to say, in through the breach there. I'm surprised he didn't, you know, recognize that he'd more than likely get punished. But either way, Bolo makes things a little bit easier on them, and as he hits a very nice shot and is able to take down another player of the Sonics. But the timer is starting to dwindle. And with Surf still in play, this is going to be the next big moment here for DarkZero, and they'll pass that one with flying colors too. Where does this case go down, though? That's the next big question.
It is, but it feels like it's got to go down at some point. This round has to go DarkZero's way. 2v4, and both defenders in a bit of a difficult position, though I'd say Ambi might be the better of the two right now. If anybody drops down or moves down a staircase, they might leave this bar position unchecked, whereas it's Grixer, especially pushed so far up, that will likely be checked. He's looking towards the stairs at the moment. Ambi instead found first. No. Somebody going to the diffuser.
No way.
Somebody's got to be watching. The
Please
Capitão's not looking.
No way.
1
Somebody
second
please.
left.
No
He's
way.
won the game! 1v4! Canadian stoic Grixer giddy as Sonic steal a dominant win from the jaws of DarkZero.
I can't believe my eyes. I really can't. That is absolutely insane. That reminds me of Iconic's clip on Oregon from now so long ago. That was like 2021. And we see another one of these moments where a player like Grixer makes something crazy happen. An insane amount of just talent on the Sonics roster, like we've been talking about. Grixer highlighting it there once again. But Carter, just look at how coordinated these guys are. I cannot understate this enough. Canadian officially joined this roster on the 26th of the last month. It is currently the 6th. That is absolutely insane.
And listen, you know what? Job's not done. That's just two games. We got more to go. And we got more games coming up because we got one more after our match of the day. 7-2. That was quicker than we expected for the match of the day, but we got one more for you right after this.
In the blink of an eye, that match is over, but if I'm sitting in an arena for a pay-per-view watching that fight unfold in the octagon, I almost want my money back because of how quick that thing was. Sonics takes Skyscraper over DarkZero 7-2. Guys, I was looking at the internet. There are some people saying this match was lost for DZ in the ban phase, let alone when we even got in the server.
I'm just going to say this. For DZ, that was a shit show.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Yeah, that was definitely very disappointing. I mean, even though Sonics, I felt like their attacks on Skyscraper were phenomenal. Skyscraper is such a hard map to attack on, but you just never knew where the X factor was going to come from on the side of Sonics.
Yeah, and I mean, 7-2 on entry already, and then even on my stats right here, there was only 3 out of 9 engagements. 3 of those were traded. Obviously, one of those would have only been on DZ's favor, where the rest of those would have been on Sonic's side. I mean, it was a night and day difference in terms of team comparison.
There were 2 guys in particular who stepped up on this team. It's the same pattern from yesterday into today. Something about Ambi and Rexon have found their real awakening now that Troy is on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the confidence that you instill when you have somebody to look to, when you have that pinnacle voice that you're able to just listen to, and when he says, go crazy. You're in this position, this is what you have to do. Once your job's done, you can do whatever you want or do whatever you see fit in this position. It just gives you so much confidence when there's somebody that you believe in and that you look up to, especially somebody like Ambi, who's probably been watching Canadian his whole career. So when he tells you to just go and shoot, oh, you probably feel rejuvenated, just weightless.
I mean, I agree with that too, but also for Rex and Ambi, those are phenomenal. All the players on SQ are really good, but Rexon and Ambi specifically are always performing nonetheless. I mean, Surf, we talked about him. What's he going to look like for this roster? He's going 9-4. Grixer on that back end. Obviously, he had that huge clutch in the end right there. Canadian, we've seen him at the bottom for his rosters, but it's that big brain. It's that vocalization that he brings to every team and that experience that excels every roster that he's on.
And it was very nice to see how Surf played because I know he was in uncomfortable roles, I'd say. Yeah. Playing the Capitao, playing the Goyo, playing the Ace. There was a lot of big rounds and big positions that he was taking on operators that you wouldn't normally see being able to, I don't know, take control of certain parts of the map. And Canadian, as the IGL, he didn't really top the charts, but it just goes to show you how many step-by-step things you really need to do to be a top team. And it's not a glamorous role. It's not fun to have to be a hard ass and tell your teams, check the corners, you have to do steps 1, 2, 3. But when you have that, you know that there's no mistakes and it makes your job, even though you're not doing everything all over the map, your teammates are there, but you know what they're doing, makes your job that much easier.
We also have to go back to round 9 real quick. Grixer being a sleuth in the shadows, a very critical mistake, allowing DarkZero. This was where they were supposed to win. They would have checked this before.
I mean, this was a massive heads-up play from Grixer nonetheless. I mean, they're at a huge man disadvantage, obviously going into this 4v1. If this is old DZ, I can promise you in every case scenario, when Troy is going for that plant, he is covering every single inch of that bomb site and making sure that bomb site or that bomb is going to be planted.
And that's what I'm saying. That's one of those positions that it's not fun, but I guarantee you Canadian would have been there and been like, did we check behind the bar? You know,
in that voice specifically.
And 99% of the time, especially in scrims, you're not going to be worried about it. But that was the one time that happens on game days that you just watch the VOD back, the footage back, and you're DZ, you're sitting there and you're like, we just have to go back to the drawing board. But nonetheless, of course, we didn't expect that much of a gap. But if you're DZ, it has to be expected. You're not just changing the IGL, but it's the system of your team. It takes time. Even if you feel like it's the right decision going forward, it takes time to do all of the little minute changes in how each player plays, how they play off of each other. It's a whole new foundation you have to build.
And I want to say, this isn't just on Nafe. Obviously, I highlighted him specifically, but they did start on that defensive half. And realistically, your IGL, for the most part, is not the one calling on defense. That just comes down to everyone having a general understanding of how you need to play the map, what the site rotation is, what your movement is on the map. So again, that's not Nafe's fault. Losing 7-2 in general, that is a team problem, to say the least. And again, they gotta be better going into next week.
There is no man I would rather talk to than the man of the hour himself. Troy Canadian is on the line to walk us through how this matchup went. Dude, congratulations on the win. It's been a very eventful week for you. There's a lot we probably want to talk about right now, big picture, but give me some minutia first. When you saw Skyscraper being the map you were going for, just run me through what you were thinking.
I mean, honestly, with this team, we're feeling comfortable on a lot of maps. And honestly, if I'm being frank, I did a lot on DZ, and I figured not much would change, and surprise, surprise, literally nothing changed. So
I got 2 questions for you. I got 2 questions for you, Troy.
Yeah,
How
we
does
were
it
going into
feel? And then secondly, joking. Secondly, I mean, what's it like playing with this roster? Obviously, when you look at the old DZ roster or current DZ roster, it's a lot slower paced of a team where you're now on Sonics where they've always played a lot more aggressive and it's a lot faster pace.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of extra tools kind of for me to work with. Yeah, we have players that can play really fast. We have players that can play slow and work around as well. We have players that can play a shield. Like we have all sorts of things, right? So like we have plenty in the kit to work with, and I think it allows us to probably be more unpredictable.
For sure.
And yeah, just I think that's just a dangerous thing to have. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought up the shields. Yesterday, we highlighted your blitz play and the adjustments that you guys made in between rounds. Today, we saw you on the Monty. And for the viewer at home, when you're on this shield, how much control do you have over the maps? What are you saying to your teammates? Is it small changes? Do sometimes you just walk into a wall and you say, all right, guys, just go the opposite way? Just walk us through what you feel in the moment when you're playing those shields.
In a typical game, usually it's like, you know, like trying to bait rotations or overpower a spot and take a piece of map control, and then like what you can kind of turn that into afterwards, or if you know an opportunity to plant. Monty and Blitz are a lot different in that way, but yeah, a lot of different ways to utilize it. Honestly, today though, I kind of just AFK'd and like the team just took over. So like I actually calling wise even I think maybe defensively I had good calls. For you know kind of reading into what they were going for, but I mean that's kind of easy mode because I literally played on the team and helped make the stuff they did. So yeah.
I got another question for you, just more of a personal one. Obviously now joining Sonics, what was your view before, obviously when you were versing Sonics, to what your view is now?
Honestly, I'd say it's pretty spot on. I'd say one thing is just the attitude of the guys. I think it's kind of easier to see that a different way though when you're not on a team.
Absolutely.
But, like, you know, we had a bit of a rivalry with them, and you know, a lot of trash talk back and forth between the teams. So you know, some of them I might have expected different attitude-wise, I'd say. But honestly, I think nothing but pleasant surprises in that regard. I think the guys are very hungry to win. They're like willing to put in a lot of time. They respect me. They want to listen to me and you know learn. And I think you know that's kind of all I can ask for. So
absolutely, love to hear that.
I know it's been a really whirlwind last couple of weeks for you, just for the process of figuring out what the future with DarkZero was going to look like, into presumably getting in contact with Sonics and trying to figure out if a deal was even going to happen before the stage started. There's been a lot of talk on the internet about how everything transpired. If there's anything that you want to say now at this point about any of that stuff, floor is yours, dude. You've earned it.
I think you know the kind of tweet that I put out there after it happened was kind of all I really wanted to get off my chest about it. I'm sure at some point, you know, maybe I'll talk more about it, but I just wanted to say that I didn't feel the way it was handled was right for the amount of work I put into the team, and you know the culture that I tried to push with the team of you know trying to work on problems together and you know like helping people improve on things and stuff like that. So like if there was a problem with me, I would have liked to know about it, and the fact that I didn't know about it and got removed for it kind of out of nowhere is what really bothered me. So I wanted to get that out there and just say that it didn't sit right with me, but that was about it. I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be multiple sides to stories, and whether people think it's justified or not doesn't matter. I just it didn't sit right with me as a captain and as a teammate. It's not something I believe in.
I was gonna say 7-2. I mean, you got to be happy nonetheless. So regardless if there was beef, regardless you didn't agree on anything, fact is you're in the winning seat now.
True. Long way to go though. That's honestly, in the grand scheme of things, a low stakes game. So not getting ahead of ourselves or anything. I think we're just got to keep working and doing what we're doing. I think we're on the right track, and I think obviously we have tons of potential. But yeah, we just got to keep working on what we're working on, and you know, sky's the limit.
Yeah, DZ Hurdle is out of the way at this point, and you've had a very, very successful week with a team that you haven't been with for very long. That by itself deserves commendation. Troy, again, thanks for joining us. Congratulations. We'll see you next week, dude.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys.
Super crazy way for this game that we hyped up to the moon and back for it to end as fast as it did, because Troy just read into what DZ were going to do. Man said it himself.
I mean, I'm sure him winning felt very bittersweet. I mean, we saw how humble he was. And of course, like, when you put that much effort in a team, I mean, listen, I felt like I was right there with him when I got dropped from OG. You know, when you put that much and then there's not even any communication to you, you're just dropped off the bat of it. Yeah, he found his footing somewhere else. And yeah, they are finding success. But I'm sure, you know, to Troy, that was one of his babies that he was cultivating for so long. So to now beat them is almost like, you know, look what we could have done. And so for him, it's a little bittersweet. But for SQ, I'm sure the rest of the guys are absolutely thrilled that they got rid of him.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's business. And if you find yourself on the winning card of that, I mean, who cares at that point? It's just the nature of the game. This is how the business is sometimes. It gets a little rough, it gets a little tough, but again, if you can find yourself and make success out of something, Troy's in a good spot.
Sometimes the breakup isn't very clean, but what matters most, I think, in this case for both teams is that it's happened. Now we're past this hurdle. Sonics doesn't play DZ at any point until maybe playoffs, even if seeding were to go that way. DZ doesn't play Sonics. It's the exact same thing. This is now a game they no longer have to worry about. Maybe it's a game that the rest of Sonics were thinking about a little bit more because they wanted to get some sort of revenge for Troy or something like that. But now both of them have their own paths through the rest of the stage, and now we'll see what it's like for them to get into playoffs or not, completely on their own volition. Also, contrary to what you might think, that was not our main event. We still got one more game on the day. It's Luminosity and SpaceStation as Game 4, and we'll have that coming up after the break.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Our last game of the day is built on the backs of two squads that won the same map yesterday. Both had good opening showings with one roster move apiece. Both are now at the top of the league, but only one of them can stay there while the other is going to go down a peg. Welcome to Game 4 of Day 2 of Stage 2. There's a bunch of numbers, but all roads lead to just one. SpaceStation and Luminosity are now on a collision course, and will it happen on the same map both of them played yesterday? We'll find out.
I hope
Jacob,
so.
he's Laxing, he's Fox. Are you open for Consulate again? You want another rerun?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Consulate, to be fair, would be a great matchup for both these guys because I cannot commend Luminosity's attack like any more than I already have. Their attacks were beautiful. SSG's a good Consulate team, but they didn't look as strong as we've normally seen them on that map.
And to be fair, Ashen specifically said, it was just small errors on their end is why Oxygen was finding those rounds. So if we do see a Consulate, then I expect SpaceStation to really pick up where they left off at and to look extremely better than what we already commended them for yesterday.
And I'm not too worried too much about maps. What I am looking forward to is Luminosity's preparation game.
Yeah.
Because so far, they have been prepared for their first game of the season. It's something that we've noticed in Stage 1. And so if they keep up that trend, it doesn't matter what map they go to. I'm just looking for that preparation, the counter-stratting, how ready the rest of the team are to play off of each other.
And I hit on it yesterday of, talking about the things that they needed to fix, that they needed to work on. And we did see that yesterday. We saw them set the tempo. We saw them set the pace and how they wanted to address the game. Again, the biggest thing that I think that also needs to be worked on is their entry opening engagements of just having that man advantage in their favor. And if we see that going into this game, I definitely have high hopes for Luminosity.
Yep, their Consulate win was 7-3 over Los. It was done very well. It was the most authoritative win over the course of Day 1. It was the most exciting attack half of anybody on Day 1. And generally, they didn't really look like they skipped a beat with Woos instead of Surf.
Yeah, and, we did touch up on this with talking about Los. Now we're touching up on LG. Is they did go into yesterday's game with a familiar opponent of obviously Los. They did beat them last stage with the exact same stats, with the exact same map. So it wasn't anything brand new to them. The only thing that was brand new is that they had Woos on the team. Other than that, everything kind of played exactly how they want to. We did talk about that they did have those fundamentals and understanding the tempo, but they did do it well.
Before we get to how the new guy did, we got to talk about the dynamic duo on LG. Eddie and Silent were suddenly blowing up this map.
Yeah, I mean, they were breezing through this map and how they were playing this. And, we typically talk about Kixrow, the one leading the charge, but it was the dynamic duo of Eddie and Silent that were taking this by charge.
Yeah, and they've been around for a while, especially with playing Siege for a long time. And it's the first time where I'd say Luminosity has really been in the palm of their hands over this last year since they've joined. And so the roster changes that they've been making have been finding success. Obviously, Wu has been playing well, but it's nice to see them still having some life on their team. And even with picking up Surf and having him leave, they're not letting that affect them. They're not letting anything get in their way. The passion that these guys have, especially the passion to play together, radiates off of them.
Yeah, and again, you look at those stats right there. Those two were definitely the spearhead for Luminosity with here, was setting that tempo, setting the results for the end round of this game. I mean, these two were doing it. They were the best to do it. And then Wu specifically, we got to talk about this kid. I mean, this was a question that I had because, once again, this was a player that only just recently played against T2 players and in that wildcard restart. So I wanted to see what he was going to do here that day. And exactly, he did this. Well, this wasn't his play. This was a C4 from his teammate. But this is what he did, which ends up getting a 3K with that C4. That's
still crazy.
That's not something you see. And especially for your first debut in Pro League, you do something like this that never gets done and that you rarely ever see. It's beautiful. And then in this moment right here, such a heads-up play to bring this round back. This was actually a 2v4 that they end up bringing back. But Wu's to end the match, end the game here, getting the last 2 kills, that's got to feel good for a newbie coming into the scene.
And you could say that the performance that he put on the whole map was prompted by that early 3K C4 because we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it is very difficult when you are a new player or just a regular Pro League player and the rounds stack on where you have a donut, where you don't have a kill. So getting that right out of the way in your first Pro League match, in your first round, just getting a nice big 3K, it takes the pressure off and it just brings you back to reality. Lets you know, like, at the end of the day, he's still playing the same Siege, just more coordinated Siege that he started when he was playing ranked.
If nothing else, again, next to how well Troy played with Sonics in his very first game with the new team, Luminosity's attacks for me was the single most exciting thing that we saw yesterday. Not only did they win all of them, but they were done quick and creatively and had the chance to bring a lot of those things back. So for LG, good job. You're just playing SpaceStation in game number 4. That's really the only caveat that we have to talk about here, mostly because they also play at the same map. They played a team that is trying to find their footing in OXG, but again, SpaceStation looked really good in that Consulate matchup.
Yeah, they did, and SSG, even though it was a little bit sloppy, I do think it takes a lot more time to assert Benja into the team because the rest of the players need to play around him.
Let's talk to Luminosity real quick about how they thought this stage was going to go coming into things. We got Wi-Fi up on deck.
I'm Wi-Fi from Luminosity Gaming. So after Esports World Cup, we picked up Woos for the cut role, the role I originally played, and I'm moving to a more flex lurk role. And these past 2 weeks with him have been great. You know, he brings a lot to the team as a young rookie. I think we're all expecting to do pretty well in the NAL. I can understand that we have a rookie and they're only our second stage together, and we're a fairly new team, so you know there might be some bumps, but I'm expecting us to do pretty well. I think our uniqueness comes from just where we've come from as players. You know, we've all kind of came from the lower like T2, T3 scenes, and we've all kind of came up at the same time. Our playstyle is explosive because we have players like Silent and DarkZero who can get in the building fast and who have better gun skill than most of these guys in the league and can slay out. I think the biggest contenders to win the league besides us would have to be SSG because they made little to no changes for their roster and they've had time to kind of solidify and they got the experience together. Our goals this season, like eventually, is to hopefully make SI, but you know, a shorter term one is kind of to just do well and get into playoffs for this next stage so we can make Montreal.
How fitting is it for the player or the team that Wi-Fi thought was going to be top contenders alongside them would be the team that they're playing in day number 2? We've highlighted everything that LG has done really well up until this point. Got to talk about their opponents, though, because this is going to be a much tougher team to tackle than Los was yesterday.
Yeah, and in Ashen's interview yesterday, he actually said that he just didn't think any team would expect them to be the ones that would be at the top of the power rankings because they didn't necessarily make any changes from EWC. And so obviously for Wi-Fi to give them credit, obviously you gotta expect SSG to always be prepared for their matchups ahead.
Yeah, and again, it's important to note that SSG already just played Oxygen, which was a lot harder of an opponent, in my opinion, obviously, comparing to Luminosity. I say that with, obviously, Oxygen losing today, but still, I think Oxygen gave a little bit run of money that SSG had versus Los versus going against LG. I do think here it is just going to come down to SSG just simply working into their fundamentals that they said they simply were a little lenient on yesterday and then fixing going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. We're used to Benja and Ashen being the top 2 of the team, but what I really loved seeing at SSG yesterday was just the full leaderboard, just everybody really being a part of the team, and that's what we wanted to focus on SSG in Stage 2 compared to Stage 1. In Stage 1, there was such a huge discrepancy on the top of the leaderboard and the bottom of the leaderboard, and we found that especially on defense, there was a lot of disconnection, especially on a map like Consulate. Defense is where SSG struggled, which if you ask any other team, defense is usually the favorable side. So if you're losing your defenses, but so strong on attack, you have to identify that issue immediately. And that issue was just adding Benja to be able to have a spearhead of every single roam and every single entry, while the rest of the team is able to just float around and fill in the gaps.
And again, you know, we're highlighting all the players here, but specifically Ashen and Forrest, 2 different opposite roles leading the charts right there. That just shows that your front line, your back line, and your mid line are all solid, and that is the perfect dynamic to have a well-rounded roster.
So they've crossed the first hurdle, which is winning a game after you make a roster change. Regardless of who that player is, and you know, it's a world champion in Benja's case, you still cross that first speed bump. Now what's the next step? Making sure that you win, but by a bigger margin, maybe you know, a 7-4 is a trend in the right direction. What's SpaceStation's next goal here?
I mean, the next goal is getting Fultz, Force, and J90 comfortable in taking almost of a back seat on the slaying power. We're used to them being at the top of the charts. A couple years ago, Fultz was lifting his own hammer. So you got to commend them for their level of transitioning from very aggressive playmaker to now being able to assist the playmaking. That doesn't doesn't mean that these guys aren't going to be going for kills. It just means that that's not their primary focus, because when you have Ashen and Benja consistently getting kills, you just need to play to your role. And if you play to your role, sometimes the kills will just come to you, because Forrest, we saw him at the top of the leaderboard yesterday, and he was on the support role. So that just goes to show that when the perfect oiled, well-rounded machine is just everyone's firing on all cylinders, it doesn't matter who you get into their crosshair, they're going to get you.
There was a time and place where Fultz was a part of the best entry duo in the world, won them a world championship. Now it's time for him to do something else and let the young guys do exactly what they do best. Gentlemen, still no lair after 2 days. Maybe we'll go on to see it next week, but
it's going to be Consulate.
Oh God, it's still there.
Consulate, looking at the map bans.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise
It's cons
me.
again. Uh-oh.
So this worries me because, again, in terms of the lack of quality, I think Oxygen was the better opponent for SSG, whereas I don't think Los was the better opponent for LG to really test their firing power, in my opinion. So I believe they're really going to be tested here by SSG.
But I would say that Luminosity was way more prepared to play their opponent, as opposed to SSG wasn't as prepared to play against their opponent. So I think it may even
The numbers do back that up. I mean, Los did lose more rounds than OXG did. That's true.
It may even out. It may even out.
Who did you pick?
Well, I picked SSG. I think SSG, their first game obviously is getting back into the swing of things. For Luminosity, they still need to prove themselves to me. I do believe in them. I think this would be a pivotal changing moment from a viewer to be able to see Luminosity take down SSG. When it comes to a map like Concept, they had a lot of fast rushes, but the thing with fast rushes is once you do them once, you can never do them again, more or less. And SSG is going to be prepared for it, whereas Los wasn't.
I agree. I think if they can have that quick stride and that quick tempo and then learn how to double back off that and switch up the role, but on that same end, if they can put those entry kills and follow those up with just a man advantage, we can see this pivotal turn of LG. But again, I have to give the props to SSG just for the more experienced and well-rounded roster.
I want to know how much this point from map 1 applies to map 4. When M80 and Wildcard played Clubhouse for the second time in 2 days, you guys said M80 should be the favorable team because they've got more experience combined than Wildcard does. Does the same principle apply to SpaceStation playing Luminosity on the second map 2 days in a row?
I think Consulate's a little different because it's not as fundamentally, I mean, it is, every map is fundamentally focused, but when you just look at a map like Clubhouse, like that is a map that has been in the pool for so long that like there's nothing that you're going to do that could like just wow somebody, whereas like Consulate, it's still being figured out by teams in some ways of what they can do differently versus what other teams might not be doing.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity pulled out a lot of surprises, and they were able to capitalize on the fact that Los was slow. But now you're playing against a hot SSG that is fast to rotate. They're fast to help each other. If there's one thing that SSG has, it's that brotherhood where they are making sure that each other are good. If they have to lose the round but save a body, that's exactly what they'll do. So if it comes to fast rushes, I think SSG will just be way more prepared. Therefore, they shouldn't let a bunch of defenses get squandered.
Luminosity is the one playing defense first, which is where they really, I mean, I'm trying to remember what the order was. They were perfect on their attacks.
Strong.
They started, it was a 3-3 against Los. Los is not the same caliber of opponent as SpaceStation is. We already, you know, figured
SSG
that
is
out.
going to bring it to you on every single front, on the defenses and the attacks.
Okay.
And that's where Los did not do that.
But I'm just curious when we switch sides, because the reason why OXG couldn't beat SSG yesterday was because, to a point, those defenses from SpaceStation on Consulate were essentially impenetrable.
And it comes down to those gunfights.
Exactly. SSG has the solid defenses, which is what they've been focusing on. Luminosity had very solid attacks, so it'll be an amazing just head-to-head battle to see how they'll play. When they swap sides, we know that'll be fine.
All right, sounds good to me. It's SpaceStation and Luminosity, Consulate 2, Electric Boogaloo, Stokes and Lynx. Dude, have fun. I'm really looking forward to this one.
I am too, because this is a rematch of, I think, the match that made us all really start taking Luminosity seriously, which was in the closed quals to the Esports World Cup, when after beating M80 2-1, Luminosity qualified for the event by beating SSG 2-0, and the second map of that series was Consulate. That LG won. Obviously, yesterday, they were able to get a win on this map over Los, but in the past, I think, what, 5 or 6 times? No, 5 times that SSG have played this map. They've won it 4 times, and their only loss was to LG.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that bodes extremely well for LG, especially with the fact that it's a newfound roster. They've got this new talent in here, and he's been playing pretty well, at least for his showcasing on Consulate yesterday. We'll see if it's the same case up against SpaceStation here today. And these bans also trending towards what we saw yesterday as well. Monty going to get removed. Blitz also going to get removed. And it's going to be kind of a self-handicap here from SpaceStation, as they are going to be taking that away from their roster as well.
Yeah, it is important to mention, of course, that during that match against SSG earlier on, that was with Surf instead of Woos. It's important to mention right here, reason both shields are banned, well, at least that Luminosity felt the need to ban the Monty, is because we have Forrest in the lobby, who's always going to play a shield if you leave it up. Now, that doesn't mean that Forrest will be handicapped by this. I'm sure Forrest will try to find a way to get active, like he always does. But he always likes to play the shield. He's quite good at the shield as well. Makes sense for both of them to be absent in the series. The Cade and the Azami to follow it up. In my opinion, though, sure the Azami's gone. Fenrir, obviously, even though he's been changed a little bit, I think the Fenrir is still probably one of his strongest maps is on Consulate, and he will be available to the defense should they decide to run with him.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're going to start things off here in our very first round of Consulate. The Vigil already in play. Boss G here for KixRow. Excited to see if he can produce on this. We haven't seen too much out of the gun so far, at least for Playday 2. So we'll see if he can make. Yeah, we've seen it every game. I think we got to see one K1A today, but past that, the Boss G just not really showing up in the way you'd really want it to for a lot of these more extended roams. So we'll see if Luminosity can make the most out of it, and specifically KixRow. But as for the rest of the roster, pretty straight-laced, I'd say, when it comes to this top floor defense.
And he appears to be hiding the bandit right now, stuck all the way up on that table inside of the little cubby, moving into the A-bomb site. So at least I assume that's why he sat on a table for the entirety of the prep phase. Maybe, I don't know, his hot pockets were ready and he had to go get them. But now that the action phase has begun, he starts moving, and we'll see if SSG are stumped by that. I don't see any secondary EMPs, and there's no Thatcher on the board. So aside from that Twitch, not a whole lot of options to deal with those batteries.
Now it's up to SSG to set the pacing for this game. They'll be taking things into their control, at least for the offense as of now. Round one, more than theirs to take. They want to try and work things in from this top level, at least initially. A pretty interesting pick here from Forrest, and is it going to be the shield?
He's still on a shield, Mike.
You can kill the man, but you can't kill the idea. They take out 2 shields, and they still somehow get Forrest onto a shield. It's just going to be more of a not exactly mainlined one. It's going to be the Fuse this time around. Not to say that Fuse shield doesn't get played, but usually see Monty or Blitz way before that, but obviously not at their disposal this time.
Yeah, nice little bandit trick too, not actually destroying any hard breaching, but cluster charge activated on the wall. And I mean, of the utility you could lose to a bandit battery, probably one that you're okay with. You got a lot of those cluster charges, keep the hard breaching. I think SSG generally okay with it, but it seems they are quickly moving away from any breaching over towards the A-bomb site. Almost everybody in the lobby rotating over to the yellow skylight right above. Many people droning, obviously, but Forrest looking to maybe vault down. Be that entry that he always likes to be on the shields, and down he goes. Nobody close inside of the connector. Nobody close inside of the bathroom. The Goyo only slightly out of position, so Forrest runs around and smacks him to death. They found a way in, but LG holding on. Keep it to a 4-4, but SSG coming away the victors in terms of map control. That much is for certain. Able to get a 4v2 now as Forrest on Fuse shield finds a 2K. One player trying to retake. Woos the newbie will be able to at least get his sights on one, get his bullets in another. That's the only kill he'll find in round one as SSG take their first instead.
Well, SpaceStation are some of the best in the business in building around a shield, and they do it yet again. Extremely well done as they use somewhat of an unorthodox way of getting a shield into play, but hey, it works out for them. Forrest also getting some use out of those Fuse cluster charges as well, so everything working into their favor, especially with the fact that he got that first big pick just walking in through front desk and meleeing down the person in bathroom. Very well done from him.
And also just recognizing, I mean, reading that situation, nobody close in the cubby, the bathroom player slightly out of position. They figured out the exact way into that. They got the benefit of the timing, too, that they realized. Really good first round from SSG. Close game on Consulate yesterday against OXG, which, obviously, given the skill of that roster, you can get a lot of very close games against that team. And LG, we'll see how deceptive that 7-3 win over Los was yesterday. This was one of the matchups, LG versus SSG last stage, where I thought even though LG lost 7-4, that they performed deceptively well, and SSG, I think, performed deceptively poorly. Or, no, SSG performed deceptively well, and LG performed deceptively poorly. Their results were not indicative of the qualitative performance they exhibited in that matchup, so it'd be fitting for LG here that as long as they can keep this game close, I can come away from this weekend feeling pretty good for LG, depending on how these rounds play out, even if they lose.
Yeah, 100%. You know, especially with the fact that they've been able to essentially hide the rest of their map pool too. I mean, that makes things a lot easier for you going down the line. You know, if things don't exactly work out up against SpaceStation here today, then hey, that's okay. We can move on to something new. You know, some teams have figured us out and we can try and show off something else. This has been one of the mainline strategies for Sonics for a very long time. I mean, how many times, Carter, have we gotten to the end of a stage and we've been like, oh, the Sonics have played all of 3 maps the entire stage? It's very, very high.
Yeah, and also Sonic's always, you know, playing, I think, for the long game on the stage as opposed to the short game. Of course, that comment I made isn't to say that LG are going to lose this game. It's only been 1 round, had a good showing at Consulate yesterday, and I still think this is one of the stronger rosters that could possibly, we could possibly see inside of the NA League. Silent, I think, is very talented. Woos, I felt quite good in, alongside Adam when they debuted in CL a long time ago. And that's to say nothing of Kixro, who alongside Silent have been 2 of my favorite rookie pickups in the past year. Silent finally, is that our first Boss G kill of the day? I'm not entirely sure, but he's able to find 2! Jane I know and his friend both cut down, forced all the way outside the garage, and Fultz on the opposite side of the map. Not exactly the kind of attack you'd hope SSG would follow up their round 1 victory with, but beggars can't be choosers. Forrest does make his way in, and
no way.
There's nobody actually in a position to deny the plant. He does find him at the last second, so easy counter defuse for LG as they tie the game 2 rounds in.
There we go. A nice showcasing of Luminosity's roam potential. Not only that, but their frag potential as well, specifically for Silent on that top floor. Using that Boss G to its absolute fullest potential. And just finding a few nice frags, man. And that's really all you can ask for at the end of the day with a Vigilant play. So very well done from Luminosity to use that strategy and be able to get something going with it. SSG is usually a team that can find a way to either stab you in the side on something like that or just go direct to the site. But this time around, Luminosity doing a very bang-up job of getting in their way.
When they're hitting their shots, SSG can be one of the hardest teams to get a handle on. Sometimes they can cost them when they overextend too far, but if they're performing well, they are very fluid and very good at finding gaps. And if they're paying off more often than not, odds are they'll end up winning a given map or a given match overall. LG now moving to the split bomb site. Yes, the split bomb site. So we will see that Pulse. We'll see the Valkyrie. We'll see 4 C4s on the defense to play vertically from the B site and to hold A by proxy. Usually we see maybe 1 or 2 people upstairs as well, maybe holding a vertical angle from admin side. We'll see if LG decide to do that, but this will be predominantly a site hold to defend both at the same time.
And, you know, priority on the basement as well. That's the biggest thing here with the Nitro cells. Yeah, you can have a few bodies in that mid floor, but you're more than likely going to want to peel them back as soon as things start to get pressured over on the teller side, and that's mostly just from a utility perspective. You really want the ability to shut down these plants up top, and the most risky plant is going to be in that teller's position, especially with Wi-Fi on the board with this Pulse.
Who can also, with this Pulse, realize, you know, how much focus SSG are going to be putting on this backside early on. Obviously, we see 2 players there now. We'll see if Wi-Fi spots it. But in all likelihood, this will just be them opening up that wall, allowing it to be an option to be hard breached later on or now in this case. But no need to do anything right now, but excellent use of that C4. You've got a redundancy, you still have 3, so they'll throw one out, destroy that Selma, just waste a little bit of hard destruction. Did they shoot another one? I don't know if my ears deceived me just then. Did they not? Okay.
No.
I'm
still getting used.
Sound, but...
Yeah. No, I heard the pistol shot. It might have zapped something else, but no, I'm still getting a little used to this new HUD. But no, they didn't destroy another one. No other X. It's only been Wi-Fi, and no way.
No, Fultz.
Who is it?
No, it's Fultz.
Unlucky. At least I do believe he ended up getting that Selma down for the wall, but I think that one might have ended up getting Nitro celled, so that back secret wall might actually be locked up there, Carter.
Well, it could be difficult. We mentioned how SSG like to backstab, like to rotate. That is a very common backstab to try and while the players down below are all looking up to throw their C4s, you walk in, find a couple kills where everyone's concentrated on something else. Could have been quite good, but if that's not the case, a bit problematic as well. Ashen and Benjamaster both moving in outside of Visa. One player spotted underneath the castle barricade. That's a freebie and a half for Ashen. And whatever Fultz has got going on, maybe he seems like he's back. Nope, there he goes. But it doesn't matter. SSG up 4-3. The only kill going LG's way was done by the internet, not done by anything by their action. Ashen is the first real advantage they've been able to acquire, and it only makes it a 3v3. SSG trying to push in. Benjamaster's found his way into the site. Two players, I think all three actually, no, just two, down below at the moment. But the Pulse is by himself. Wins this fight. He has secured the server bomb site for SSG to move down and plant, but he's got this heartbeat scanner. He can find the Hibana. He can get intel on these players. Opens up the punch hole as Forrest gets into position to put that diffuser down. Benj is wrapped around to cut off the bottom of the Visa staircase, and LG are just on the wrong side of this execute. He cuts off Wi-Fi as he moves up through the hallway. Only two players remaining, and they're separated by floors. As if, no, they've actually gone to retake, but the diffuser's down below. What is for them to do at this point? Woos drops back down, but they need to start winning these fights. They need to get it as she's face, and the attack is holding strong. Holding firm in the post plant with only 20 seconds remaining. Woos tries his best to find an angle. Silent can't even find a kill. The Capcan might find one, but it's all he'll get again in the post plant. SSG retake their lead.
And that's the thing about SpaceStation, at least with the, later history. Working in with Benja has been somewhat of a process for them. But this is something that we see them come back to whenever they start getting into their full-fledged selves, right? Their capability to have moments like this where somebody like Benja, right? You find them downstairs inside of the bomb site completely by themselves. They've carved out an area for the offense to work with, and they play around that perfectly. Nobody sells their soul into the mid-floor. Nobody tries to go for some bombastic play that gets them punished. They play around Benja's positioning perfectly. They get the case in, get it down, and they play for the crossfire from the hallways as well as a few top angles. It's just very well done overall from SSG, and you can see how discombobulated LG were. They had no idea where that was going down because, at least to them, they have Wi-Fi there with a cardiac sensor. But here's the thing about that. It doesn't clear that whole room. You can't see all the way to the very back doors of that just because of how far the cardiac sensor sees. So he honestly had no idea about any of that positioning, and it just completely goes awry for them.
And it's good finding by Benjamaster to able to find that opening into the site, catch that timing, then hold obviously the close angle. Definitely one of the most exciting pickups, one of the most exciting imports I've seen in North America. Obviously, I think Benjamaster in a lot of people's minds is far different than the player that got the MVP at SI23, his first stage with G2. G2 is also a far team from the team that was at SI23, so how much was he suffering from that team's sort of shaky reputation over the past year and a half? How much is it just needing a change in the new lineup? Benjamaster, certainly one of his strengths when he is at his ceiling is playing similar to Ashen, maybe getting aggressive, taking fights, lurking on the attack and the defense. It's what he did that round in the Hibana, able to find the gap, and it's something that SSG love to do. This is a player where if he can get closer to that ceiling, get closer to that performance he's famous for, this is a very lethal tool in the arsenal of SSG, and it just comes exactly 1 week before, by the way, Sam, we reach Ashen's 1-year anniversary on this roster. It's next Friday.
So crazy.
Well, his first game on the roster, I suppose.
Still, point still stands.
Yeah.
Ashen is one of my favorite stories in recent history for Rainbow Six, just because of the way things kind of got set up for him. This guy was playing Siege professionally while he was in high school. That's crazy. Going to class during the day and be like, hey guys, I got a game tonight. Like that's, you know what I mean? That's so wild.
He only just graduated around Manchester.
That's so very cool. Also, dates the hell out of me. I just realized that it's now like this year of seniors. 10 years ago, I was a senior in high school. So now I'm officially old. That's great. I love it.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it happens to everybody. You'll get yours. Don't you worry.
It will. I'm sure. I'm sure it will. We'll see if Ashen ends up getting his on the Dokkaebi. Certainly one of the better operators to, well, probably try and end a round a similar way to we saw SSG in round 3. Find a gap, open it, and hopefully end the round as a result. He's not in the position to do it right now, but we're only 1 minute in. It's the Exposition and Piano bomb site, the other of the first floor bomb sites that LG are defending. And a lot of different positions can result in a lot of different outcomes for this round. Are they able to overwhelm the person on yellow stairs? Are they able to overwhelm the player sort of around the main lobby area and then push into Exposition? really depends on where you're able to find that initial bit of control. Also, are you even going to prioritize second floor? We reach the halfway point of the round? It seems the answer is yes if you're SpaceStation.
Love how they're taking their time with this as well. They still got a few Dokkaebi calls here, just one actually in their back pocket that'll really assist them with this clear. They still have Eddie on the pulse as well for the defense. The Solus are along for the ride too here, just trying to see how much information they can actually stack on this defensive end. And honestly, it's a good look for both of these teams. No, or rather nothing really going awry for either one of them thus far. But as we get down to a minute, something's got to give, and it's really just what does SpaceStation want to do with their current positioning?
And the benefit is they still have, obviously have that one Dokkaebi call, but also the 3 Candelas they still have, and now Benja does find a kill. Kixro cut down by the ace moving down yellow stairs, able to overwhelm, not necessarily that position, but certainly a player from it. But how much can that translate going into the site? Forrest unaware of Silent prone beneath that window. The rat play, the gamble from Luminosity pays off. So the way into the site is not certain, as Ashen might be putting the diffuser down, but Eddie throws up a C4, able to find his way. Foltz with the wraparound, brings the advantage back into the hands of SpaceStation. Woos and Wi-Fi both down below. Neither of these players can make good use of the vertical play that they do control. Unless Wi-Fi can find a way for that super shorty to break through a lot of indestructible floors, this diffuser's going down, because SSG already accounted for it. Woos has got to play and coordinate with Wi-Fi, but probably more importantly, find an opening, and none is being given. Benja, a 2-piece in round 4, able to cut down Wi-Fi as he retakes from yellow, and the Bailiff will give away Woos' position as he walks his way from the spiral staircase. SG play passive, Ashen with a bit of BM, and I don't know if Woos is scared, more so he understands, well, that this situation is simply not really a viable one. All right, this is ridiculous. Are we really Benny Hilling it outside of yellow stairs?
Oh my gosh! Oh. That was awesome. That was awesome. Woos might be the least scared person in the server right now, I'll be honest.
Yeah, Woos understood the situation. He said, I am not winning this. I'm getting my one, and if that means I got to run outside and chase this dude outside of yellow, I will do it. He's committed to the bit, and that is commendable in a new pickup.
I mean, hey, what else can you say? I like the way that we're seeing both of these teams trying to operate right now. I especially like that, wow, we're getting a timeout here from LG this early on. I do like that. They're seeing something that they don't like, and these defenses, this is usually where you got a lot of planning going into these setups, and I don't really think they like the results of things right now. So we'll see what they can potentially do as we're moving on to round 5 post timeout. But as of right now, for SSG, Carter, tell me a little bit about this offense. What have you been seeing? What have you been liking?
I think the main thing I've really been liking has been Benjamaster. I mean, I kind of gave him a highlight after that split round where he was able to move down through the site, but in this round too, it was a similar story. He's able to move down yellow, find an important pick, and obviously he gets, I believe, a 3K by the end of the round, including that pistol kill he got at the very end. I think Benja so far, these few rounds that we've seen, has been quite good. I also think when we saw the second floor attack, of course, it was good overall target identification or opportunity identification for SpaceStation. So I think when it comes to just finding gaps in the defense, individually players are doing it well. As a team, the SSG are doing it well. The only thing the only round they've lost was Garage, and yeah, it was one-sided, but it was a quick round. It's the only round they've lost so far on the attack. All the other ones have looked pretty solid individually and structurally overall.
100%. And especially going back to your original point, Benjamaster looking very comfortable in a lot of these different positions.
Yeah,
and looking at yeah, 100%. But I was going to say, looking a lot more like his G2 self. You know what I mean? That was something that we were kind of looking for when he initially got into this SSG roster. And as with any roster move, there's going to be a couple growing pains and that kind of thing. And Benjamaster, not that he didn't look comfortable before, but he looks a lot more set in now. And it's really good to see for SSG. I hope this continues.
And yesterday he was having impact, but I mean, he's already almost reached his kill count from yesterday. He's at 6 kills. He got 9 at the end of that 12-round OXG game yesterday. So even when he's not necessarily taking over the scoreboard, he's having impact. Also, got to give credit to Forrest, by the way. I mean, a player that is usually sort of lower on the scoreboard for SSG, but not only is he the second highest frag today, he had 11 kills yesterday behind Ashen's 12 and doing quite good so far. I believe was at...
I was going to say, don't let it fool you. That's the big thing about Forrest, okay? We'll come back to this point about halfway through the stage, and we'll see what happens. But he can be feast or famine sometimes, man. That's all I'm putting out in the streets. That's it. That's it.
You are correct on that. I had no idea what that sound cue was, by the way. I looked back at my computer, I was like, was that a Gara hook? I'm like, there's no Amaru. What the hell was that? So I'm not actually sure what that was. I think it was a Selma charge. For something about the Selma sound effect today, I'm like, was that anything but the Selma charge that I just heard? I don't know what it is, but...
Hey, honestly, I don't have the answer for you, so...
It was a rhetorical question, so you didn't need to answer it anyway.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, another example of Benja finding a nice gap. Skeleton key down below. Not going to complain about that.
And as for SSG right now, it's like their processing of the map and just the overall strategy in this first minute and a half has been so impressive to me. You can see a lot of the communication going back and forth. I mean, a lot of the times we can talk about, SSG's more rugged strategies, the times where they can be a little bit more bombastic. But this team, as of right now, they're like a well-oiled machine, man. They're going through their reps very well.
And I think that's representative of, SSG being strong on this map overall. Like, I think obviously SSG suffering a dip in performance in Stage 1, but like, before Stage 1, they played that map, I think, like 5 times, I think, since Atlanta, and they were 4-5 on it, only lost it once. And then since Stage 1, after bringing on Benjamaster, they've only lost it once to LG after, I think, like 6 or 7 plays or something like that. So this is a strong SSG map, and a blip in Stage 1 I don't think has really changed that fact. They understand this very well. They move around each other and the map layout as a whole very thoroughly, and when it comes to just taking heads-up fights, Forrest is hitting them today. But Woos is still there to go for the trade, and unfortunately, he's not aware of it. Gets caught off guard. Wi-Fi might be down, but effectively, that's a 3v3 for LG. Now, Benja trying to go for the backstab. If not, will reveal his position and give Woos the critical time and ability to fight back. But it's still even. Despite all that, it's still a 2v2. He's so low HP. They try to go for the res, but Kixro loses almost all his HP as a result. Still cuts down Fultz, and Ashen stuck outside. Nail-biter for LG, but they somehow get it over the line despite everybody 1 bullet away from death.
Yeah, the backbone of the site really standing tall there and able to get the big frags to kind of stunt SSG as they went in for that plant. It was going to be a CEO plant, but they really wanted things to work in from the yellow stairs there to try and assist and kind of draw the attention of the defense. But obviously, not only that, but get those big entry frags. And that's the thing that never really came to them. Yeah, they're able to get 1 big kill there, but past that, there's so many LG bodies in the area, Carter. That's not the whole job. You still got to sweep everybody else under the rug, and instead Luminosity are the cleaners. SSG just so happens to be the dirt.
It's also an improvement from LG in that that first round, people not really having a tight hold on yellow stairs, and sure, Forrest gets the first pick, but I mean, that really, I don't know if it could have gone either way if it was exactly 50-50, but definitely a gunfight that I thought was a bit nervous when Forrest went to take, but Woos is able to retake the position, just overall have a better handle on it than they did in round 1, and it pays dividends as a result. So, for the final site, we will go down to the basement, which was, well, the site, well, I guess technically the bomb site, but also the site as in the location of LG's most dominant win of the half so far on basement, where I think everyone was alive, except 1 person. So, if you are trying to end this half 3-3, especially after that timeout, feeling pretty good that this is the site you have in round 6.
A little bit of an extension here towards the mid-floor. We will have this teller's position being held, at least in a more ghost format, just showing a little bit of face. Able to get that last barricade up there and probably just skedaddle on back to the basement. That'll be Silent that was finishing that up. Yeah, we can see him running back down the stairwell right now. So it wasn't Tellers for a little bit longer, but never really gave a look towards the offense. And why would you? It's way too early for that right now. If they want to try and get aggressive towards you, then so be it. But no real reason to try and sell your soul right there. And for Luminosity, going to try and stay true to the plan. They're going to have Wi-Fi over here instead of yellow stairs. You always want to see a shotgun played around this area. This M590 can be so dastardly when it comes to mopping up offenders over here on yellow.
Usually the person we see try to deal with this position is Ashen, usually with a shotgun on Amaru or with Buck on that skeleton key, but instead he's able to find Kixro as he moves through Piano. Benjamaster, the first pick for LG, but it's quickly traded out. A lot of these rounds have been equalized in man advantage, either the beginning, middle, or the end. Both teams doing a solid job up until this point of trading deaths. Not every single time, but often enough that it's a commendable pattern for both teams. Still means LG have fully retreated down to the site, or have a lot of their angles still intact. SSG have this vertical control, and they've got Ashen still alive, so how much can they make use of that skeleton key to make these players uncomfortable in the basement?
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, kind of needs to start now. They got this whole piano area, but might not even want that. They already have a lot of destruction dealt over the top of A, so maybe leaning more towards that as of right now. A couple angles still peering over into the garage too, specifically with this pillar position where Wi-Fi is now getting lit up just a little bit, but he gets the big kill here. I don't think he'll follow it up with a second. He will not. J90 will be able to sweep that under the rug, and now Woos are going to be able to at least fight back a little bit to try and slow down this plant.
But the BP's got info on them. They've got hatch control, and LG seem like they have round 6 as well. Just trying to overwhelm the yellow position, and it works out in the short term, but in the long term hasn't really done a whole lot. J90 in the 1v3 will fall off and fall down. Tie game after round 6, both teams with 3 rounds apiece.
It was looking pretty solid there for SpaceStation, especially with that, vertical position that they had on the mid floor, but we're just not able to get rid of some of these, fray players that we saw around that site downstairs, specifically that yellow pillar position. Just not really an easy job for them. So for SpaceStation now, it's just a plan of strategy on their defense. Really, what can they produce up against this Luminosity team? And speaking of Luminosity, looking pretty comfortable so far here on Consulate. All smiles, and yeah, a little bit of struggle, but you'd expect that against a historic roster like SpaceStation.
Of course, the only downside is having burned that timeout. Does it pay off? Yes, but going into that side swap, you are going to have a bit of difficulty if things start going awry to try and recover, especially as SSG, with the benefit of getting that 3-1 lead, still have theirs going into the second half. So if anybody needs to reevaluate, it'll be SpaceStation. We'll see how much Luminosity will be able to do that, or at least pick the time in which they can take that time to reevaluate. Moving up to CEO, took LG a little bit of time to get comfortable defending this site against SSG. But for the defense, at least the now current defense, it seems a bit different. Sure, we've got some Vulcan packs. Sure, we've got some of the same players. And maybe we had a bit more of an admin presence from LG, but I'm at least more conscious of it now for SSG, and we'll see if LG care or don't care, like SSG didn't care.
I'm interested to see their pacing in comparison to yesterday. We saw them take a... at least across the board, right? We saw them take a pretty even-keeled look at Consulate. So maybe something that they could potentially mess with a little bit more today, especially knowing the fact that SSG more than likely VOD reviewed that before they got into this match here today. There's definitely going to be a few things that they want to try and change up. And it might be something minor. It might be just a simple operator adjustment, or maybe just one position is a little bit different in comparison to what they were running before. But we'll have to see. Be attentive to LG and what they have, what escapades they want to try and run.
Yeah, and with the Amaru, you could go for a projector plant, you could go for a CEO plant. I mean, we saw, I think, them run that fake out against Los yesterday. So, sure, it's something that SSG are ready for, but I think it's something that every team kind of expects the attack to try at this point when they're attacking the CEO bomb site. So, we'll see if SSG are capable of reacting to it with the Deimos and the Buck, the Deathmark trackers, and the Skeleton Key. They have a lot of tools to work this verticality quite effectively, make these defenders have to rotate, have to move, which... if they're able to do so, that could provide the perfect opportunity to then either send the Amaru in to go for that diffuser when everybody's moving and nobody's watching, or just by holding cutoff angles, maybe find a few picks before you do so.
Still great positioning here from SpaceStation. Bolt's holding here at the bottom of Spiral. Has a few targets over to his left-hand side, but doesn't want to expose himself, especially at this point. This is something that could come in on the latter half of this round to be extremely punishing towards the offense as he'll activate himself now. He takes down the Deimos and skirts immediately out to the main hallway. Just wants to try and keep himself alive a little bit longer and just be a nuisance around this Luminosity offense that's building up downstairs. But Wi-Fi will be the one to nip it in the bud. Trying to hold things down here from the closet. It's looking solid for Luminosity so far, but they really haven't carved out a spot on this site to get this bomb down.
The more important thing is really just having Wi-Fi be able to concentrate on these vertical holes, on these hatches, not worrying about Fultz somewhere in the wind to possibly go and flank him. But you're right, they still need to make a bit more progress. They still need to push a little farther. One player goes in, it's the Amaru, but Wi-Fi cut down below. That's now SSG able to retake through the vertical holes or drop down the hatch. Now hold the very holes that the Buck created. Benjamaster will sit here for the remainder of the round. And Eddie, after all those track stingers has gone out, has not been able to put the diffuser in the CEO position. He'll He'll try it again, but with one player close around the corner, it's instead Benja who's retaken below to put the diffuser inside of the site, in the hands of the defense. Nothing you can do here. Woos and KixRow can try their best, but SSG have outplayed you in round 7 and retaken the lead as a result.
We got Ashen typing once again. SpaceStation feeling pretty solid on these defenses thus far. And why wouldn't you? I mean, that was a pretty solid oversight from the offense there. Just did not have things going strong enough into their favor, especially with the utility still on the board from the defense. It was highly punishing. And not only that, but you have that entire position downstairs taken over from Benja as they're able to take out Wi-Fi on the buck. I mean, it seemed like SSG had an answer to every single problem that LG produced.
Reacting in the round, solid setup as well. Just overall to anticipate a CEO take, it's a good start for SSG on their defense. And again, retaking that lead, they still have the benefit of that timeout in pocket. Their position just grows more and more comfortable with each round they're able to win. Going down to the basement, seeing the mirror in play, which I don't actually believe we saw from Luminosity on, I think, any of their defenses, if my memory serves correctly. Yes, that is correct. So, first time we're seeing this operator, also pretty classic operator for Forest, and also just one that's good for basement. You got the black mirror watching the garage side. You can focus a bit more on the back side. I was more excited for Benjamaster on Jaeger, to be totally honest with you. He's comfortable. He's feeling himself.
Yeah, and the other thing is in, you know, the current iteration of Siege, this has been a thing here for a couple of years now, you just don't see Jaeger all that much, do you? It's usually Wamai, some of these other operators, but Jaeger just doesn't really get that much play in comparison to what it used to be. It used to be if you were not taking Jaeger, everybody thought that you were crazy. But now, I mean, he's still a very solid option on defense, still able to get rid of grenades and all the other throwables just like he used to, all except for Capital. But big moments here that someone goes down. Does he get that with the bandit trick? Is that what happened right here?
He got it with the bandit trick. He's also got one Selma left. He's only got one.
That is a tough look for Luminosity.
Yeah, because you get the garage wall open, which, like, SSG are fine with. That's why they have the mirror window placed where it is, right by cafeteria. So they're fine with playing that breach open. The fact they were able to deny that hard breaching, at least for just a little bit, certainly good for SG to place those obstacles in their way. Ashen ratting up above. Well, nobody's droned out Ashen. That's a bit unfortunate. KixRow, just easy pickings for the SMG-11. And he's further in the wind. There is even a drone in there right around the corner. Unfortunate stuff, or at least close by. And now Ashen can maybe retreat back. I don't know entirely what LG's cutoff positions are right now. Maybe there's somebody on that middle floor, but based on where I'm seeing people, it doesn't look like it. Ashen might be able to get back completely safe.
I love the way he's playing this out, though. Oh, very aggressive. And now he's giving up this position over around the vending machine here at the top of Spiral. He'll get gunned down from Woos, who has looked dastardly so far in this game. 8-3, and a lot of the frag potential coming out of him here thus far for Luminosity. And yeah, he's had a few exit frags that didn't exactly lead to a victorious round for Luminosity, but it's been a very solid showcasing of his ability so far.
LG are somewhat pigeonholed now at this point because you've opened up garage, you weren't able to open up backside, and with how many barricades I think we just saw in that split second there, if somebody's going for a backstab, odds are it'll be audible, and if anybody's going on the backside, it's going to be one, maybe two people coming down through like server side or Spiral if they're able to destroy that barricades. So I think SSG are pretty well aware where this attack is going to come from. They're well aware of how this is going to play out. The fact that LG are able to get that mirror window before they go into the execute is quite nice, but there's still this deployable shield holding that forward position. They have the 4v3, and that's the main thing LG have going for them. The Grim Bees, that utility, held by Silent, and the Deathmark trackers as well held by Wi-Fi. Two secondary factors that could be important. But how impactful will it be when J9O can pop up, pop Eddie, pop back down, Foltz cuts down Woos, the Deimos is done for as he falls down that hatch, and Forrest with one mag of the Vector pieces up two people to get 5.
Yeah, easy pickings for him too. They were practically just bird feed as they fell down from the sky. Very well done from SpaceStation. They're standing stalwart in their positioning, and not only that, but being lethal from them as well as they quickly dispatch Luminosity on their entry to the site. Now LG left reeling. I mean, really, what is the next answer? Because so far it's been the Woos show. we really haven't seen all that much from the rest of the LG boys. We've seen some solid positioning, we've seen some solid plays, but nobody else really lighting the world on fire. And that's really what we need. We need somebody else stepping up to the plate that at the end of the day isn't Eddie. The guy's playing Thermite. You don't want that guy at the top of your frag heap.
And especially when the attacks were LG strong point yesterday. I mean, it was a 3-3 half on their defenses, and then they won 4 attacks in a row to close out that game 7-3. It's a best of 1. Sometimes you have on days, sometimes you have off days. It is a limited sample size as well, given that the stage literally just started. But LG so far being unable to recapture some of that success is only to SSG's benefit. Up 5-3 now. They'll move down to their 3rd site of their defensive half so far. Exposition and Piano, a little bit of damage done to Benjo, but nothing to worry about. Only about 3 HP. And holding this middle floor, that was going to be Ashen on yellow stairs, but it's actually J9O. This is normally his spot. I call him like the yellow stairs demon at SI or Manchester or something. Now I feel silly. They switched it up.
Well, I mean, maybe he just wasn't feeling it anymore. And who better to give it to than J9O at the end of the day? I mean,
it's a worthy successor.
Yeah, jack of all trades, Swiss Army knife. One of those people that really, no matter what you give him, he's just kind of good at everything, and that's a really scary thing to see, especially as somebody that is more than likely going to be taking yellow. Wi-Fi is going to get his drone stolen away, and that's a big deal with these Bravas. Forrest is going to soak up all of his cap cans and more than likely put him back down, as that will remove the effects of the Brava. So very well done from him. And then SSG is going to wait things out, see what Luminosity's next move is going to be, as this initial bout has went their way.
BP found, EDD's found, but not a kill found, unfortunately. A second time now that somebody's tried to clear the top floor, and then maybe with intel on Benjamaster this time, the setup is a little bit more hazy than it was for the Ashen kill last round, but 2 rounds in a row where somebody just kind of looks like they're walking into an enemy position that wasn't entirely known about. Benjamaster then wraps around, rotates. There's 2 people inside of admin this time, but he gives away his position, and that's all good, because half the round is gone. He just has to waste time at this point, and this is why Fenrir on the top floor is so difficult. You fall back, activate an F-Naught, and what do? You gotta push through that hallway if you want to come out of admin.
Well, Woos and the rest of the gang will be able to work things in from admin side, but it's going to be Ashen with a nasty vertical angle. This is the things that can happen to you on a map that has just so many layers like Consulate does. And Silence, he's going to pull it back under wraps. It's a 2 versus 3, and things getting a little interesting now, Carter.
Things heating up a little bit. Took a lot of HP, but tied the KD. Hasn't tied the man count, but just 1 away. Don't let the demons win, Jane, I know. Don't let the voices win. Hold your angle right now. No need to get over aggressive, but he takes the fight.
Wow.
Able to land the trade, but an important gunfight for Jane, I know, to win. Wi-Fi does find one behind the piano. The other player's on the top floor right now, so this is a 1v1. As he pushes in, if he lands this kill, oh, it could be so huge. Before he shuts it down, and it's 3 in a row for SpaceStation.
Unfortunate circumstances befalling LG there, especially after that beautiful double that we saw. But unfortunately enough for Luminosity, it's just not enough at the end of the day. And for the Sonics, they seem more than capable of taking this Consulate away from LG. It is LG's second time around this carousel, but this time around, it's not looking too hot.
No, SSG acquiring that match point. Like, very close game yesterday, but all 3 points acquired from that OXG matchup. All 3 points acquired from LG's matchup against Los. But at this trend, seeming like SSG will be the one to end the first week of the NAL up 6 points. That put them, I believe, on the same cards, of course, as the Sonics, who we saw win 2 games earlier. And you're not going to be complaining, especially with the caliber of victory that the Sonics were able to achieve just 1 match ago over DarkZero. Of course, M80 also looking quite good, up at 5 points, as they got an OT win yesterday instead of regulation win. But they'll plant themselves firmly in the upper echelons of the NAL in the first week. But if they win, it's also the first week. Could easily collapse from here. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of wild things over the years of Rainbow Six, and this could be something
wild
that...
cards.
All right. I've had enough. It's the first day I've had enough.
We even got a wild in Europe.
We do.
We got 2 wild base teams. One is misspelled, but that's intentional. and the other is, you know, a wild card.
Do you
I have
know...
no idea what happened here. I have no idea what happened here.
I don't know either. Pretty wild sight.
No nade has even been used, so I truly don't.
He got shot off the angle here. He tried to spawn kill and then got absolutely bodied and almost killed. That happens though. That's what happens whenever I spawn peek, actually. So
he's probably just pretty thankful that he didn't die. He's like, all right, you know, I got punished, but effectively a slap on the wrist. I get another try, at least in having impact this round. I'm sure he's pretty happy with that. Of course, Benjamaster in a similar position as where he was in the previous round. Might be a different bomb site, but he was very effective on holding down this admin position and slowly luring LG into the building. He can do so here with a shotgun as well to make things a little more difficult. And LG seem to be buying into a clear of this side of the map, so they will likely run headfirst into Benjamaster at some point, and he'll meet them in turn.
Little scary sight there for Kixro is that Claymore Nitro Cell barely misses him. I'll end up swinging in towards Abner and start taking control of this position. Wi-Fi's got some nice verticality here as well to try and utilize. We'll see if this can potentially start to go their way. But the damage starting to work its way back onto LG. You can see Silent's been lit up. Woo's worse for wear as well. And something's got to give. I mean, somebody's got to get aggressive, and it'll finally be Wi-Fi as he takes down Benjamaster. A nice kill for Kixro, too, will fall in.
Uh-oh. Oh, Fultz! He barely doesn't react. He knows he's around the corner, but distracted by the phone. He falls to Luminosity. An important set of gunfights for LG to come away with now in the 2v5 and 50 seconds to go. How are SSG going to be able to hold out on this one? Forrest could run out and find an angle outside this window, but LG have time to reset, have time to find these new angles. Oh, hello, and goodbye. Eddie with the quick reaction. 1v5 for J90, and no C4 to deny the plant. So it looks like LG will not lose in regulation after all. J90 will find his one, but as we enter the post-plant, Sam, not a whole lot LG need to do to take this one.
No, definitely not. The two weakest players on the team, at least from earlier, are still both alive as well. They've got so many guns up for LG. There's really no way in hell that J90 is able to work his way through this. And if he does, I'm more than willing to eat my words. So we'll see what he can potentially make with this DMR, but he won't get too far. Eddie will gun him down with a secondary SMG instead, and Luminosity will stave off the end of Playday 2.
Able to win gunfights on that drone, definitely being the difference maker that round. It was in large part their undoing 2 rounds ago, and now, even though it takes a little bit, and a little bit of likely luck in the process, able to take down Benjamaster and Ashen without getting traded at all. And then on top of that, I mean, you're fine at that point, getting a 2v5 as well. Just icing on the cake. Pretty easy round to convert at that point, and the difference maker being able to actually not only acquire map control in that roam to then pressure Visa later on, but then also just get a pretty dominant man advantage. It's a cut and dry round, which are what LG needed at this point. They don't want it to be complicated. They don't want it to be crazy. They want it to be simple. They want it to be rounds like that, where they move in, get control, get the advantage, get out with a win.
Don't try and overcomplicate it. That's the name of the game. You just need something to give. The odds of you losing that amount of rounds in a row over Luminosity getting things right is pretty drastic. So we'll have to see what SSG can potentially befuddle Luminosity with on these rounds. And they're going to bring in the tuba round. Really like this for J90. Able to keep a hold of that wall for an extended period of time. Also brought Forrest to be able to bandit trick a few oddities, and one of those being the secret single that we see utilized quite often. So, see what they potentially can do with this now, as Luminosity more than likely know the problems that lay in front of them. They obviously still have to do their due diligence of droning out these, you know, more hot topic areas, but we'll have to see what they can do with their lineup.
Do you know any secret singles? I'm in the market. It's also not true. That was a joke. Love animals.
Secret singles in your area. Hot secret singles.
Oh! That was a shot. That was a shot, Selma. I caught that one.
It was indeed, and also, I mean, that was a pretty gangster camera placement from our you know, observer there. I really like that. That was pretty sick.
I liked it too. What I don't like, Kixro again down to 1 Selma. LG have always felt somewhat strapped for resources when it comes to this hard breaching.
Forrest!
just too crazy, too tight of an angle, too wild of a spray. Silent with the first pick on to Ashen. Just told him to cut off out by the main door. So sure, he might be losing some hard breaching, but LG are keeping it simple. We're moving in the map. We're getting our man advantages. Doesn't matter how it happens, they're getting it done. 5-4 now, though, with the IQ and the Ying on a bit of reduced HP. Majority of SSG now moving at least back towards the site or in close proximity of a pathway back to it. But what do we have at Benjamaster? Ratting up top. LG were able to deal with him last round and win it as a result. But if they are a little bit more sloppy this time, he could come back and make a problem.
No, he needs to make a problem, and he needs to make it right now, because things are kind of falling off the wagon for Luminosity. Fultz has got some solid position here in yellow, but he's not going to find anything just yet out here, and will someone expose himself with that goo mine going down if anybody's ears are perked up. Benjo will get a kill here. Wi-Fi is going to toss in some Candelas over towards J9O's position, but for SSG as of right now, they at least have solid enough position to try and hold down these site areas. Oh, could be a big moment here. Dokkaebi over in yellow. Still that player upstairs. What's the decision going to be from Luminosity? If they try and work their way here, Fultz might be the one to take him down. Woos, he swings in, he gets gunned down. And with 45 seconds remaining, it's going to be all up to J9O.
Fultz tries to retake the engagement, and it's ill-advised. Wi-Fi watches him rotate out. Just 2 rounds in a row, and we've gone from a 6-3 awash. And now, almost to overtime. Our only OT game of the day it would be. And now is the time for SSG to use that foreshadowed timeout.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, things not exactly going the way that they want to on these defenses right now. And it's not from lack of trying. I mean, they've had a lot of moments here to be able to actually grasp at something and, you know, make something out of these rounds. But for SpaceStation as of right now, it's just not looking too hot to trot. As for Luminosity, though, yeah, maybe a couple of lucky moments, you know, able to keep yourself alive from that little drone hull spam and some of these other things that we've been seeing. But for lack of a better term, things have been going great for Luminosity in these last 2 rounds. It's looked very solid, still able to lay back onto their systems and, you know, just lay back onto their strategies, really trusting the process and able to work things out up against SpaceStation thus far. And, I mean, even if they lose this right here, Carter, still a good day at the office, I think. I mean, max regulation up against SpaceStation, especially when they're looking the way that they are right now, not something you can exactly be mad at.
No, not at all, especially now sort of taking away SSG's entry dominance so far this series. The vast majority of the engagements on both sides have gone to SSG. 4 when they were on the attacking side, 3 when they've been on the defense of the 5 rounds they've played so far. And now that LG have been able to get that 5v4 and usually make it a 4v3 or a 5v3 at some point, able to keep it consistent or keep it in their favor as the mid-round transpires. It has been a massive difference maker for this team as we've moved into the back half of their attacks. In round 12 now, so we go to CEO. They've not played this site since that first round, since SSG were able to completely stall that Amaru plant execute that LG were going for. Bit of a switch up in SSG strategy, though. Likely anticipation, well, and also just taking the time out and recognizing maybe a shortcoming in their own strategy. Forced going on the Clash. This will, of course, allow them to stall out the CEO plant if that happens, but more importantly, also allow them to rotate over to Projector and harry the attack over there if that's where they decide to push.
SSG changed up this lineup quite a bit. There's going to be this top floor defense, but bringing in the mirror and Clash, that indicates a lot as to what they talked about inside of that timeout. No, I mean, they really want to try and slow down Luminosity and make it to where their frag potential isn't so heavy inside of these, you know, first opening 2 minutes. Don't really want to see anybody falter from SpaceStation. And, I mean, if you do, you still have those fallback strategies, the likelihood of, you know, mirrors as well as Clash to be able to just get in front of LG and slow them down no matter what angle they end up taking. SSG still going to have a couple of aggressive tropes. They're going to have Benja over here on the stairwell. And I mean, why not? Once you have those mirrors down, your job's essentially done. You're just another person with a gun. You don't have to be the one playing them.
Drone's coming in, though, and Wi-Fi around the corner. So if this intel's found, Benja is a bit separated, but can quickly retreat up that staircase. Don't think Wi-Fi is aware, but I also don't think he cares, really. He'll move instead to Spiral. Benja unknown in this position. The rest of the defense, I think, pretty sensible and I think pretty standard. You have one player playing over by the vending machine behind that deployable shield. You've got a couple players focused over towards CEO, but Wi-Fi Whether he knows it or not, certainly I'm definitely regretting the lack of drone presence in that area. Benj is able to flank down, get that kill, and LG's benefit of the 5v4 that got them their 2 victories on the attack previously. It's not going to happen in round 12.
No, it's not. This is a huge moment here for SpaceStation Gaming because now they can just play things out patiently. Like I was talking about before, they have all of this defensive utility set up, and Benj is just making matters worse, Carter. I mean, as long as he can be a nuisance and run around, maybe get some chip damage off on Luminosity or whatever, this is all good things. Look, they have Woos completely dedicated down here, and oh my God, Benj decapitates Woos through the wall. That was a pre-fire. There was no mark. He was just like, I bet there's somebody in garage, and killed a man with the Vector.
I've actually seen quite a few Benj wall bangs on this map like that. It's like, I think somebody's probably here. Oh, well, what do you know? I was right. Sometimes it's over by Visa. This time it's in the basement. 5-3 for SSG. LG quite a ways away from the advantageous positions they've been able to find in rounds 10 and 11. This is just Benjamaster doing what he does best. Running around on the defense, being a nuisance, being a problem, and it's put LG out of this comeback. 5-1 are your odds. Kixro is to win this in the next 15 seconds. Nade goes out. Clash gives the intel. GG indeed. Flawless for SSG to take 6 points from their debut playdays of the NAL Stage 2.
14-9 for Benjamaster there on Consulate. And if these last 2 days haven't told you that SpaceStation have been in the lab cooking things up, I don't know what else to say. I mean, probably get your eyes checked, man. You might need some glasses, but SpaceStation are on a tear here. They're looking pretty solid. I'm excited to see how things progress in the further weeks coming up.
Yeah, me too, certainly. I mean, just like, if we see Benjamaster continuing to, I was about to say develop, but like, continuing to just kind of like...
He's so young, man. I can't even blame you for that. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's already won a chip. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, but if just continuing to kind of grow into his position on this roster, continue to try and sort of reclaim that ground that I think maybe got lost individually on G2, this could be an incredibly lethal roster. I think even if you look back to SI24, I think that's this roster's high point, obviously without Benjamaster, but I think that's the high watermark for this team, and if they can get back there, this could be one of NA's best in the making.
Yeah, it really could. I mean, you look across the talent that they have on this roster, and every single time you're just like, oh, banger. Oh, banger. Oh, wait. Banger. It's so crazy. So I'm really excited to see if they can continue to progress as well. And it might be one of those days, Carter, where we have SSG versus Sonics going into the later portions of this stage. I don't know, man. It might be crazy. We might be back.
I can tell you what, if it's SSG Sonics as the rivalry of Stage 2, I will be sat for every game we see. But that is Sam and I done for the day, but not us done for the day. We have a couple analysts, a couple hosts to talk to, so why don't we give you into their hands, see what they have to say.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. I'm not sure where the other host is in Carter's couple of hosts statement, but appreciate it nonetheless. Consulate has been done twice between SpaceStation and LG over the past couple of days, and SSG are just the cons masters. In the same way, now we've established don't take M80 to Clubhouse, don't take SSG to cons.
I don't know if they're the cons masters. It was really close, and it was a lot closer than what it was with Oxygen. And truthfully, I don't know if SSG can say, you know what, our fundamentals, it was just small little errors. Like, LG really brought it to him on that attacking side.
Yeah, I think being the kings of Consulate is a big title to claim, but I would say that their resilience of always being able to get that 7-5, it was closer than it was with Oxygen. I felt like that is a safe title to give them. SSG is able to consistently come out on top, so it is a good map. And that was what we were worried about, is when SSG got on defense and Luminosity got on attack. Was Luminosity going to have enough new stuff to surprise SSG? If they go back into the default, would it affect SSG? And the answer was almost, but not quite.
They kept it aggressive, and they also changed the tempo and slowed down in some of those situations. They would get those initial picks. They did have the man advantage. We saw in that one round where Fultz was sitting in basement, and they allowed everyone to circle back, rotate, and then end up collapsing onto that site. So it is important that LG's getting better. They are better. Sure, they lost here, but it's a situation they are improving with every single match. And honestly, I'm convinced that this team is going to look really good by the end of this stage.
Benj is the one guy we're going to keep on talking about until the end of the stage, just figuring out how he's gelling with the team. But he and Forrest were really on a tear in this matchup.
Absolutely, they were definitely a tear. I mean, Force has been playing so well, especially being on roles that you wouldn't expect somebody to be just farming kills on. I mean, we saw the fuse come out, and the fact that he was able to actually make something work with the fuse getting into somebody's face with the shield is crazy. But the whole team, I mean, they understood, especially when they got on defense. The attacks were good, but the defenses is what I want to commend them the most on. They did their preparation. They knew exactly what Luminosity was going to bring on them every single time that they would go for an attack, especially on their CEO defenses. They knew when they had to retake. They did not allow that vertical pressure from below affect them at all. They had an answer for everything that Luminosity wanted to do. They still kept it close because I agree, Luminosity is showing a lot of light. They're almost there, but not yet.
And even for Benja, I mean, obviously he didn't have a bad performance. None of them had a bad performance yesterday, like we talked about. They were all relatively close. But then Benja today really popped off, and he was doing it on Mira on the defensive half. He was like practically roaming around with Mira, which you don't typically see. But that shows the sheer confidence that Benja has and the player and capabilities he brings to this roster.
Yeah, and that's what we like to see, is that it's a well-rounded oil machine. If you have Benja going in first, getting those kills, then everybody else just needs to fit on the bottom of the layering to make sure that there's nobody that seeps through the cracks, because Luminosity was trying to get active in these different window repels, these different staircases that they could just creep in and find an opening kill, and SSG did a really good job at not giving up any picks to Luminosity's just rattiness. They were really good at staying alive and valuing their lives. And then when you're in a position where somebody needs to make a play, you have players that you can rely on SSG's side.
Though, to be fair, the saying goes, the more things stay the same, the more things stay the same. The reason why LG had any chance to come back in this game were those 2 attack rounds that they got in the second half. That was their strong point against Los. They ended up still working out. It was just way later in this round, like in this game, than they would have liked. It happened in round 11 and 10 when they were already on match point.
For sure, but again, that comes into just, this is how Siege is played. You have to be able to adapt. So whether it takes 1 round, 2 rounds, maybe 3 rounds, as long as you are making those changes, and we were seeing those changes happen throughout, this is still a brand new team, though, in terms of experience. If you're going to compare SSG to LG in terms of years worth of experience, right, SSG has that by a huge margin. And LG, again, this is just more for them to improve on. And again, this is why I can see them going throughout the rest of the stage. We can really see a lot of improvement from these guys.
And this is similar to how Wildcard performed yesterday. It's nice to see Luminosity keeping it very close and showing that they have a different bag of tricks. They didn't let the roster change slow them down at all. Woos played phenomenal this game. And so it shows you that Luminosity can slowly creep up into a team that could be making an official major now, especially since making EWC. SSG slowly getting better and better. And what Ashen said specifically is he doesn't expect teams to expect SSG to be a team that's up in that echelon. And so the fact that Luminosity kept it close, and also we heard in the Wi-Fi interview that SSG was the main team that they thought would be making the major 100% this stage. So it's nice to see that little bit of respect back and forth. And obviously the round count showed it.
It's 3 points for LG this week, but it's the full 6 points for SpaceStation. And the guy we want to talk to more than anybody else is the one who just joined this team a couple of months ago. That's a Benjamaster on deck. Dude, congratulations on the dub. That is a wonderful week of points all combined for you guys. Talk to me about what it's been like now playing the NAL as compared to Restart or playing an EWC. What's it like playing online Tier 1 Siege again?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to play some Tier 1 Siege, and especially like against new teams, it's always fun.
I got a question for you, Benja. Obviously, coming from EU, now finding yourself in NA, how hard is it for you to transition from one region to the next?
I think like I find it easy to like change my playstyle compared to who I'm playing against, so like it's not a big problem. Like if you want to be a good team, you need to be able to do that. So like, yeah.
For sure.
That's amazing. Benja, you've been on this team since EWC and now going forward into stage 2. Now you guys are kind of in that middle purgatory stage of what do you guys do next to improve? Is it just making sure specific maps are as perfect as they can be? Is it just making sure you deepen your map pool, making new strats for maps that you already have? Walk me through what your guys' next steps are throughout the stage.
I mean, there's always a lot of things to improve on. I think like communication, the way we adapt to like the teams, and then like just I think like we have a good map pool, so not that much, but like you can always get better on the map you play. So also that, just like get better in general, play some more together.
Of course, and would you say that it feels like you are fully comfortable, that you completely understand everything that's been the SSG style, and now it's you guys are a team full 5 going forward, or do you still think there's a little bit of getting used to left?
Yeah, I still need to get a little bit used to it. Like SSG is known for the crazy playstyle, and like, so yeah, I need to get still used to that. But overall, it's nice.
What's the primary feeling in the SSG camp so far through this week? It's 2 games on Consulate, it's 2 7-5 wins, it's 6 points. So from the outside, it looks great. But are you like, yes, this went exactly as we were hoping it would? Or are you kind of sweating, almost being like, phew, thank God we got 6 points this week? What's the vibe in the camp?
I mean, obviously we're happy with 6 points. 7-5, 7-5 is like a bit too close for my liking, but like every time the game actually got close, I feel like it was still in our hands, you know? Even though it got close, I think we had the upper hand, so that's always nice, even though it was close.
What was the biggest difference from yesterday's matchup on Consulate outside of the teams, but for you guys more so? Like, what was the biggest difference between these 2 maps being played?
I think like, obviously like when we played the OXG, there was a big break, so we didn't have that much to like counter. Like we just had to go in with like a feeling. Where like against LG, they played Consulate yesterday, we played Consulate yesterday, so like, you know, you had something to prep for. So I think like the amount of prep you had to do between those 2 games is probably like the difference.
For sure.
Is there anything you want to say to the fans before we let you go, dude? I don't know if you've had the opportunity to directly address anybody back home in your situation since you jumped on SSG, so is there anything you want to say?
No, just like thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Like, you know, yeah, it's nice in the new team SSG, and I'm happy to be here, so that's good.
Skins.
He's got the right idea.
I mean, I'm not on the SSG skin pay yet, so
yeah.
The next one.
So you're not going to start showing until they get their act together. I get it.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Well, dude, again, congratulations. It's a very eventful week for you guys. But if my memory serves me correctly, I think it's DZ and Sonic's coming next week. So you got your work cut out for you. We'll see you next week, dude. Take some rest. We'll see you then.
See you guys.
It's a crazy task for SpaceStation next week. That's all I'm saying. If SpaceStation are playing, it's about to be a belter next week. It's going to be crazy.
Listen, I have them in my upper bracket seed for, you know, the group stage itself. So I'm confident with, you know, the way that they're looking. Sure, I agree with them. I don't think a 7-5 is something to feel comfortable because that's only one round that sets you apart from an overtime.
You'd like to win by a wider margin next time.
Absolutely. So I would definitely like to see going forward from this team that they do close games out a little better and a little faster. But, I mean, still, 7-5, ending with 6 points for the week. Gotta feel good.
Oh, it's very nice. And I mean, SSG is slowly becoming that team that always creeps it to the major. They're always getting that 3rd, 4th place LCQ, and they always have that Cinderella run, but they have so much more behind them. I think if you give them a little bit more time, the round count may be very close next week, but I would favor them to come out on top.
Well, it was a fast-seeming day, in spite of there really only being one game that decided it wasn't going to take very long to finish. This one was still a good one. M80 opened things up. That wildcard game, there's still a lot to look for that wildcard team. Los got their first win. Sonics put DarkZero in the dirt, and yep, LG are still keeping things close.
I mean, so far from the first day and today, everything's been relatively competitive. I've actually been really impressed by a lot of the teams, whether we put them in the lower bracket, whether we put them in the middle or the top. Like, everyone has been performing. Obviously, there was that caveat of the, you know, the 7-2 DZ Sonics.
Yeah.
But that's not
still the fastest game of the stage so far.
It's still early. There's still a lot of games to be had and a lot of close matches that we could possibly see, or quick ones.
Yeah, that was the game of the day that we had pinned, was DZSQ, but they didn't get to play yesterday, so it could just be first game jitters, just taking slow time, especially with changing your IGL. It is a very big deficit, but we talked about it before backstage, and every single team that we've been watching the NAL has been so competitive. All the teams that we even had at the bottom of our power rankings, I mean, Los got their first win today in the stage.
And they look good.
Yeah, 2 weeks earlier than they did last stage, so it's just really nice to see that everybody is competitive so far.
Again, C9 Beast Coast and DarkZero have only played one game apiece, but C9 BC only capable of getting 1 point of that overtime loss to M80 yesterday. Still is enough to keep them in 6th place for now. Again, standings are not going to matter for several more days down the road, but still, it's nice to see Sonics and SpaceStation and M80 all up there with more than 4.
Yeah, it's nice to see yourself at the top of this ranking when you are a player throughout the weeks, but obviously if you're at the bottom, it's not the end of the world because you just have to get top 6 to make playoffs. And then if you don't, you still get to go through LCQ, but obviously you want to have as much.
Get to go through all. You say that like it's a privilege.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a curse, my guy.
It's a curse. You should be lucky to be able to have a chance to go through LCQ if you are not getting top 6. That's what I'm kind of trying to point out.
I get you. I get you.
And realistically, I mean, when you look at that this early on, that can change drastically from where we see teams currently. Obviously, some teams you might see them still in that same area, but realistically, anyone can be moved around at this point. It's too early to tell.
I alluded to SpaceStation's games over the next week being really good. All of the games on day 3, in fact, are kind of insane when you think about it. LG has C9 BC, the current reigning major champions, on deck. M80 has Sonics first up based on both of their successes. Dude, every game on day 3 is honestly really, really good.
I'll say this. 2 games for me that I want to see the most is DZ SSG, obviously, because I want to see Nafe really come into fruition of that IGL and see what that looks like. And then even Luminosity C9 Beast Coast. I just want to continue to see Luminosity get better as it goes.
I would say every single matchup so far, besides maybe SSG DZ, I think every single matchup there is in like your even playing field. M80 SG.
Do all those go 12 rounds or more, you think?
I mean, at this rate, they might as well, but it's obviously what we want to see. I mean, stage 1, I think there was a crazy statistic where it was like 74% of the games that started out 4 rounds for one team, and then that team would just win.
It was something like that, yeah.
So it's way nicer to see just everything so competitive, not only just teams and points, but inside the server as well. And all those games are super close. Of course, I'm looking forward to OXG Wildcard.
And it gives us more to talk about when teams are actually being competitive and one team just isn't getting stomped. So I enjoy when teams actually make it relatively close. It gives me a lot more things to study, a lot more things to talk about, and for you guys to digest.
It certainly bodes better for North America when the entire region is able to stay competitive with one another. And on the road to Montreal, yet another hometown major, we're doing everything we possibly can to ensure that when we send North American teams to international competition, we're absolutely sending our best. Thank you very much for joining us on day 2 of Stage 2 of the North American League. We'll be back here exactly the same time, same place, here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for day number 3 coming up next Thursday. For all of us here in the studio, have a good one, and we'll see you next week.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!